Chapter 12, Chapter 11. Howard Stark parked his sleek black car in the long driveway of his family's estate, the weight of his double life pressing heavier on his shoulders than ever before. He knew what awaited him inside, a mixture of love, frustration, and the ever-present shadow of disappointment that hung between him and his teenage son, Tony. As he entered, the house buzzed with a subdued energy. The faint sound of Maria's favorite classical music played from the living room, where she was undergoing her daily physical therapy session. Maria, ever the gracious fighter, was seated on a cushioned therapy chair, her legs moving in slow, deliberate motions as the physiotherapist guided her through the exercises. Standing nearby was Tony, who had his arms crossed, his expression a blend of concern and irritation. Edwin Jarvis, the Stark family's loyal butler, hovered discreetly in the background, ready to assist when needed. Maria looked up with a warm smile as Howard entered. "Howard," she greeted, her voice soft but steady despite the strain of her therapy. "You're home." Howard walked over, kissing her on the forehead. "How are you feeling today, sweetheart?" "Better," Maria said, glancing briefly at the physiotherapist, who nodded approvingly. "A little stronger every day." Tony, who had been silently observing, scoffed under his breath and turned away. Howard frowned but chose to ignore it for now. Instead, he turned to Jarvis. "Thank you for keeping everything running smoothly, Jarvis. How's the progress?" Jarvis gave a slight nod. "Mrs. Stark has been remarkably diligent with her sessions, sir. The physiotherapist says she's improving steadily." "Good," Howard said, genuinely relieved. "Maria, you're doing great." Maria smiled at him, though there was a flicker of sadness in her eyes. "Thank you, Howard. It's been easier with Tony here to help." At the mention of his name, Tony turned back, his expression sharp. "Yet, because someone had to step up while you were off saving the world or whatever it is you do." The room grew tense. Maria sighed, glancing at Howard with a silent plea to keep his temper in check. "Tony," Howard began, his tone even but firm, "I've told you before, my work is important." "Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times, Tony interrupted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But you know what else is important? Mom. She's been sitting here, pushing through pain every single day, and where were you? Off chasing some mysterious project you can't even talk about? Give me a break, Dad." "Tony," Maria said sharply, her tone a mixture of reprimand and concern. But Tony wasn't done. "You act like you're the only one with responsibilities. I dropped everything, my classes, my projects, to be here for her. Meanwhile, you just, what? Pop in when it's convenient." Howard's jaw tightened. He wasn't used to being spoken to like this, not by his son, not by anyone. "You think I don't care about your mother? About this family? Everything I do, everything is for you both. You might not understand that now, but—" "No, I don't understand," Tony shot back. "All I see is you running off, treating me like I'm some failed science project because I'm not Steve Rogers." The room went silent. Even the physiotherapist discreetly stepped back, suddenly very interested in her clipboard. Howard's expression darkened. "This isn't about Steve," he said, his voice low and controlled. "Isn't it?" Tony challenged, stepping closer. "Because it sure feels like you're always comparing me to him. Steve would have done this, Steve wouldn't have done that. Guess what, Dad? I'm not Steve Rogers, and I never will be." "Sorry to disappoint." Maria interjected softly, "Tony, that's enough." Tony hesitated, his frustration flickering into guilt as he glanced at his mother. He muttered something under his breath and stormed out of the room, leaving Howard standing there, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Maria sighed deeply. "Howard, he's young. He doesn't understand." Howard ran a hand through his hair, looking more tired than ever. "I know, Maria. I know he doesn't. But that doesn't make it any easier. She reached out, taking his hand. He loves you, Howard. He just needs to see it. Howard's shoulders slumped as he sat beside her, his hand still in hers. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, keeping him in the dark about everything. About SHIELD, about Hydra, about the danger out there. Maria gave him a knowing look. You're protecting him. But maybe it's time you showed him that you're not just running away from us. That what you're doing matters. Howard nodded slowly, her words sinking in. He glanced toward the door Tony had stormed through, his expression softening. I'll talk to him. Eventually. Maria smiled faintly. Eventually better not take too long, Howard. He's your son. And deep down, he just wants to know that you're proud of him. Howard swallowed hard, his throat tightening. I am proud of him, he said quietly. I just wish he knew that. Maria squeezed his hand, her touch grounding him. Then show him, Howard. Before it's too late. The dimly lit safe house was quiet, save for the occasional hum of the ventilation system and the faint sounds of James and Lily chatting softly in the kitchen. Natasha Romanoff sat on the worn leather couch in the living area, pretending to clean her sidearm but really just stealing glances at Harry. He was across the room, working out a routine he had thrown himself into ever since they'd escaped Hydra. He needed to learn his new body, he'd said, to feel like it belonged to him. Natasha bit the inside of her cheek as she watched him. The 18-year-old figure in front of her bore little resemblance to the child she'd trained all those months ago. He was tall now, impossibly broad, his muscles rippling with every movement. The way his vibranium-laced skeleton made no sound when he moved still unsettled her at times. There was no trace of the awkward little boy who had once clung to her during Hydra's cruel experiments. And that was the problem, wasn't it? He wasn't that boy anymore. Hydra had stolen his childhood, warping him into something unrecognizable. They had aged him artificially, pumped him full of the super soldier serum, spliced his DNA with Weapon X, and turned his very bones into unbreakable metal. The result was standing right in front of her, grunting softly as he bench-pressed more weight than any normal human could dream of lifting. And Natasha hated herself for the way her stomach tightened when she looked at him. It wasn't right. It wasn't normal. She'd once thought of him as a little brother, someone she needed to protect from the horrors of the world. But now her thoughts strayed into places they shouldn't. Stop it, she muttered under her breath, shaking her head as if that would silence the intrusive thoughts. Harry, oblivious, finished his set and sat up, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. He caught her watching and gave her a small smile. Something on your mind, Nat? He asked, his voice deep and warm, with just a hint of the boyish charm that had somehow survived Hydra's horrors. Natasha quickly schooled her expression into neutrality, a skill honed by years in the Red Room. Just thinking about your form. You're still over-relying on your right side. If someone exploits that, you're vulnerable. Harry raised an eyebrow, looking down at himself. Right side, huh? Guess that explains why my left shoulder's sore after sparring with Sirius yesterday. She smirked, glad to focus on something else. You should listen to me more often. I do know a thing or two about fighting. I'd be stupid not to, he replied, his grin widening. You did train me, after all. Natasha felt a pang at his words. She had trained him, but back then, it had been under Hydra's orders. She'd been complicit, even if she'd done her best to shield him when she could. That guilt still gnawed at her, a constant reminder of her own sins. Harry stood, tossing the towel over his shoulder as he walked toward her. Natasha's breath hitched for the briefest of moments before she forced herself to relax. He stopped a few feet away, his head tilted slightly as he studied her. You okay? He asked, his green eyes sharp and perceptive. She waved him off. I'm fine. Just tired. He nodded, though he didn't seem entirely convinced. You've been training with Rose a lot lately. She's lucky to have you. Natasha glanced toward the hallway where Rose's room was. The little redhead was still awake, probably playing with the battered set of blocks Harry had found for her. It was surreal, seeing the twins together. Rose was still a child, her face full of innocence and mischief. Harry, on the other hand, was. She reminds me of you, Natasha said, deflecting. The stubbornness, I mean. Must run in the family. Harry chuckled, the sound low and rich. Yeah, Sirius says I got that from Mum. Rose too, probably. Dad's more of the charming, reckless type. Natasha smiled faintly, but the conversation was stirring memories she'd rather not face. Memories of Harry crying out for his parents during the experiments, of her holding his hand and whispering lies to comfort him. Lies she'd started to believe herself, back when she thought she could protect him. You know, Harry said, pulling her from her thoughts, I never thanked you properly. For everything you did back at Hydra. Her gaze snapped to his, alarmed. Harry. I know what you're going to say, he interrupted, his voice soft but firm. You were just doing what you had to, right? Following orders. She looked away, her jaw tightening. I could have done more. I should have done more. You did enough, he said quietly. More than anyone else there. You kept me sane, Nat. I don't know if I would have made it without you. Her chest tightened at his words. She wanted to argue, to tell him he was wrong, but the look in his eyes stopped her. He wasn't that scared little boy anymore, but in that moment, she saw a flicker of him, buried beneath the layers of muscle and metal and trauma. I don't deserve your gratitude, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Maybe not, he replied, a small smile tugging at his lips. But you've got it anyway. Natasha didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. Instead, she stood and patted him on the shoulder as she passed. Get some rest. We've got training tomorrow, and if I catch you favoring your right side again, you're running laps until you drop. Harry laughed, the sound chasing away some of the tension. Yes, ma'am. As she walked away, she felt his gaze lingering on her. She clenched her fists, willing herself to focus on the mission. On Hydra. On anything but the boy-turned-man who had managed to worm his way into her carefully guarded heart. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the safe house windows, the warmth a stark contrast to the chill that Hydra's shadow had left over their lives. For the first time in weeks, there was no scheduled training, no tense planning sessions, just a much-needed day to catch their breaths. Steve Rogers leaned against the kitchen counter, sipping coffee and glancing out the window like he was seeing an entirely new world. Which, in a way, he was. So, Times Square, he said to Bucky, who was flipping through a tourist brochure. Think it's still got those big neon signs? Bucky snorted. Steve, I've been a brainwashed assassin for the better part of 6 decades. I don't think they were sending me on sightseeing tours. James Potter wandered into the kitchen, already grinning. Well, lucky for you too, we've got guides. Lily and I are dying to see how the Muggle world's evolved. Ted's coming too, he's great with translations for, magical misunderstandings. You're gonna need more than a translator, Sirius said, slapping James on the back as he joined them. You need someone to stop you from buying every weird Muggle contraption you see. Last time we were in London, you tried to hex a toaster. James scowled. It popped up too fast. How was I supposed to know that's how it works? The laughter eased some of the tension that always seemed to hang over the group, and for a moment, it felt like any other family preparing for a day out. Except, of course, for the fact that the family included 2 former Hydra operatives, a brainwashed assassin, and the savior of the wizarding world. Rose, meanwhile, was already dressed and ready, standing in the living room with her hands on her hips. Tonks. Andromeda. Hurry up. I've got an entire list of things we need to buy. Andromeda emerged from the hallway, looking amused. Rose, you do realize we can't buy out an entire mall, right? Watch me, Rose replied, her chin held high. Harry said I could get whatever I wanted. From the corner of the room, Harry muttered without looking up, I said reasonable things, Rose. Not a shopping spree that would bankrupt a small country. Natasha smirked from where she leaned against the wall, arms crossed. You're gonna regret that when she drags you into a fashion store. Not my problem today, Harry replied with a faint grin, tossing his gym towel over his shoulder. I've got other plans. Natasha raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what's so important you're bailing on babysitting duty? Thought I'd spend some time with you, Harry said casually, his green eyes flicking to hers. You know, since you never take a day off. Figured I could drag you away for a while. Her mouth opened, then closed again, the suggestion catching her off guard. She glanced around the room, half expecting someone to protest, but the others were too preoccupied with their own plans. Finally, she shrugged, schooling her expression into something nonchalant. Fine. But if this turns into you trying to get me to teach you more hand-to-hand combat, I'm leaving. Harry's grin widened. Deal. Dash. The two of them ended up at a quiet park on the outskirts of the city, a far cry from the bustling streets where the others had gone. Harry had insisted on bringing food. You don't eat enough, he'd said, and Natasha had grudgingly agreed to humor him. Now, they sat on a bench beneath the shade of a tree, the sounds of the city distant and muted. So, Harry said, breaking the comfortable silence, what's it like? Being the Black Widow, I mean. Natasha raised an eyebrow. That's a bit of a loaded question. He shrugged. Fair enough. Let me rephrase. Do you ever regret it? Everything you've been through? She hesitated, caught off guard by the honesty in his tone. I used to, she admitted. When I first defected from the Red Room, I thought I'd made the worst mistake of my life. But, over time, I realized I had a chance to make things right. To balance the scales, even if I'll never really tip them. Harry nodded, his gaze thoughtful. It's weird, you know. For so long, all I wanted was revenge against Hydra. But now that I've got my family back, it feels smaller somehow. Like I should want something more. You should, Natasha said quietly. Revenge burns out fast. And once it's gone, you're left with nothing. They fell into silence again, the weight of her words settling between them. After a moment, Harry turned to her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You're pretty good at this whole advice thing. Who knew? Don't get used to it, she replied, her smirk returning. I'm still going to kick your ass in training tomorrow. Harry laughed, the sound warm and genuine. And for the first time in a long while, Natasha felt the tension in her chest ease, if only a little. Steve and Bucky found themselves wandering through the heart of Manhattan, blending into the crowd as best they could. The city had changed drastically since the 1940s, though some parts still felt familiar in a strange, fragmented way. The towering skyscrapers, the neon lights of Times Square, the endless throngs of people, it was both overwhelming and oddly comforting. Steve glanced at Bucky, who was scanning their surroundings with a cautious but curious eye. Feels a little like stepping into a movie, doesn't it? Bucky smirked, his hands stuffed in the pockets of his jacket. Yeah, except the sound's turned up to 11, and I don't recognize half the cast. They walked in companionable silence for a while, letting the city's rhythm wash over them. Eventually, they found themselves on a quieter street lined with small cafes and shops. Steve stopped in front of a storefront, peering through the glass at the colorful display of vintage comic books. His reflection stared back at him, older, more tired, but still holding that unmistakable boyish curiosity. Look at this, he said, gesturing for Bucky to join him. They've got comics about us now. About me. Bucky leaned closer, squinting at the cover of Captain America, the First Avenger. Hey! You ever read one? Steve shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Not really. Feels weird, you know? Like looking at someone else's life. Bucky chuckled. Well, at least they got your jawline right. Mine probably wouldn't sell as many copies. Steve shot him a sidelong glance, but the humor in Bucky's tone was a relief. It wasn't always easy to tell how much of the old Bucky was still there, buried beneath the Winter Soldier's scars. They moved on, eventually finding a small diner that didn't look too modern for their tastes. Sliding into a booth near the window, they ordered coffee and sandwiches, and for a moment, it felt almost normal, like they were back in the 40s, just two guys grabbing a bite after a long day. You know, Bucky said after taking a sip of his coffee, I'm still getting used to all this. The phones, the cars, what do they call it? Streaming. Steve smiled knowingly. It's a lot, took me a while to wrap my head around it too. You're doing fine, Buck. Bucky nodded but didn't look entirely convinced. He stared down at his coffee cup, his metal fingers tracing absent patterns along the ceramic. Sometimes I think about the old days, before everything went to hell. Feels like another lifetime, doesn't it? It does, Steve admitted. But we're still here, Buck. Still fighting. That's got to count for something. Bucky looked up, his expression hard to read. Yeah, but what are we fighting for now? Back then, it was simple good guys, bad guys, black and white. Now, it's all shades of grey. Half the time, I don't even know if I'm on the right side. Steve leaned forward, his voice steady. We fight for the people who can't fight for themselves. For the ones Hydra tried to destroy, for the ones who need a chance to live in a world that's better than the one we grew up in. It's not perfect, but it's worth it. Bucky huffed a quiet laugh, shaking his head. You always did know how to make things sound noble. It's not just talk, Steve said firmly. We've got a chance to do something good, to make up for all the things we couldn't fix before. Doesn't mean it's easy, but it's worth it. Bucky was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the street outside. You ever wonder if we're out of place? Like we don't belong in this world anymore? Steve considered the question, his brow furrowing. Sometimes. But then I remember that we're not the only ones trying to figure it out. Everyone's got their own battles, their own struggles. We're just part of the same fight now. Different battlefield, same mission. Bucky nodded slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Guess I'll just have to trust you on that, hey. Steve smiled. Always, Buck. Always. The two of them sat there for a while longer, the noise of the city muffled by the diner's walls. It wasn't much, but for now, it was enough. James Potter adjusted his round glasses, tilting his head back to take in the staggering height of the Empire State Building. Blimey, Padfoot, he muttered, an awestruck grin spreading across his face. You think they stuck an extension charm on this thing? Sirius Black smirked, brushing a strand of hair out of his face as he craned his neck to look up. If they did, it's bloody brilliant. Imagine the Ministry trying to regulate something like this. Bet they'd have a heart attack. You're not wrong, Ted Tonks chimed in, hands shoved into the pockets of his leather jacket. The Muggle-born wizard looked more at ease navigating the bustling streets of New York than either James or Sirius. But no magic here, lads. Just good old-fashioned Muggle engineering. Lily Potter, standing beside her husband, shot him a playful look. Not everything impressive comes from magic, you know. Sure, James said, grinning as he nudged Sirius with his elbow. Still, can you imagine what we could do with something like this back in Diagon Alley? Maybe slap a Quidditch pitch on the roof. "Oi, that's the kind of thinking I can get behind," Sirius quipped, his grey eyes sparkling with mischief. "Though we'd need to charm the snitch to avoid plummeting to its doom." Ted chuckled, shaking his head as he led the group down the street. "You two are hopeless." The group wandered through the streets of Manhattan, their senses bombarded by the sights, sounds, and smells of the city. The glowing advertisements of Times Square, the aroma of street food wafting through the air, the cacophony of honking horns and chatter, it was all so foreign yet fascinating. "What's that smell?" James asked, wrinkling his nose as they passed a hot dog cart. "Hot dogs," Ted answered. "Classic Muggle street food." Sirius arched an eyebrow. "Doesn't smell like any kind of dog I've encountered." Lily rolled her eyes. "They're sausages, Sirius. Made of meat." Sirius gave the cart a skeptical glance. "Meat, you say? Looks more like what you'd scrape off the bottom of a cauldron." James snorted. "Well, we have to try it now, don't we? For science." Ted sighed but stepped forward to buy a round of hot dogs for everyone. As they unwrapped their food, James took a hesitant bite, chewing thoughtfully before his eyes lit up. "All right, this is actually brilliant. Sirius, you've got to try it." Sirius eyed his hot dog warily before taking a tentative bite. A moment later, his face broke into a grin. "Not bad, not bad. Still think butterbeer would wash it down better, though." They continued their exploration, wandering into Central Park where the chaos of the city faded into a relative calm. Sirius spotted a group of street performers juggling flaming torches and turned to Ted. "All right, I'll bite. That magic, or just an impressive trick?" "Just a trick," Ted replied, amused. "Muggles can be surprisingly creative when it comes to entertaining themselves." James leaned against a park bench, watching a young boy fly a kite with his father. "You know, if you told me a year ago that I'd be walking through a Muggle city eating questionable food and watching jugglers, I'd have thought you'd gone mad." "Still mad," Sirius said with a grin. "But this is, kind of brilliant. No dragons, no Death Eaters, no ministry breathing down our necks. Just life." Lily reached out, lacing her fingers with James's. "It's nice to see how much the world has to offer beyond our little bubble, isn't it?" James nodded, his expression softening. "Yet. Makes you wonder how much we've missed out on, sticking to what we know." Sirius clapped him on the back. "Well, we're here now, mate. And if there's one thing we've always been good at, it's causing a bit of chaos wherever we go." Ted groaned. "Please don't get us arrested." Lily smirked. "Oh, let them try. I'd love to see Sirius try to talk his way out of Muggle jail." Sirius grinned wickedly. Challenge accepted. They spent the rest of the day wandering through the city, visiting landmarks like the Statue of Liberty and the Brooklyn Bridge, and laughing at Sirius's increasingly ridiculous attempts to blend in with Muggles. By the time the sun set, casting the skyline in hues of gold and orange, they found themselves sitting on the steps of the New York Public Library, watching the city lights come to life. "This place," James said, leaning back on his elbows and gazing up at the towering skyscrapers, "it's overwhelming, but in the best way. Like anything's possible." Sirius nodded, his usual smirk replaced by a rare moment of quiet reflection. "Yet. Feels like a fresh start, doesn't it?" Lily rested her head on James's shoulder, smiling softly. "Maybe that's exactly what we need." Ted, sitting cross-legged on the steps, looked at his companions and couldn't help but grin. "Well, if this is your idea of blending in, you're doing a terrible job. But, it's good to see you all enjoying yourselves." James raised an imaginary glass. "To fresh starts, then. And to the Muggle world full of surprises, even for us wizards." Sirius chuckled, raising his hot dog like a toast. "Here, here." They sat there as the city buzzed around them, feeling, for the first time in a long while, like maybe things really could be different. The department store's automatic doors whooshed open, and Rose barreled through like a tiny whirlwind of chaos in her frilly pink dress, dragging a beleaguered Andromeda Black and her equally unimpressed 12-year-old daughter, Nymphadora Tonks, in tow. "Come on, Aunt Andy, keep up. We have so much to buy," Rose declared, her high-pitched voice cutting through the air like a spell gone wrong. She clutched a glittery purse in one hand and waved a catalog in the other like it was a battle plan. Andromeda sighed, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she trudged after her niece. "Rose, darling, don't you think we should? I don't know, prioritize what you need." "Need?" Rose repeated with a scandalized gasp, spinning on her heel to face her aunt. "This isn't about need, Aunt Andy. It's about fashion. You wouldn't understand." Tonks snorted loudly, adjusting her oversized leather jacket, something she'd insisted on wearing even though it was far too warm for it. Her bubblegum pink hair stood out in wild spikes, and her combat boots clomped heavily against the polished floor. "Oh yeah, Mum, you wouldn't understand. You're so out of touch." Andromeda shot her daughter a look. "You're not helping, Nymphadora." Tonks winced. "It's Tonks, Mum. Tonks. And for the record, I think this is the worst way to spend a Saturday. I could be doing literally anything else. Like practicing hexes." Rose ignored both of them, already marching toward the nearest display of glittery shoes. She let out a squeal of delight. "Look at these. They sparkle when you walk. Aunt Andy, I must have them." "Rose," Andromeda began, rubbing her temples, "you already have 3 pairs of sparkly shoes at home. But these ones are different. They're American. And they light up." Tonks leaned against a rack of clothes, yawning dramatically. "Honestly, Rose, just put a Lumos charm on your old shoes and call it a day." Rose turned and narrowed her eyes at Tonks. "That's why you don't have any friends, Nymphadora." Tonks bristled, standing upright. "Oh, you did not just..." "Girls," Andromeda interrupted sharply, her voice carrying that no-nonsense tone only a mother could manage. "Enough. Rose, pick one thing." "Tonks, stop antagonizing her. I'm already regretting agreeing to this." Rose pouted, crossing her arms in a way that screamed future queen of drama. "Fine. But I want the shoes and that handbag." She pointed to a glittering monstrosity that looked like it had been made by a unicorn on a sugar high. Tonks groaned. "You're impossible, Rose. Absolutely impossible." Rose stuck her tongue out at her cousin before grabbing Andromeda's hand and dragging her toward the checkout counter. "Come on, Aunt Andy. We're wasting precious time. We still have to get to the toy section." Andromeda glanced over her shoulder at Tonks, her eyes pleading. "You owe me for this, Nymphadora." Tonks shrugged, falling into step behind them. "Oh, I owe you? She's your goddaughter, Mum. I'm just here for moral support and maybe to hex something if she calls me Nymphadora again." Rose, oblivious to the muttered threats behind her, pranced ahead like the self-appointed ruler of the shopping mall, already making plans for her next royal decree. Andromeda sighed deeply. It was going to be a long day. The safe house was unusually quiet the next morning, with most of the group scattered across the city, indulging in a much-needed day off. Harry stood in the small, cluttered kitchen, wrestling with the ancient coffee maker, which seemed determined to defy him. He muttered a curse under his breath as it sputtered, refusing to cooperate. "Need some help?" Natasha's voice cut through the silence. Harry glanced up, catching sight of her leaning against the doorway, her hair pulled into a messy ponytail, wearing a tank top and sweatpants that somehow made her look effortlessly lethal. "Not unless you have a degree in ancient kitchen appliances," he replied, flashing her a lopsided grin. "I'm pretty sure this thing predates the Cold War." She smirked, walking over to join him. "Step aside, soldier." Let the professional handle this. Harry raised an eyebrow but moved aside, watching as she fiddled with the machine. It was strange, seeing Natasha like this relaxed, almost casual. He was so used to seeing her as the Black Widow, deadly, calculating, always 5 steps ahead of everyone else. But here, in the quiet of the safe house, she was human. Within moments, the coffee maker sputtered to life, and Natasha turned to him with a triumphant look. See? You just have to know how to talk to it. Impressive, Harry said, crossing his arms as he leaned against the counter. I'll be sure to add coffee maker whisperer to your long list of talents. Natasha poured herself a cup, hiding her smile behind the rim as she sipped. So, what's the plan for today? Or are you planning to sulk around the safe house while everyone else is out having fun? Harry shrugged. Thought I'd get some training in. Maybe go for a run. You? She tilted her head, studying him. Training, hey? Mind if I join you? It's been a while since we sparred. Harry's grin widened. You sure you can keep up with me, Nat? Her eyes narrowed, a playful challenge glinting in them. Careful, Potter. I might be nice enough to let you walk away without limping this time. Dash. The training room in the basement of the safe house was dimly lit, the walls lined with various weapons and exercise equipment. Harry and Natasha stood across from each other on the sparring mats, both barefoot and dressed in workout gear. Ready? Natasha asked, dropping into a fighting stance. Harry mirrored her stance, his grin still firmly in place. You tell me. The fight began with Natasha lunging forward, her movements fluid and precise. Harry dodged her first strike, his reflexes honed to near perfection thanks to the super soldier serum and his enhanced abilities. But Natasha wasn't one to be underestimated. She moved like a shadow, striking with speed and precision, forcing Harry to stay on the defensive. Not bad, she said, ducking under a punch and delivering a sharp kick to his ribs that sent him stumbling back a step. But you're still telegraphing your moves. Or maybe I'm just letting you feel good about yourself, Harry shot back, recovering quickly. Natasha smirked, but the teasing vanished as she pressed her advantage, forcing Harry to adapt. They moved in a blur of strikes and counter-strikes, their breathing heavy but controlled. Harry was faster, stronger, but Natasha had years of experience and an uncanny ability to read her opponent. Finally, Harry managed to sweep her legs out from under her, pinning her to the mat with a triumphant grin. Looks like I win this round. Natasha arched an eyebrow, completely unfazed. Oh, really? Before Harry could react, she twisted her body, using his own momentum against him. In an instant, their positions were reversed, and Natasha was straddling him, her forearm pressed lightly against his throat. Still think you've won? She asked, her voice low and teasing. Harry chuckled, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Okay, okay. You've made your point. Natasha smirked but didn't move right away. For a moment, they just looked at each other, the playful banter giving way to something heavier. Her green eyes searched his face, and Harry felt his heart skip a beat. You've changed, she said softly, almost to herself. Harry's expression sobered. So have you. They stayed like that for a moment longer, the air between them thick with unspoken words. Then Natasha pulled back, standing and offering him a hand. Come on, she said, her tone light once again. Let's grab some lunch before I beat you in round 2. Harry took her hand, letting her pull him to his feet. You're awfully confident for someone who just lost. Natasha smirked, already heading for the stairs. Keep telling yourself that, Potter. As he followed her out of the training room, Harry couldn't help but smile. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he could breathe again. Dash. Chapter 13, Chapter 12. A couple of days had passed since the heated argument between Howard and Tony, but the tension still hung heavy in the air. Howard had tried to focus on his work, burying himself in the familiar hum of innovation and mechanics, but his mind kept drifting back to the conversation with his son. He knew he couldn't ignore it forever. Maria had been right, Tony needed to understand, and he needed to see the bigger picture. But how? How do you tell your son that the world is far more dangerous than he could possibly imagine? How do you tell him that his father has been keeping secrets for his own protection? It wasn't just about Tony's safety. It was about trust. He could see the cracks in their relationship, and while Tony may have been angry, Howard wasn't blind to the hurt. He couldn't stand the idea of losing his son to that kind of resentment. Sighing deeply, Howard stood from his desk and walked to the living room, where Tony was sitting on the couch, half absorbed in one of his tech magazines, though Howard could tell his son wasn't truly reading. The silence between them felt suffocating. Howard cleared his throat, drawing Tony's attention. "We need to talk." Tony didn't immediately respond, but the slight tightening of his jaw betrayed his reluctance. Finally, he lowered the magazine and looked at his father, though his expression was still guarded. "About what?" "More excuses about why you couldn't be around." Tony's tone was sharp, but there was something softer behind the edge, a mixture of curiosity and bitterness. Howard sat across from him, his gaze steady. "No. This is about the truth, Tony." Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, though still skeptical. "The truth? What, did you lose another invention to Hydra or something?" Howard took a breath, realizing just how much he had kept from his son. This wasn't going to be easy, but it was necessary. "You know how I've always been busy. That I work with a lot of organizations. People in power." He paused, watching for Tony's reaction. Tony's frown deepened, but he didn't interrupt. "Well, what I've never told you is that some of that work has been with a group called SHIELD. Tony's eyes narrowed, not in suspicion but in complete confusion. SHIELD? What's that? Sounds like a government acronym for Stay Home and Hide. Howard chuckled despite himself, then sobered. It's a bit more than that. It's an organization, a shield, really, against threats too dangerous for normal intelligence agencies. It was founded decades ago, back in the 40s, right after the war. Peggy Carter, your godmother, was one of the original founders. Tony blinked, the name Peggy Carter stopping him short. He had known the name, of course, his godmother, the woman who had somehow managed to stay both a fixture in his life and a mystery. But he had no idea she'd been involved in anything like this. Wait, Peggy Carter? Tony echoed, sitting up straighter now. You and her, what, founded some super-secret organization? He let out a disbelieving laugh. What, is this some kind of spy movie? It's not a movie, Tony, Howard said, his voice steady. SHIELD is exactly what we've needed all along. An organization that tracks and deals with extraterrestrial threats, rogue scientists, and dangerous individuals. We've been protecting the world from things most people never even know exist. Tony's eyes widened. You're telling me that all those strange disappearances, the stuff you've been working on in the garage, those weren't just, billionaire toys? He was beginning to connect the dots, and Howard could see the gears turning in his mind. But he also saw the flash of anger, the anger that was always there when Tony felt like he'd been kept in the dark. Howard pressed on. A lot of what I've been doing, Tony, has been for SHIELD. I've been working on tech to help protect the world. Things you've seen me build, like the armor, or the weapons, they were all part of this bigger picture. This responsibility I carry. Tony shook his head, his voice quiet but harsh. And you didn't think to mention any of this before? How long has this been going on? You've been lying to me for years, Dad. What else have you been hiding? Howard's heart clenched at the hurt in his son's voice. I wasn't lying, Tony. I was protecting you. Keeping you safe from things that you didn't need to know about. SHIELD wasn't just about me or Peggy. It was about keeping the world from falling apart. There are things out there, things you can't even imagine, and we've been keeping it all from the public eye. You think I wanted you involved in that kind of danger? His voice softened, regret and exhaustion in his eyes. I never wanted that for you. Tony stared at him, his arms folded across his chest, jaw clenched. He was processing, but Howard could see the anger bubbling beneath the surface. So what? I've just been this kid you were keeping in the dark because it was safer. Howard shook his head slowly. I didn't know how to tell you, Tony. I never wanted you to feel like you had to be a part of that world. But you've always been the smart one, the one with the potential to do something big. I couldn't protect you from everything, and I should have trusted you more. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Tony's gaze dropped to the floor, his hands resting on his knees. You think I'm angry because you didn't tell me about S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's voice was quieter now, almost distant. I'm not angry about that. I'm angry because you never thought I was enough. You and Peggy, you were always talking about Steve Rogers, about how he could do things I never could. But you never gave me a chance to be me. You always wanted me to be someone else. Howard's chest tightened. I never wanted you to be anyone else, Tony. I was proud of you from the moment you were born. But I was also scared. I didn't want you to face the same kind of dangers that I did. Tony stood abruptly, walking toward the window. You never wanted me to have the chance to choose, did you? You made all the decisions for me. You kept me away from this world because you didn't trust me to handle it. I trusted you more than you know, Howard said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know how to bring you into it. I didn't want to pull you into the danger I've seen. But I should have trusted you. You're not a kid anymore, Tony. And you've proven you can handle anything. Tony didn't turn back, but there was a momentary pause in his movements. Then, without a word, he walked out of the room. Howard sat back, his heart heavy. Maybe this wasn't the end of their struggle. But for the first time in a long while, Howard felt like he might have finally taken a step toward truly understanding his son. Tony stood in the doorway, his hand lingering on the frame as he stared out the window, lost in his thoughts. His father's words still echoed in his mind, each one a punch to the gut, a truth he wasn't sure how to process. Howard had done what he always did, shielded him, kept him at arm's length, and tried to decide what was best. Tony had spent his whole life fighting against that, and now, for the first time, it felt like all the walls that had kept him from truly understanding his father were crumbling. But that didn't make it easier. He exhaled slowly, as if trying to expel the frustration, the anger, and the confusion that had been building for days. He couldn't go on like this. He needed to talk to someone who didn't have an agenda, someone who didn't see him as just another asset in some grand scheme. Someone who had always been there for him, in the quiet, unassuming way that never asked for anything in return. Without thinking, he turned and headed toward the study, his mind already shifting to the one person who could always calm him down, Edwin Jarvis. The older man had been with the Stark family longer than Tony could remember, and he'd been a constant in Tony's life, a steady presence in a world that often felt anything but. It was Jarvis who had been there when Tony had taken his first steps, who had shown him how to tinker with machines before he could even tie his shoes. More than that, it was Jarvis who had always been there when things got tough, never pushing too hard, but always offering the kind of advice that made everything seem a little clearer. Tony found him in the study, sitting at his desk, the same calm and collected figure he had always been. Jarvis wasn't just a butler, he was family. And right now, Tony felt like he needed family more than ever. Jarvis, Tony said softly, his voice carrying the weight of everything he had just heard from his father. Can I talk to you? Jarvis looked up from his papers, his expression unreadable, but there was a warmth in his eyes as he motioned for Tony to sit. "Of course, Master Tony. What's on your mind?" Tony didn't sit. Instead, he stood there for a moment, trying to find the right words. The anger from earlier still lingered, but now there was a sense of confusion, of hurt. "I don't know what to make of it, Jarvis. My whole life, I've been told that everything I did, everything I built was because I was doing it my way. But now, I find out that everything was part of some bigger plan, some secret organization I knew nothing about. My father's been hiding it all from me." He let out a frustrated breath and finally sank into the chair across from Jarvis. "And that's the thing, he's been hiding me from it, like I wasn't supposed to be a part of it. And I can't figure out if it's because he didn't trust me, or if he was just trying to protect me from whatever it is he's been involved with." Jarvis remained silent for a moment, his hands folding calmly in front of him. His voice was gentle, but there was an unmistakable depth to it. "I can understand why you're feeling this way, Master Tony. Your father has always had a unique way of showing love. His methods may not always make sense, but his intentions were never to push you away." Tony's eyes narrowed, a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "That's what he says. But you don't know what it's like. He was always so focused on what was best for me, on what he thought I needed, that I never had a chance to decide for myself. I was always second to whatever this was. SHIELD, secret tech, some government stuff. I don't even know what's real anymore." Jarvis nodded slowly, as though weighing his words carefully. "Master Tony, I've known you for many years, and I know your father better than most. I think you should take a step back before making any decisions. What you're feeling now, while valid, is shaped by the shock of learning the truth. But I know Howard Stark, and I can tell you that he wasn't trying to shield you because he didn't trust you. He was shielding you because he wanted to give you a choice, a chance to find your own path without the weight of the world on your shoulders." Tony exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand over his face. "It doesn't feel like it, Jarvis. It feels like he's been controlling my life, telling me what's best for me without ever letting me in on the bigger picture. And now I have to wonder, what else has he kept from me? What else have I been blind to?" Jarvis stood up from his desk, his movements as measured and steady as ever, and walked over to Tony. He placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, a comforting gesture that spoke volumes more than words could. "I cannot speak for everything your father has done, but I can tell you this: he has always been proud of you, Tony. He just wanted you to have the freedom to be who you are, without the burden of the things he's carried for so long." Tony looked up at Jarvis, his expression a mix of confusion and pain. "So what do I do now? How do I move past this? I don't even know where to start." Jarvis smiled, though it was small, and placed his hand back in his pocket. "Take some time to think. Your father is a complicated man, as you well know. But in time, you'll find a way to make sense of all this. And when you're ready, when the anger has faded, you can talk to him. I'm sure he would welcome it." Tony nodded slowly, his mind still spinning, but he felt a little more grounded with Jarvis there, offering a sense of clarity amid the storm of his thoughts. "Thanks, Jarvis." "Anytime, Master Tony," Jarvis replied, his voice full of the kind of calm reassurance Tony needed. As Tony stood up to leave, he felt a strange mix of gratitude and uncertainty. He wasn't sure what the next step would be, but for the first time in days, he felt like he wasn't completely alone in trying to make sense of it all. A few days had passed since that sparring match, and Harry couldn't seem to shake the feeling that had settled in his chest after the training session with Natasha. It wasn't just the adrenaline from the fight or the thrill of victory, or his near defeat, depending on who you asked. No, it was something else entirely. His mind kept returning to the way Natasha's eyes had softened when she'd pinned him, the teasing words now echoing in his thoughts, laced with something else, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. And then there was the way she'd looked at him afterward, as if she were searching for something in him, something beyond the banter, something deeper. He hadn't imagined that look, had he? The truth was, since waking up in this new body, things had been complicated. He had memories of his childhood, his time with the Disleys, the people he'd loved and lost, and everything in between. But now, in this new skin, this taller, older body, things felt different. His emotions were different. His experiences with people were different. He wasn't the same person, but sometimes, the weight of what he had been before seemed to hang over him like a ghost. Natasha had always been close to him. Back when he was a kid, trapped by Hydra, she had been a constant presence. She was patient, kind, even in the harshest of circumstances. She had trained him, guided him, and yes, there had been moments where he had looked up to her as if she were a sister. But that was before. Now, everything was in flux. His body was older, stronger, faster. The serum had changed him in ways he still didn't fully understand, and his feelings were tangled, confusing. He didn't know what to do with them. And that's when it hit him, he needed to talk to someone. There was only one person he trusted enough to help him figure this all out, someone who had, in the months since they reunited, had become his rock. Someone who knew him better than anyone, even if she had only known him either as a baby, or in this form. He made his way to the living room, where the rest of the team was either napping or out and about, and slipped quietly into a corner. The old fireplace crackled softly in the background, but his thoughts were far away. His hand brushed over the pendant around his neck, the one that had once belonged to his mother. It wasn't long before he felt the familiar warmth of her presence. Harry didn't need to say anything. The magical bond between them, the one that had always been there, was enough. "Mom," he said quietly, his voice faltering slightly as he summoned her from wherever she resided in his heart and memories. There was a pause, and then her voice filled his mind, soft and comforting, as it always was. "Harry, sweetheart. You're troubled. What's on your mind?" He hesitated, unsure of how to start. His feelings were so muddled, and this was far from a simple conversation. But Lily was patient, always had been, and he knew she wouldn't judge him. Harry swallowed, struggling to find the words. "I've been thinking about Natasha. And I don't know how to deal with it. It's different now, Mom. It's not like it was before." Lily was silent for a moment, and Harry's heart raced as he waited. "What do you mean, Harry?" Her voice was gentle, encouraging. Harry ran a hand through his hair, trying to gather his thoughts. "When I was younger, when I was a kid, Natasha, she trained me, she was like a sister to me. We were close. I looked up to her. But now that I'm this," he gestured to his body, though Lily couldn't see it, "I don't know. I feel things that I don't think I'm supposed to. Things that aren't brotherly." Lily's voice was soothing, but there was a thread of concern in it. "It's natural, Harry. Your body may have changed, but your heart still holds the memories of the past. And now, you're facing feelings that are new to you. It's difficult, I know. But don't let confusion cloud your heart. You need to be honest with yourself, first and foremost." "I don't even know what I'm feeling," Harry admitted, his voice raw. I can't stop thinking about her, and I feel guilty because I shouldn't. She's always been like family, but now, you're growing into something more than you were before. You're seeing things in a new light, and it's not wrong to feel the way you do, Harry. Love doesn't always come neatly packaged in a way we can easily understand. Sometimes, the lines blur." He closed his eyes, the weight of her words sinking in. "But what if it ruins everything? What if I push her away by being this?" Lily's voice softened, almost like a caress. "If she truly cares for you, she will understand. You need to be honest with her, and with yourself. Don't be afraid of your emotions. You've been through so much, Harry, and you deserve happiness. Whatever that may look like. Harry exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He knew she was right. But still, the idea of confronting Natasha with these feelings after everything they had been through felt terrifying. You think I should tell her? He asked quietly. Lily's voice was warm with maternal wisdom. When you're ready. When you understand what you're truly feeling, and when you're ready to face it. But remember, Harry, there's no shame in love. Only in pretending it doesn't exist. Harry sat there for a long while after, lost in thought. His feelings for Natasha weren't just a passing phase, a side effect of the serum or his age. No, they were real. And now, with his mother's guidance, he could see that it wasn't something to be afraid of. It was something to explore, to embrace even if it came with its own set of challenges. For the first time in days, Harry felt like he could breathe again. He didn't have all the answers yet, but for now, that was enough. Harry spent the next few days walking a tightrope between his growing feelings for Natasha and the nagging doubt that threatened to unravel everything. Each time she looked at him with that same playful smirk, that same teasing glint in her eyes, his heart would do that strange, irritating flip-flop. The more he tried to ignore it, the more it consumed him. He hadn't told anyone about his feelings, especially not Natasha. And yet, the universe seemed to conspire to make it more difficult to avoid her. It wasn't just the way she'd taken care of him in those dark days or the comfort of her presence. It was the subtle shifts in their dynamic since he'd come back to life in this new, older body. She was different with him now. Or maybe he was different with her. It was hard to say. Every sparring match, every casual conversation, felt laced with tension now. And that only made Harry more certain he needed to have a conversation with her. One way or another, it had to happen. The night before, after training, he'd caught her watching him for a little too long, her gaze softer than usual, contemplative. And when she'd left the room without saying a word, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was shifting between them, just out of reach, like a thread that might unravel everything if either of them pulled on it. But today was different. Today, Harry had decided he would face it head-on. He couldn't keep dodging this, not if it meant losing himself in confusion. The plan was simple: catch her before she slipped away for her usual evening patrol, talk things through, and hopefully avoid ruining everything. He found her in the small courtyard behind the safe house, leaning against the brick wall, a cup of coffee in her hands as she stared at the setting sun. The faint orange light bathed the scene in a warm glow, and for a moment, Harry forgot about everything. It was just him and Natasha, no distractions, no Hydra, no team. He cleared his throat, walking up slowly. Natasha didn't turn to look at him right away, but her posture straightened, and Harry could feel her awareness of him. "Natasha," he said, his voice careful, unsure. She tilted her head slightly, acknowledging his presence. "Harry," she said simply, her voice light but laced with that hint of something deeper. There it was again. That weight between them, hanging in the air like smoke. I wanted to talk," Harry continued, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. His usual confidence was a little frayed today. About us." Natasha didn't say anything for a long moment, but he could see her eyes studying him carefully now, sharper than before. "Go on," she said softly, her voice oddly calm. Harry hesitated. How could he even begin? This was so much more than words. But he had to try. He had to push through the awkwardness. "I've been feeling strange," he began, trying to keep his voice steady. "I mean, since I woke up, and especially since you and I started sparring again." He felt like an idiot saying it out loud, but there was no other way around it. "Things have changed, and I can't ignore it anymore." Natasha's eyes softened, and her expression became unreadable. She took a slow sip from her coffee, her fingers curling around the warm mug like she was giving herself a moment to collect her thoughts. Harry's heart pounded in his chest. This was it. Harry, she said quietly, her voice carrying an edge of something that sounded almost familiar. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. His stomach dropped. Was she saying what he thought she was saying? His mouth went dry, but he managed to speak. You do. She turned slightly to face him, her gaze unwavering. You think you're the only one who feels confused about all of this? The words hit him like a punch to the gut. Natasha, the Black Widow herself, the one who always had her walls up, who never let anything slip, was dealing with the same feelings. She continued, her voice low, almost hesitant. Harry, when you changed, it wasn't just your body. Something shifted between us, too. And I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. But I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Not until I was sure it wasn't just me. Her lips curved up into a half smile, but there was no humor in it. And maybe, just maybe, you were feeling the same way. Harry stood there for a moment, completely caught off guard, his mind racing to process everything she'd just said. So, it wasn't just him. She felt it, too. A nervous laugh escaped him, a sound he hadn't expected to make. I thought I was going insane, he admitted, his voice slightly strained. I kept telling myself it wasn't supposed to be this way. You were like family, Nat. And now, I don't know what to think anymore. I just know that every time I see you, I can't shake this feeling. And I don't want to ruin everything between us, you know. There was a long silence between them, thick with the weight of their shared uncertainty. Natasha finally set her coffee cup down on the ledge beside her, her gaze softening even more as she stepped closer to him. You're not ruining anything, Harry, she said gently. I've been wondering the same thing. But if there's one thing I know about you, it's that you don't do anything halfway. You never have. If this is something we need to figure out, we'll figure it out together. Her words were like a balm to his anxious mind. A quiet relief settled over him as he looked into her eyes, finally feeling like maybe, just maybe, he wasn't alone in this. Yet, he asked, a tentative hope in his voice. She nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Yet. Then, after a beat, she added with a smirk, besides, you're going to need all the help you can get if you want to keep up with me. Harry's heart thudded loudly in his chest, but this time, it wasn't from confusion or anxiety. It was something else, something warm and unfamiliar. And for the first time in what felt like forever, he let himself feel it. The weight of the moment, the unspoken truth between them, wasn't so terrifying anymore. Maybe they didn't have all the answers, but they'd figure it out. Together. A few days had passed since Tony's conversation with Jarvis, and the storm of confusion, anger, and uncertainty had settled, but it hadn't dissipated completely. The questions still lingered in his mind like unwelcome guests, refusing to leave, demanding answers. What did it all mean? And what was he supposed to do with the information he had now? For the first time in years, Tony found himself sitting in his father's study, Howard's study, the very room that had been the epicenter of so many of his memories growing up. The smell of aged wood and leather mixed with the faint scent of cigars that still lingered, reminders of a time when Tony had walked in this room with nothing but admiration for the man who had always been just out of reach. He sat behind Howard's desk, fingers tapping rhythmically against the wood. His thoughts churned as he stared at the sleek, cold, metallic objects scattered around the room, gadgets, blueprints, inventions that had always fascinated him. But this time, it felt different. This time, they felt like relics of a world he wasn't sure he belonged to anymore. He had gone over it in his mind 100 times. The revelations about SHIELD, the secretive projects, the pieces of a puzzle that never quite fit. But now, with time to reflect, one thing became clear: if he was going to make sense of any of this, if he was going to understand what his father had been a part of, he couldn't do it from the outside. He needed to be in the thick of it. And so, he was here, standing in front of the most complicated person in his life, ready to have a conversation he had avoided for years. The door to the study opened, and there stood Howard Stark, older now, but still the same larger-than-life figure that Tony had spent most of his life resenting. The man's sharp gaze landed on Tony with that familiar, dispassionate scrutiny. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, finally, Howard broke the silence. "You're here," he said simply, crossing the room with a slow, deliberate gait. "I didn't think you'd come." Tony had spent years dreaming of this moment, years rehearsing every word he might say to his father. But now that it was real, the words felt stuck in his throat. He cleared his throat and forced himself to speak. "I've been thinking," Tony began, his voice low, measured. "I need to be part of it, Dad. I want to be involved with SHIELD. I want to know what you've been doing, what it all means. I want to be a part of whatever this is." Howard's brow furrowed, his expression unreadable as he took a step back. "Tony, I didn't think you'd be interested in the kind of work I've been involved with. It's dangerous. It's not something I ever wanted you to be burdened with." Tony couldn't help but laugh, a bitter sound that felt foreign even to his own ears. "You're always doing that. Protecting me. Shielding me from things that might be too difficult for me to handle. I've spent my whole life fighting against that. I don't need you to protect me anymore, Dad. I need to understand it. I need to be part of the bigger picture." For a moment, Howard just stared at him, his expression softening. It was the first time Tony had ever seen that kind of vulnerability in his father, and it threw him off guard. Howard had always been a man of control, never letting anything slip, never allowing anyone to see him as anything less than the genius billionaire inventor he had built himself up to be. "You think you're ready for this, Tony?" Howard asked, his voice softer now, but still tinged with that guarded edge. "This isn't the kind of work you can just walk into without consequences. People get hurt. Things go wrong. You can't just play with the toys and leave the rest behind." Tony leaned forward, eyes burning with determination. "I've always been good at fixing things, right? So let me fix this. Let me fix the mess you've made. I can handle it." Howard sighed, looking at him for a long moment as if trying to weigh the truth of Tony's words. Finally, he spoke, his voice a little quieter than before. "All right, Tony. You want in? You're in. But this isn't a game. And it's not just about tinkering with machines and making headlines. There's more to this than you think. And if you're really ready, if you're really willing to face what's coming, then we'll talk. But you need to understand this, once you're in, there's no turning back." Tony nodded, his resolve unwavering. "I understand. I'm ready." Howard studied him for a moment longer, then reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a small, sleek device, something Tony had seen before but never fully understood. He handed it to Tony without a word. "This is a key," Howard said, his voice firm. "It'll give you access to everything. The plans, the tech, the people. But it's up to you how you use it." Tony took the device, the weight of it settling heavily in his hand. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he was holding on to something that could change everything, something that would give him a shot at answering all the questions he'd had for so long. He stood up, meeting his father's gaze for the first time in what felt like forever. "Thanks, Dad," he said quietly, but with conviction. Howard nodded once, his expression unreadable but somehow softer than before. "Don't thank me yet. You've still got a long way to go." As Tony turned to leave, the gravity of the decision hit him all at once. He was in. And he had no idea what the next chapter of his life would look like. But for the first time in a long while, he felt like he was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 14, Chapter 13. As Howard drove Tony to an unassuming safe house tucked in the outskirts of the city, Tony's mind was racing. The key Howard had given him now felt like it weighed a ton in his pocket, a constant reminder of what he'd just signed up for. Howard had been frustratingly vague about where they were headed, which only made Tony more determined to unravel whatever his father was hiding. The safe house didn't look like much from the outside, a nondescript building surrounded by tall trees and overgrown shrubbery. But as soon as Howard opened the door, Tony's jaw almost hit the floor. The interior was a high-tech workshop straight out of his dreams. Holographic displays floated in midair, tools he hadn't seen before lined the walls, and a low hum of activity filled the space. "All right," Tony said, turning to Howard. "Color me impressed. Didn't think you still had a few tricks up your sleeve, old man." Howard smirked. "You haven't seen anything yet." Before Tony could respond, he heard voices coming from the far end of the workshop. Two figures were huddled over a sleek table, surrounded by intricate gadgets and glowing orbs. One of them was tall and broad-shouldered with messy black hair, and the other was leaner with a mischievous glint in his eye and hair that looked like it hadn't been combed in weeks. "James. Serious?" Howard called out, his voice cutting through the hum of the workshop. The two men looked up, and Tony could swear the taller one, James, looked eerily familiar. But before he could place it, Sirius shot him a wide grin and swaggered over, wiping his hands on his jeans. Well, if it isn't the infamous Tony Stark," Sirius said, his tone light and teasing. "Howard's talked about you, but I figured you were more polished." Tony raised an eyebrow, not missing a beat. "And you must be the workshop comic relief." Sirius laughed. "I like this one, Howard. Can we keep him?" James stepped forward, a more serious expression on his face but a twinkle of humor in his eyes. "I'm James Potter. This Joker here is Sirius Black. We've been working with Howard on a couple of projects." Tony glanced at the table, his curiosity piqued. "Mind if I take a look?" James gestured to the table. "Be our guest." On the table were several small, golden orbs that looked like miniature versions of a snitch from a Quidditch game, though Tony wouldn't know that yet. They hovered slightly above the surface, glowing faintly as they whirred and clicked. "They're surveillance drones," James explained. "But not just any drones. They can scan an entire area, map it out, and create a real-time holographic projection of the space. But there's more, they can also identify the people within the location and track their movements." Tony picked one up, turning it over in his hand. "Okay, this is good work. But the tracking and real-time mapping. How are you doing this? I don't see any GPS integration or standard tech protocols." Sirius and James exchanged a look, barely concealing their grins. Howard cleared his throat, stepping in before Tony could ask more questions. "Why don't you show him the other project, Sirius?" Sirius reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleek, palm-sized device. He pressed a button, and a holographic image flickered to life above it, showing a grainy video feed of James. "This is our prototype for a portable comms system," Sirius explained. "We're working on making the video feed holographic, but for now, it's just standard video. Once it's integrated into the suits we're designing, it'll allow for instant communication, audio, visual, and eventually, even location tracking." Tony's mind was already racing with possibilities. This could revolutionize field communication. But again, how are you doing this without a major power source? This tech doesn't add up. Howard chuckled, stepping forward. "You're sharp, Tony. Always have been. But there's something you're missing. Something I haven't told you." Tony turned to him, eyes narrowing. "What's that?" Howard gestured to James and Sirius. "These two aren't just brilliant inventors. They're wizards." Tony stared at his father, waiting for the punchline. When none came, he laughed nervously. "Right. Wizards. Sure. And I suppose they ride broomsticks and pull rabbits out of hats." James smirked, pulling a thin stick, his wand, from his pocket. With a casual flick, the golden orbs on the table lifted into the air, spinning and arranging themselves into a perfect holographic projection of the workshop, complete with glowing outlines of everyone in the room. Tony's jaw dropped. "Okay," he said, pointing at the projection. That's not tech. That's something else entirely. What the hell is going on?" Sirius grinned. "Welcome to the world of magic, Stark. Things are about to get interesting." Tony stared at the holographic projection, his mind oscillating between awe and disbelief. Wizards. Real, actual wizards. His gaze darted from the floating orbs to James, Sirius, and then to his father, who seemed entirely too calm for someone who just dropped this world-shattering bombshell. "Magic," Tony finally said, his voice laced with skepticism. "You're seriously telling me that magic is real, and you've just been, what? Moonlighting with Gandalf this whole time?" Sirius snorted. "Not quite. Gandalf's too serious, and his beard game puts us to shame." James elbowed him but added, "We get it, Stark. It's a lot to process. But this isn't some party trick. Magic is as real as the tech in your garage." Tony opened his mouth to retort when Howard interrupted, his tone grave. "There's more, Tony. And I need you to listen carefully." Howard gestured to a sleek console against the far wall, its screen displaying a shield emblem. He tapped a few buttons, and the screen lit up with a video feed. Tony's heart skipped a beat when the face of Steve Rogers, a man he'd seen in old photos but knew was supposed to be long dead, appeared on the screen. His jaw tightened as the feed played a briefing. Steve was alive, de-aged, and if the reports were accurate, leading a team for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Steve Rogers!" Tony exclaimed, his voice pitching higher than intended. "The guy from your war stories is alive? How? Did you defrost him or something?" Howard nodded. "It's a long story, but yes, he was in cryostasis. S.H.I.E.L.D. recovered him. But Steve isn't the reason we're here. It's about him." Howard tapped the console again, and the feed shifted to an image of a tall, muscular young man, no older than 18, with wild black hair and striking green eyes. A sharp pang of familiarity hit Tony, though he couldn't place why. The dossier labeled the boy as Harry James Potter. "Who's the guy?" Tony asked. James stepped forward, his face darkening. "He's my son. Or at least, he was." His voice cracked slightly. "Harry was kidnapped when he was 5, while Lily and I were in a magical coma thanks to some wizard lunatic. They framed Sirius, stuck him in Azkaban, the wizard prison. Hydra kept Harry for their experiments." Tony frowned. "Experiments? What kind of experiments?" "Hydra's kind," Sirius growled. "They used the super soldier serum, among other things. They aged him artificially, spliced his DNA with a guy called Weapon X, an experiment gone berserk, and grafted vibranium to his skeleton. They turned a 5-year-old into a goddamn weapon." Tony's blood ran cold. "Vibranium skeleton? You're telling me this kid has claws? Like actual metal claws?" Sirius's expression hardened. "Yes. And more. Enhanced strength, healing, the works. Hydra wanted the perfect magical super soldier, and they used Harry to create it." The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, the weight of their revelations pressing down on Tony like a lead blanket. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to piece it all together. "And you're saying S.H.I.E.L.D. broke him out?" Tony finally asked. "Not just S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard clarified. Peggy led the operation with help from a few Hydra defectors who couldn't stomach what was happening to the boy. When we found him, they were preparing for the next step, brainwashing. Hydra would have erased his memories, programmed him to follow orders, and left him with nothing but their mission. We're still trying to undo the damage." "And now?" Tony pressed. "What's the plan?" James straightened, his jaw set. "The plan is to fight back. Peggy's formed a covered team to take on Hydra and their magical operatives. Harry's with us now trying to piece together his identity, reclaim his life. And we're building weapons, tech, and magical tools to even the playing field. Tony leaned back, his mind racing. A magical super soldier who was also James's son. S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter, Steve Rogers, and Hydra operatives dabbling in magic. It was a lot, even for him. But one thing stood out above all. And you're bringing me into this, why? Tony asked, his voice edged with suspicion. Howard looked him in the eye. Because this fight isn't just about magic or super soldiers. It's about people like you and me, people who can bridge the gap between science and the impossible. You've got the mind for this, Tony. And I trust you. The sincerity in Howard's voice caught Tony off guard. For once, it felt like his father wasn't withholding or critiquing. He was asking for help. Tony sighed, glancing around the room. Fine. But if we're doing this, I need full access. No secrets, no half-truths. And I want to meet the kid. James smiled faintly. You'll meet him. Just be prepared. He's been through hell. Tony smirked, his resolve hardening. Well, he's part of this world now, isn't he? Hell's just another training ground. The training area was bathed in dim, ambient light, casting long shadows across the floor. The sound of clashing metal and the crackle of magic filled the air as Harry James Potter, now no longer just a child but a hardened weapon, faced off against Gideon Adler, a tall, imposing figure with piercing eyes and a dangerous presence. Adler's features, though seemingly younger, bore an unmistakable resemblance to Gellert Grindelwald, though de-aged, still exuded the same dark charisma. Harry's muscles were taut, his eyes narrowed with focus as he flicked his wrist, sending a bolt of fiery magic toward Adler. The spell sizzled through the air, narrowly missing the older wizard, who deftly countered with a flick of his own wand, sending Harry stumbling back with a gust of wind. Not bad, Adler said, his voice cool but approving. But you need to control your aggression. Precision over power, always. Harry gritted his teeth, flexing his claws. They gleamed with a cold, silvery light as he summoned the magic within him. The claws weren't just for close combat, they were extensions of his will, his connection to both the physical and magical worlds. With a growl, Harry slashed through the air, carving a magical sigil in the space between them. The sigil shimmered for a moment before erupting into a blinding wave of light. Adler raised an eyebrow, not impressed but intrigued. Interesting. Combining your abilities like that. You have potential, Harry. But you're still fighting like you're in survival mode. Magic is about more than just instinct. Harry didn't respond, his focus too sharp. The hiss of his claws cutting through the air was the only sound that filled the room, his movements fluid, a blend of magic and ferocity. He could feel the power surging through his veins, the perfect fusion of magic, enhanced strength, and the raw, brutal precision of his new body. But Adler was right, he was still too wild, too unpredictable. Adler raised his wand again, his voice colder now. Focus, Harry. Fight me with your mind, not just your fury. As Harry squared off, ready to strike again, the door to the training room slid open with a soft hiss, and the sound of footsteps echoed through the space. The two men paused mid-action, turning to see James Potter and Sirius Black entering. Enough, Harry, James called, his tone firm but not unkind. You've made progress, but we need to talk. Harry's jaw tightened as he lowered his claws. He was still processing everything, but his father's voice, especially in a tone like that, was enough to put him on alert. Sirius grinned, his expression light despite the tension. He's getting there. Slow, but steady. You should have seen the first time we let him try to use magic while in this condition. He gestured to Harry with a smirk. It was more like a fireworks show gone wrong. James chuckled softly, but the look in his eyes softened as he stepped closer to his son. We've got a visitor for you, Harry. Someone you should meet. Harry frowned. A visitor? Who? Before Sirius could answer, Tony Stark strode into the room, his eyes taking in the high-tech surroundings. He looked every bit the billionaire genius, his posture oozing confidence. But there was a flicker of curiosity in his gaze as he assessed the scene. Tony, James said, his voice warm. This is Harry. Harry, this is Tony Stark. He's well, I suppose he's family now, in a way. Harry's eyes scanned Tony for a moment, sizing him up. He wasn't sure what to think of this stranger. He could feel the magic flowing around him, the strange aura this man exuded, but it wasn't like anything Harry had felt before. Something about him was off. But in a way that made Harry's instincts itch to know more. Tony studied him in return, his gaze flicking from Harry's claws to the way he carried himself. There was no denying the resemblance between father and son. Harry's dark eyes, the set of his jaw, his stance. It was unmistakable. So you're the kid who's been through hell, Tony said, his voice more serious than Harry expected. I don't know what you've been through, but if you're anything like your old man, he nodded toward James, then I'm sure you've got a hell of a story. Harry didn't say anything at first. He was still sorting through his thoughts, the last few months of his life a whirlwind of pain, anger, and confusion. But something in Tony's expression made him pause, and for the first time in a while, Harry found himself wanting to talk. James stepped forward, his hand on Harry's shoulder. It's not just about the tech and the magic, Tony. It's about making sure Harry has a place to belong. He's had his world shattered, and we need to rebuild it, piece by piece. Sirius nodded, his voice tinged with pride. And we need all the help we can get. Hydra's still out there, and with all their magical experiments, we need every advantage we can find. Tony's gaze softened just slightly as he looked at Harry, who was still standing stiffly, unsure of what to make of this whole situation. All right, kid. Let's get to work. I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what you've been through, but if you've got a cause, I'm in. And believe me, I've got the tools to make sure we kick Hydra's ass. Harry's lips quirked upward just a little, the first genuine expression he'd shown since he met the group. You've got the tools, hey? Tony grinned, already stepping toward one of the nearby tables. You have no idea. As the tension began to ease, Harry felt a strange mix of hope and uncertainty rising in his chest. There was still so much he didn't know, so much he had to figure out. But in this strange new world, maybe just maybe he wasn't alone anymore. And for the first time in a long while, that thought didn't feel as terrifying as it once had. Lily found herself sitting on a bench outside the safe house, a warm cup of coffee in her hands, watching as the sun peeked over the horizon. The morning air was crisp, and the world felt a little quieter here, like a brief, precious moment of calm before the storm. She wasn't sure how much time they had left before everything would shift again. There was always something new on the horizon. And today, she could sense that something was stirring between Natasha and Harry. Her thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps approaching, and she looked up to see Natasha, in her usual black attire, walking toward her with a cautious but determined look on her face. Natasha had always been hard to read, but Lily had learned enough about her over the years to sense when something was on her mind. Morning, Natasha greeted, a touch of wariness in her voice. Lily smiled and patted the space next to her. Morning. Have a seat. We need to talk. Natasha hesitated, then sat down beside her, glancing at the coffee cup in Lily's hand. Everything okay? Lily took a slow sip of her coffee before setting it down on the bench beside her. Her gaze met Natasha's, and for a moment, the weight of the conversation they were about to have settled between them. I've been watching you two, Lily began, her tone soft but firm. You and Harry. I can see what's happening. And I think it's time we have a little chat about it. Natasha's posture stiffened ever so slightly, but she didn't look away. What do you mean? You know what I mean, Lily said with a sigh. It's complicated, Natasha. Harry's, well, he's my son. And I know you care about him. You've been there for him. But this? This is something else. Natasha's eyes flickered briefly, and she opened her mouth to respond, but Lily held up a hand, signaling for her to listen. I don't need you to explain yourself, Lily continued, her voice quieter now, like a mother speaking to a daughter. I know what it's like to have feelings for someone, especially when you're as close as you two are. And I can see that Harry's changed. His body might be 18 now, but I've watched him grow from a baby into someone with more power than he even knows how to control. This is complicated. For both of you. Natasha nodded, her face betraying no emotion, but Lily could see the tension in her shoulders. I know, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't expect it to be this way either. But, you've seen us together. I think we both know what's going on. And I'm not going to lie and say it's easy. I never planned on any of this. Lily gave her a gentle, understanding smile. No one ever plans for these things. Life has a way of throwing you into situations you can't control. She paused, her gaze drifting to the safe house in the distance. But I need to know, what are your intentions with him? Because if this is just a phase for you, or if you're going to hurt him. I'm not going to hurt him, Natasha interrupted, her voice tight with conviction. I care about him. I know what he's been through, and I know what he needs right now. But he's not the only one who's confused by all this. I'm just trying to figure it out. Lily nodded slowly. She wasn't surprised by Natasha's response, but it didn't ease her worries completely. Just remember, Natasha, that he's still my son. And no matter how old he looks, I'm always going to see him as the 5-year-old who was torn away from me. You need to be sure about this. Because Harry, he doesn't know how to deal with his feelings yet. And neither do you. There was a long silence between them, the weight of their conversation settling like a heavy fog in the air. Natasha stared at the ground, lost in thought for a moment, before she finally spoke. I know, she murmured. I'm not looking to complicate his life any more than it already is. But sometimes things happen when you least expect it. And this? This is one of those things. Lily studied her for a long moment. She had never been one to hold back from speaking her mind, but this was different. This was her son they were talking about. Just be careful, Natasha, Lily said gently, her voice softening. It's not just about what's happening right now. It's about the long term. He's still figuring out who he is, and you can't be the one to shape that for him. He needs to figure it out himself. Natasha met her gaze, and for the first time, there was a softness in her eyes, a rare glimpse of vulnerability. I know. I won't rush him. But I can't just ignore this either. I won't do that to either of us. Lily smiled, her heart easing just a fraction. I believe you. Just take your time, okay? And remember, you're not alone in this. We're all here for him. Natasha nodded, her lips curling into a faint but sincere smile. Thanks, Lily. I needed to hear that. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, each lost in their own thoughts. Lily's mind wandered to Harry, to everything he had been through and everything that lay ahead. It wasn't going to be easy for him, but he wasn't alone. Not with Natasha by his side, and certainly not with her, his mother, watching out for him. All right, then, Natasha said, breaking the silence with a faint chuckle. I guess we'll figure this out together. Lily nodded, standing up and giving Natasha a reassuring pat on the shoulder. We will. Now, let's get inside before someone comes looking for us. As they walked back toward the safe house, Lily couldn't help but feel a small sense of peace settle over her. Whatever the future held for Harry, Natasha, and herself, they would face it together. And that was all she could ask for. As Harry resumed his training with Adler, the room filling with the sharp sounds of combat and the crackling of magic. Tony Stark, James Potter, and Sirius Black made their way down the corridor towards the workshop. The metallic hum of the facility surrounded them, and the distant sound of machines whirring could be heard as they approached. Howard Stark was already at his workbench, his sleeves rolled up, a look of intense focus on his face as he bent over a complex array of blueprints and schematics. He glanced up when he heard their footsteps, offering them a quick, distracted wave before returning to his work. Tony wasted no time. He was already deep into his own thoughts, his brain firing on all cylinders as he observed the setup. He immediately started pacing around, muttering to himself. "So, here's the thing," Tony said, tapping his fingers on a holographic display, which flickered to life as he ran his hand over the controls. "The communication mirrors are great in concept, really, they are. A solid piece of ancient wizard tech, but the interface is, well, archaic. Literally. We could repurpose it to make the whole thing far more efficient if we switch from traditional video to holographic projections." James exchanged a look with Sirius, who shrugged. They were familiar with the phenomenon. The love for science and technology of the Stark men was legendary, but when Howard got into his tech speak, it was like watching a bird trying to fly through a brick wall. They just didn't get it. And apparently the old adage was true, like father, like son. Howard, however, immediately perked up at the mention of holographs. He looked at Tony, arching an eyebrow. "Holographic projections? I've dabbled with it some, especially with the map we showed you earlier, but we couldn't crack how to integrate it in the comms. You think you can make it work?" "Of course I can make it work. You know me," Tony replied with a grin, running a hand through his hair as he approached the workbench. "But we need to scrap the base signal processing unit and upgrade it with some adaptive software. The current spells and the enchanted mirrors are limited by their range and fixed spectrum. We need to integrate dynamic protocols, say, something like a real-time data-to-frequency translation. We use what's the term? Spatial light modulator holography." Howard blinked, clearly trying to keep up with Tony's rapid-fire explanation. "Wait, so you're telling me we can project a 3D image out of thin air, but for real, not just some cheap parlor trick?" "Exactly. Now, imagine that with interdimensional capabilities, so the images are clear from any angle, and we can even interface them with live systems. Data transfer will be instantaneous, and we don't need to deal with static or degradation. In fact, I'm betting we could integrate something akin to an advanced quantum processor for the efficiency boost. But we'll need to cut down on the magical interference. Gotta keep that flux in check." Right. Howard muttered, nodding, though it was clear he wasn't entirely on the same wavelength. He was more a man of hands-on work than abstract theory, but Tony's excitement was infectious. "So, no more video calls through a tiny reflective mirror. Nope, we're going full 3D, baby. Imagine talking to someone in full holographic form real-time. It'll be like you're sitting right across from them, no matter where they are." Sirius, who had been quietly watching, exchanged another glance with James. "So, wait, we're talking about using magic, but now we're upgrading it with technology? Can we do that?" "Of course," Tony answered, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "The key here is hybridization. You've got your magic great stuff. But we live on the edge of the 21st century, gentlemen, so why not apply some cutting-edge tech to optimize it? The idea is to bridge the gap between the two worlds. No need to rely solely on magic when we've got science on our side." James scratched the back of his head, clearly lost. "I mean, I get the science part, but the rest of it goes over my head. So, no more fiddling with those little mirrors, and we can just talk with someone using this fancy new system." "Exactly." Tony grinned, turning to Howard with a satisfied look. "Once we get the tech rolling, it'll be more reliable, faster, and we can adapt it to practically anything. We could even add encryption, so Hydra or whoever can't just hack into our conversations. It's secure, efficient, and... Howard interrupted him with a smile. All right, kid, you've sold me. Let's see what you can do with it. He gestured to the components laid out in front of them. We can start by retrofitting the current spells with a digital interface, and we'll take it from there. Glad we're on the same page, Tony said, cracking his knuckles as he leaned over the table. His mind was already speeding through the calculations. Now, if we're going to have a holographic signal, I'll need to work out how to counter the low-frequency interference from the magical spells. I'm thinking we'll need a stronger signal generator, maybe even reverse engineer the crystal conduits. But I'll need to check out your magic flux compensators. Sure, all that sounds great, Howard replied, already looking for the necessary equipment. He didn't mind the jargon, it was clear Tony was in his element. James and Sirius watched as the two men dove into the technical weeds, exchanging ideas and planning the next steps. The jargon was completely lost on them, but their trust in the process was unwavering. They were used to working with people who thought in ways they couldn't fully understand. Sirius sighed dramatically, throwing an arm around James's shoulder. This is going to take a while, isn't it? Probably, James replied with a chuckle. But if anyone can turn magic into technology, it's Stark. Sirius looked over at the two men who were already lost in their world of blueprints and holograms. Yeah, but I'll bet you one thing, by the time they're done, it'll be the most complicated and dangerous communication device ever made. We'll be talking to people across the universe, if they can survive Tony's version of a tutorial. James laughed. I'll take that bet. Meanwhile, as the two wizards tried to follow the conversation, they exchanged a knowing look. They might not fully understand what was happening in the workshop, but they knew one thing: Harry would need all the help he could get. And with Tony Stark in the mix, things were about to get very interesting indeed. In a spacious training room, the sounds of fist meeting flesh and the rhythmic thud of boots on the floor echoed. Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter moved with a fluidity only two super soldiers could achieve. Their combat was a dance, a graceful yet brutal exchange of punches, dodges, and flips. Every movement was precise, calculated, and timed to perfection, a stark contrast to the chaos of their first battles decades ago. Steve's blue eyes locked with Peggy's as he swung a punch toward her, his movements fast and forceful. She blocked with ease, her own fist coming up to meet his jaw in a stunning counter. Despite the power behind it, Steve only smirked as he staggered back, grinning like a man who'd just seen an old friend. "You're still as fast as ever," Steve said, wiping a trickle of sweat from his brow. "You've got to show me some of your secrets." Peggy raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. "Secrets? Darling, I think you've learned everything you need to know by now." She feinted to the left and then struck, her elbow catching him lightly in the ribs. Steve grunted, pretending to stumble, but in reality, it was all part of the fun. He danced back a step, his gaze never leaving her. "You're still better than most," he said, clearly enjoying the challenge. Peggy's smile softened just slightly as she adjusted her stance, her eyes flickering with something deeper. "You know, Steve, we were supposed to have a dance, once. Before you went and got yourself frozen." Steve paused, his smile faltering for a moment. The air between them seemed to shift, a slight tension hanging as memories of their time together during World War II resurfaced. The war, the unfinished promises, the moments stolen amidst the chaos, moments that they never had a chance to fully embrace. Steve's voice was low, his tone more serious now. "I never forgot, Peggy. I just got distracted." "Distracted?" Peggy's eyebrow arched in mock indignation, but there was warmth in her eyes. "A 5-decade-long distraction, Captain." Steve chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck as he stepped closer to her. "Something like that." He offered a slight shrug, a sheepish grin creeping onto his face. I guess time got away from me. She sighed, stepping back into a defensive stance, though her eyes were still soft. Well, it's lucky for you I'm a patient woman. Or at least, I was. You'd better make good on that promise eventually. Steve looked at her, and for a moment, the room seemed to vanish. It was just the two of them, two old friends, two soldiers who had shared a lifetime of sacrifices. He nodded slowly, his voice low and sincere. I'll keep that in mind. I owe you that much, and more. The moment lingered, unspoken words hanging in the air between them. But then, ever the professional, Peggy broke the silence with a smirk. All right, Captain, she said with a wink. Less talking, more sparring. You're starting to make me look bad. Steve grinned, his playful side returning. Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't dream of stealing your spotlight. With that, they resumed their sparring, the dance of combat continuing, filled with the perfect balance of flirtation, respect, and the unspoken bond of two people who had lived, loved, and lost through the trials of time. Despite the tension between them, there was an undeniable connection, one that only time, war, and shared history could create. As Steve blocked Peggy's kick and countered with a swift move of his own, he knew, deep down, that the dance they were promised all those years ago was still on the horizon. And this time, he wouldn't let it slip away. Chapter 15, Chapter 14. The days leading up to Harry and Rose's 6th birthday were anything but calm. In the heart of New York City, Lily Potter led the shopping expedition with an air of quiet determination. The group consisted of Rose, her adorably bratty yet slowly improving daughter, Natasha Romanoff, the ever-composed and sharp-witted former assassin grappling with an awkward attraction to Harry, Andromeda Tonks, providing sage advice with her usual no-nonsense demeanor, and 12-year-old Nymphadora Tonks, who somehow managed to trip over everything in sight despite her enthusiasm. The mission, to find birthday presents for two children with wildly different experiences of the world. Rose was practically skipping along, her arms swinging as she admired the glitz of New York's department stores. She was decked out in a stylish outfit that screamed spoiled princess, though the occasional sharp glance from Natasha kept her behavior from devolving into outright tantrums. "Can I get this, Mum?" Rose called, holding up a glittering pink tiara from a display. "It's perfect for my birthday outfit." Lily sighed, stepping closer. "Darling, we're here to buy presents for Harry and you, not just to add more sparkles to your collection." Her tone was patient but firm, the remnants of Albus Dumbledore's spoiling still evident in Rose's every gesture. "Pick one thing you truly want, and that's it." Rose pouted but nodded, placing the tiara back with a dramatic sigh. Natasha smirked. "You've got her wrapped around your finger, Lily. That's impressive." "Work in progress," Lily replied with a chuckle. "Years of undoing Dumbledore's indulgence take time. Speaking of, what about you, Nat? Any idea what to get Harry?" Natasha froze, the question hitting her like a freight train. What did you get for a boy who was technically 6 but looked like an Olympic athlete, thanks to the magical super soldier serum? Especially when said boy had wormed his way into her guarded heart without even trying. "I was thinking, maybe something practical," Natasha said, frowning as she examined a shelf of books. "Like training gear? Or maybe a new weapon?" 12-year-old Tonks, trailing behind, snorted. "Yeah, happy birthday, Harry, here's a battle axe that totally won't make it awkward." "Do you have a better idea, Nymphadora?" Natasha shot back, raising an eyebrow. Tonks groaned. "Don't call me that. And for the record, Harry seems like the kind of guy who'd like something personal. Not all spy assassin." Andromeda, observing from a few steps away, chimed in. "Nymphadora's not wrong, you know. Harry has spent most of his life fighting or surviving. Perhaps something sentimental might remind him he's just a boy, too." Natasha glanced at Lily, who gave her a knowing smile. "You'll figure it out," Lily said gently. Just think about what makes Harry happy, not what you think he needs. He's got enough people dictating his life already. Natasha nodded, her gaze turning thoughtful as the group moved toward the next store. Lily, meanwhile, was silently grappling with her own set of challenges. She wanted this birthday to be perfect, a chance to celebrate her children properly after years of trauma and separation. But what did you get for a boy who had survived unspeakable horrors? And for a girl who was only just learning the value of kindness? While Rose darted ahead to admire a stuffed unicorn in a toy store window, Lily exchanged a look with Andromeda. "Any ideas?" she asked. Andromeda smiled faintly. "Something that brings them joy, Lily. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to show them you care." The words settled over Lily as she gazed at Rose, her little princess who had once been lavished with gifts by a manipulative old man. Nearby, Natasha picked up a sleek leather jacket, turning it over in her hands as if wondering whether it was something Harry would appreciate. Lily stepped over to her. "What's that?" Natasha shrugged, but there was a flicker of nervousness in her eyes. "I thought maybe he'd like something cool. Practical but, you know, stylish." Lily's smile was warm. "He'd love it, Natasha. He'd love anything you pick out, because it's from you." Natasha hesitated, then nodded. "Thanks, Lily. I want to get it right." "You will," Lily assured her. "Trust me, Harry adores you. Just don't overthink it." As they exited the store, laden with bags and brimming with ideas, the group felt a flicker of something rare, hope. For all the complexities of their lives, the laughter of a soon-to-be 6-year-old girl and the faint smiles of a boy who had been through too much were worth every moment of effort. This birthday, Lily decided, would mark the beginning of something new, something better. And for Natasha? Well, she might still be figuring things out, but one thing was certain, she wasn't going anywhere. In the dimly lit workshop of the safe house, the hum of machinery and the faint smell of soldering filled the air. James Potter and Sirius Black, dressed in matching jumpsuits that Howard Stark had begrudgingly provided, stood hunched over a cluttered workbench. Surrounding them were an array of tools, scraps of metal, and a half-disassembled communication mirror. Tony Stark, leaning back in a rolling chair with a cup of coffee in hand, watched the scene with a bemused smirk. At just 16, he already had the swagger of someone who knew he was destined for greatness, or at least, for headlines. He was multitasking, of course, with one hand flipping through blueprints on a tablet and the other occasionally tinkering with a holographic interface projected from his watch. "All right, Prongs," Sirius said, squinting at the mirror's crystalline surface. "You sure this thing can handle Stark-level upgrades? It's already fragile as hell." James snorted, adjusting his glasses as he poked at the enchanted runes etched into the mirror's edges. "Relax, Padfoot. These mirrors have survived multiple marauder catastrophes. Remember the time we accidentally linked one to the bathroom mirror at Hogwarts? McGonagall nearly had a stroke." Tony chuckled from his seat. "Yeah, well, let's hope your magical relics can survive a little Stark ingenuity. I'm not responsible if they start broadcasting to every radio tower in New York." Howard Stark entered the room, wiping his hands on a grease-stained rag. "Tony, quit giving them a hard time. Magic and tech, this is groundbreaking stuff, and you know it." Yeah, groundbreaking," Tony replied, his tone dripping with mock enthusiasm. "But I've got a paper due at MIT, and I'm not exactly in the mood to rewrite it because your wizard friends fried my laptop with their wand-waving." Howard ignored the quip and joined the others at the workbench. "What's the plan, gentlemen?" James grinned, his face lighting up with mischief. "Simple. We're upgrading the communication mirrors so they're not just for face-to-face chats. We want holographic displays, maybe even integrated spell functionality like tracking charms or emergency alerts. And pranks," Sirius added, deadpan. "Let's not forget pranks. It's still us, after all." Howard raised an eyebrow. Pranks? Relax, Howard, Sirius said with a wink. We're repurposing old Marauder tech harmless stuff. Like charm-activated distractions or, say, a confetti burst for special occasions. Tony let out a low whistle. And here I thought I was the master of multitasking. You're turning a magical FaceTime device into an all-purpose Swiss Army mirror. Exactly, James said proudly. But seriously, it's for the kids. Harry's too responsible to prank anyone, but I figure Rose could use a laugh. Plus, the tracking charm feature will let Lily sleep better at night. Thoughtful and mischievous, Tony said, shaking his head. You two are an enigma. As the Marauders continued bickering over rune alignment and wiring compatibility, Tony leaned back and sipped his coffee. Despite himself, he found their antics endearing. It wasn't often he got to see adults, especially ones tied to a world as secretive as magic, so openly playful. Still, his thoughts drifted to Harry. The kid had been through hell and back, and yet he carried himself with a quiet strength that Tony couldn't help but admire. What did you get for someone like that? Someone who deserved the world but wouldn't ask for a thing? Hey, Dad, Tony said, interrupting the flow of magical jargon. Any thoughts on a birthday gift for Harry? Howard paused, his brow furrowing in thought. Something practical, I'd say. He's a smart kid, resourceful. Maybe something he can build on. Tony nodded slowly. Yeah, that tracks. Maybe I could rig up something small, a gadget or tool he can tinker with. Something that says, "Welcome to the Stark way of thinking." Just don't make it too complicated, James said, looking up with a grin. Harry's brilliant, but he's still 6. Mentally, maybe, Tony muttered under his breath, earning a laugh from Sirius. The workshop buzzed with renewed energy as the men, 2 wizards and 2 engineers, delved deeper into their project. It wasn't just about the mirrors anymore, it was about creating something meaningful for 2 kids who had already captured their hearts. For James and Sirius, it was a chance to give Harry and Rose a piece of their legacy. For Tony, it was an opportunity to connect with someone who, despite their differences, reminded him of himself, a kid who'd had to grow up way too fast. And for Howard? Well, he'd seen plenty of genius in his lifetime, but watching his son work alongside wizards? That was a whole new kind of magic. In the quieter, less chaotic corner of the safe house, Gideon Adler sat in a well-worn armchair, his silver hair catching the light from the fire crackling in the nearby hearth. A wooden table beside him was cluttered with parchment, quills, and a stack of rare magical tomes. In his hand, he held a slim wand, its carved surface worn smooth by years of use. Despite his serene surroundings, his expression was far from calm. The man formerly known as Gellert Grindelwald, once the most feared Dark Lord in magical history, now found himself grappling with something far more intimidating, picking a birthday present for Harry. Gideon sighed, his piercing blue eyes scanning the pages of a book he'd been studying. It was an ancient tome on protective enchantments, filled with spells that had once been used to safeguard entire kingdoms. He'd already marked a dozen pages with spells he thought Harry might find useful: wards, shield charms, and advanced defensive magic. But none of it felt personal. I was once the greatest wizard of my time, he muttered to himself. And now, I'm paralyzed over what to gift a 6-year-old boy. Talking to yourself again, old man, a voice quipped from the doorway. Gideon looked up to see Andromeda Tonks leaning against the frame, her arms crossed and a knowing smirk on her face. Let me guess you're trying to outdo whatever James and Sirius are cooking up. Gideon huffed, setting the book down. I wouldn't dignify their antics with the word competition. This is about Harry. The boy deserves something meaningful. Andromeda stepped into the room, glancing over the scattered books and notes. You've already taught him more about magic than most wizards learn in a lifetime. What could possibly top that? Gideon hesitated, his gaze dropping to the wand in his hand. It's not about topping anything. It's about giving him something that reflects how much he means to me. Harry saved me in ways I didn't think possible. I need him to know that." Andromeda softened, pulling a chair closer and sitting down. "You've already shown him that, Gideon. You defected from Hydra, orchestrated his escape, and stood by his side through everything. But if you're looking for something tangible, why not something that connects to his magic?" "I've considered that," Gideon admitted. "But what?" Andromeda picked up one of the books and flipped through it absent-mindedly. "You've always been fond of artifacts. Why not create something unique for him? A focus item, perhaps a magical tool he can grow into." Gideon's eyes lit up, a spark of inspiration igniting. "A focus item, yes. Something that will grow with his magic, enhance it, and protect him." He stood abruptly, his mind racing. "I could craft a medallion. Enchanted, of course. It would hold layered protections, amplify his magical abilities, and even serve as a tether to me if he ever needs guidance." Andromeda smiled. "That sounds perfect. And knowing you, it'll be a masterpiece." "I'll need to start immediately," Gideon said, already moving toward the shelves to retrieve the necessary materials. "The enchantments alone will take days, and the carving must be precise." As he began assembling his tools and materials, Andromeda leaned back, watching him with quiet amusement. "You really do care about him, don't you?" Gideon paused, his hands hovering over a piece of enchanted silver. "He's more than just a student or a ward, Andromeda. He's family. The closest thing I'll ever have to a grandson." Andromeda's smirk softened into a warm smile. "Then I think he's going to love whatever you create. Because it's coming from the heart." Gideon didn't respond, but the faintest hint of a smile tugged at his lips as he set to work. The medallion would be his magnum opus, a blend of old magic and new purpose, a symbol of the bond he shared with Harry. For now, though, he let the work consume him, the room filling with the soft hum of enchantments and the steady scrape of carving tools. In the quiet, he allowed himself to hope that this gift would convey everything he couldn't quite put into words. The streets of New York were bustling with the usual noise of traffic, street vendors, and tourists, but for Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, and Peggy Carter, the world felt like a quieter place. They walked together in a comfortable silence, each of them still adjusting to the changes in their lives, the ones that had been thrust upon them when the world had shifted in ways they never could have predicted. Steve, still adjusting to being back in the 21st century after decades trapped in the ice, was always a little out of place here, no matter how many times he walked these streets. He'd gotten used to the technology, the speed of everything around him, but it was still a lot to take in. Bucky, on the other hand, was adjusting to the fact that he wasn't the Winter Soldier anymore, a fact that felt both like a blessing and a curse. Peggy, having gone from leading SHIELD at an advanced age to being a super soldier again in her prime, had found it all the more surreal. But today, they walked as a team, something that had felt impossible not too long ago. "So," Steve began, his hands in his jacket pockets as he glanced at his two companions. "We're on a mission, right? Harry and Rose's birthday." "Yep, that's why we're out here," Bucky said with a hint of a smirk, though it didn't reach his eyes. His recovery had been slow, and while Harry had helped him piece his life back together, the weight of what he'd done as the Winter Soldier still lingered. Peggy, who had her arms crossed, walked with a stride that still commanded respect, even in the quiet of a civilian setting. "They're our responsibility now, Bucky. And I'm not about to mess up their birthday presents, especially not after everything Harry's been through." Steve chuckled softly. "I think he's tough enough to handle a bad gift, Peg. But you're right. Harry's been through a lot. We all know that." They walked in a comfortable rhythm, their pace slower than it had been when they were younger, but the camaraderie between them was undeniable. Steve cleared his throat. "So, Bucky, you've trained Harry. What do you think? What's the kid want?" Bucky shrugged, his usual nonchalance at play. He's not much for gifts. He's got a lot of people giving him stuff all the time, but he's not the kind of kid who cares for much of it. He's always thinking about other people. He needs to be reminded to think about himself too, Peggy said with a knowing glance. He's not a soldier anymore, but he's been through a hell of a lot. He deserves to have a little fun. A reminder that he's just a kid. Steve nodded. Right. So we get him something that says that, then. Exactly. Peggy smiled a little. Maybe something that speaks to who he is now, not what he was. Bucky tapped his chin thoughtfully. Harry's pretty sentimental, actually. He won't admit it, but he holds on to things. I mean, I trained him, but he always remembers the little things. Steve's expression softened. He's a good kid. I'm proud of him. Bucky nodded, looking off into the distance. Yeah, me too. After everything he's been through, he still hasn't lost that spark. That hope. He paused. Maybe a gift that helps him hold on to that. Something that gives him a sense of belonging, I guess. I think I know just what to get him, Peggy said, her lips curling into a thoughtful smile. Something that reflects both his past and his future. Maybe something a little personal, like a piece of history. Something that connects him to the people who care about him. Steve looked from Peggy to Bucky, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. All right, now you've got me curious. What's your idea? Something like a photo album, Peggy said, tapping her fingers together. But not just any album. Something that holds his memories, the good ones. Maybe we get a few pictures from his past and let him fill in the rest. A place for all the people he's met, all the people who've helped him along the way. Bucky grinned. That's actually pretty good, Peg. Maybe I'll add a picture of me and him during our training sessions, just to remind him of the good old days. Steve smiled at that. The thought of Harry having such a tangible connection to all the people who cared for him was something he wholeheartedly approved of. I like it. It's personal, it's meaningful, and it's not something you can buy in a store. He'd appreciate that. Agreed, Peggy said. Now, what about Rose? We can't forget her. Steve's smile widened a little. Rose is easier. She's got that fiery personality, but she's still a kid at heart. What do you think, Bucky? Any ideas? Bucky scratched his head, clearly thinking. She's always chasing after Harry, wanting to be just like him. Maybe something that helps her stand on her own, though. Something that lets her express herself. She's got potential, just needs to find her thing. I was thinking something like that, too, Steve said. Maybe some art supplies? Or something that sparks her creativity. Peggy's eyes lit up. A painting set? She could use that to channel her energy into something positive. Perfect, Bucky said, nodding. She'll love it. And if nothing else, it'll keep her occupied for hours. Steve gave a soft laugh, looking down at his two companions. Well, this was a good day. I think we've got everything we need for Harry and Rose. They turned a corner, making their way back toward the safe house, the weight of the world still on their shoulders, but for a moment, it felt lighter. For the first time in a long while, the future didn't feel so uncertain. Peggy, Steve began, after a moment's silence, I think this birthday's going to mean something special. For all of us. Peggy glanced at Steve, her expression softening. It will. Harry and Rose have no idea how much they've already changed us. And for once, all three of them felt the hope that had eluded them for so long, a hope for the future, for healing, and for a family they had never expected to find. Harry leaned back on the couch, one hand propped behind his head, as he stared at the ceiling of the safe house. The soft hum of the city outside the windows barely registered as his thoughts drifted to something unexpected, his upcoming birthday. 6 years old. Except, Well, not really. Technically, he was 6, but in the body of someone much older, taller, broader, with the physique of someone who looked like he could bench press a tank. It was a weird thing to reconcile. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to be proud or just confused. He had a 6-year-old's mind, memories of a boy who hadn't had a chance to really live a childhood, but the body of a seasoned warrior who'd survived too many battles. But the thing that really stung about this birthday? It was the first one he'd ever get to actually celebrate. Sure, he'd been alive for more than 6 years, but his earliest memories were of that damn cupboard under the stairs, his so-called room. Vernon and Petunia Disley had never let him forget that he wasn't worth the air he breathed. On his birthday, when other kids got cake and presents, Harry had been stuck in the kitchen, working like a slave, while his fat cousin Dudley and his insufferable uncle gorged themselves, oblivious to his existence. And every year, they'd remind him just how little he deserved any of it. "Freaks like you don't get birthdays," Uncle Vernon would growl, as if Harry was the one who'd ruined the day. The thought of it made his jaw tighten. He remembered the smell of the burnt toast he'd made that one year, the slivers of cake he wasn't allowed to touch, the pile of chores that stretched into the night. The worst part? He didn't even know if his parents had celebrated his first birthday. It was one of those things that, in his younger years, he'd told himself was a dream, a fantasy to cling to. After all, how could they have celebrated when they'd been in a coma, unconscious, and then gone? There was no one around to make him feel special then. There was no warm hug from a mother or father. There was just the cold reality of his life with the Disleys, always reminding him that he was nothing more than a burden. But here, now, things were different. He ran a hand over his face, brushing away the emotion that threatened to spill over. He didn't really know how to feel about it all. His mind still rebelled at the idea of someone celebrating him. And yet, when he thought about the upcoming birthday, something in his chest tightened in a way he couldn't explain. For the first time in his life, he would be given the chance to be a child. To be a normal kid. His mom would be there, and Dad too, and Sirius. Natasha, Andromeda, and the rest of the people who had come to mean something to him in the last year. He thought about Rose, too. She was a handful, but she was his sister. And even though she could be a brat sometimes, she was his brat. They would have a proper celebration. Gifts, laughter, maybe even a cake. For once, no one would be telling him to get back to work or making him feel like he didn't deserve it. It was almost too much to believe. Harry closed his eyes, letting the warmth of the thought wash over him. He didn't even know what to ask for. What do you get someone who's seen so much death, so much darkness, yet never got to be a kid? What did someone like him deserve on a day like that? His fingers idly toyed with the edge of his shirt sleeve, thinking about the possibilities. Maybe something simple, something that reminded him that he was more than just a weapon. Maybe something that would let him remember what it felt like to be just Harry, the boy who deserved a birthday. The boy who didn't have to fight for survival on that one day of the year. The boy who had a family now, real, flawed, and caring. A soft smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Whatever it was, it would be his. Not some twisted version of it. And that, he thought, was worth celebrating. Natasha stepped quietly into the living room, the soft click of the door behind her barely disturbing the silence. She had been on edge all day, what with the constant second-guessing about Harry's gift, and trying to balance the strange, unsettling feeling of wanting to get it right with the ever-present ache in her chest that reminded her just how much she was still figuring out. She paused at the threshold, taking in the sight of Harry sitting on the couch. He was deep in thought, his gaze fixed on some far-off point, his expression unreadable. For a moment, Natasha simply observed him, his posture relaxed but his eyes distant, like he was somewhere else entirely. He looked sad, though in that quiet, introspective way that Harry seemed to do so often. It wasn't the full, rage-fueled sadness she'd seen in battle or the frustration he sometimes expressed when his anger would slip loose. No, this was different. This was quieter, more private. It hit her a little harder than she expected. Harry, this 6-year-old boy in an adult's body, had been through more than anyone should have to. He'd fought battles, saved worlds, carried the weight of things that no one his age should even know about. And yet, here he was, sitting on a couch in a safe house, in a place that, while far from home, had become his sanctuary. His birthday was coming up, and the thought that this might be the first one he ever really celebrated, it made Natasha's chest tighten. "Hey," she said softly, her voice cutting through the silence. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Harry blinked and slowly turned to face her, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he broke into a small, warm smile. "Oh, hey, Nat, just thinking." "Thinking?" Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow as she moved further into the room. She leaned against the back of the chair opposite him, crossing her arms. "You've been thinking for a while. Something on your mind?" Harry gave a half shrug, his smile fading into something more thoughtful. "Just my birthday," he admitted quietly. It's weird to think about, you know? I mean, I've had a few, but it feels different this time. Like it might actually matter." Natasha's heart ached at the words. She wasn't sure how to respond. She wanted to tell him it would be perfect, that it was his time now, and he could leave all that darkness behind, but she wasn't sure if he was ready to hear that yet. Instead, she chose to sit down beside him, the weight of the moment pressing between them. "What makes this one different?" she asked, her voice low and careful. Harry looked down at his hands for a moment, his fingers absently tracing the seams of his jeans. "I dunno. I guess, this is the first time I'll actually get to have one. Like, a real one. Not a day of work, or having to pretend I'm fine when everyone else is celebrating." The words hit Natasha like a punch. She'd known about Harry's past, of course knew that he'd lived through hell with the Dursleys. But hearing him say it so simply, with that mix of bitter resignation and quiet hope, made her realize just how deeply those years had shaped him. "You know," she began, voice quieter now, "we're going to make sure it's the best one ever, right?" She shot him a sideways glance. "No more of that working all day nonsense. You're not getting stuck doing anything, except, I don't know, maybe blowing out some candles and enjoying a few presents." A soft chuckle escaped Harry, the sound more genuine than before, as if her words were exactly what he needed to hear. "That sounds nice," he said, his smile returning, albeit faint. "I guess it's just hard to imagine." Natasha didn't push him to say more. Instead, she pulled her legs up underneath her, settling in a comfortable silence with him for a moment. She thought about the gift she'd hidden in her room, something she'd been obsessing over for days. She wasn't sure if it was the right choice. But then again, how do you pick the right thing for someone who had lost so much? "I know it's hard to imagine," she finally said, her voice soft, "but sometimes, it's the things you least expect that make the biggest impact." Harry turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Like, what?" Natasha smiled faintly, her eyes distant for a moment before she refocused on him. "Like this birthday. A real one. A day just for you." She hesitated, then added, "and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of happiness." Harry met her gaze, and for a split second, there was a flicker of something between them. Something unspoken, something tender that neither of them had expected. It was raw and real, just like the strange, chaotic bond they shared. He nodded slowly, his expression softening. "Yeah, that sounds good." He looked away briefly, then met her gaze again. "Thanks, Nat." She gave him a soft, knowing smile. "Anytime, Harry. Anytime." For a moment, the two of them just sat there, the weight of the world outside seeming to fade away. Harry's birthday was coming, and whatever happened, he was going to have a chance to celebrate, for once in his life. And that, Natasha thought, was worth everything. Lily stood just outside the door, her hand resting lightly on the frame as she listened to the soft exchange between Harry and Natasha. She'd been walking through the hallway, on her way to check on something, when she heard their voices, Harry's quiet and thoughtful, Natasha's steady but tinged with something deeper. She had meant to just pass by, but something about the conversation had stopped her in her tracks. The way Harry had said it, "I guess this is the first time I'll actually get to have one. Like a real one." That hurt. Lily had known his childhood had been a series of long, painful silences, punctuated by cruelty and neglect. But hearing him voice it so plainly made the ache in her chest grow deeper. She felt a pang of guilt, sharp and sudden, like a wave crashing over her. Had she done enough for him? Was his sense of family and home as fractured as it seemed? All those years lost, those birthdays that had never been celebrated, never acknowledged, and how much that must have scarred him. Her thoughts were interrupted by Natasha's voice, low but clear, "No more of that working all day nonsense. You're not getting stuck doing anything, except, I don't know, maybe blowing out some candles and enjoying a few presents." Lily's lips quirked into a small, private smile at that. Natasha, despite everything, had this way of showing up when it mattered most. And in that moment, Lily could hear the sincerity in her voice. Natasha might not have known how to show it, but she cared about Harry, perhaps in a way she herself hadn't fully realized until now. Then came Harry's response, soft and hopeful, yet tinged with disbelief. "That sounds nice." Lily's heart fluttered. He deserved nice. He deserved every ounce of that comfort and joy, a birthday that wasn't haunted by the specters of neglect and abuse. She exhaled slowly, leaning back against the wall, listening as Natasha spoke again, her tone reassuring. "Sometimes, it's the things you least expect that make the biggest impact. Like this birthday. A real one. A day just for you." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, Lily was silent, her own thoughts swirling in a storm of emotions. It was more than just a birthday to Harry. It was the promise of something better. Something they all needed. Lily knew this birthday was different not just for Harry, but for all of them. It was a chance for healing, for real connection. For once, they could give him a piece of his childhood back. No fighting, no running, just celebration. Her lips parted as she stepped forward, not wanting to eavesdrop any longer but knowing she couldn't let this moment pass without adding something to it. She knocked gently on the doorframe before pushing it open slightly. Both Harry and Natasha turned toward her, the quiet understanding between them lingering in the air. "Is everything all right in here?" Lily asked softly, her gaze flicking between them both. Her eyes lingered on Harry, a quiet affection in her expression. Harry smiled, a little embarrassed but still earnest. "Yeah, just talking." His voice was softer than usual, more vulnerable. "Natasha was helping me sort through some stuff." Lily nodded, stepping into the room with a small, knowing smile. "Good. I'm glad. You both deserve to be heard, Harry." There was a beat of silence as Natasha met Lily's gaze, something unspoken passing between them. Then Natasha straightened and gave a small nod, as if giving her silent approval. "Thanks for listening," Natasha said, her voice steady but warm. "I think we're all still getting used to this idea of home." Lily's heart swelled with something a little more than just pride. "We're getting there," she said gently, her words more of a reassurance to herself than anyone else. "One step at a time." Harry looked up at her, and for the first time in what felt like forever, there was a light in his eyes. I think I'm starting to believe that." Lily moved closer, sitting beside him on the couch, her hand reaching for his. She gave his fingers a squeeze, feeling the warmth of his hand beneath hers. "You should, Harry. You're home. You've always had a place with us." The weight of his past, of everything he'd endured, didn't vanish in an instant, and Lily knew that. But for this moment, in this room, there was peace. No more working on birthdays, no more trying to hide the scars of neglect. For Harry, for Rose, for all of them, this would be the beginning of something new. The soft hum of New York City filtered in through the windows, a reminder of the world that lay outside, but in here, in this safe house, it was just them, a family, imperfect but whole. And Lily knew that no matter what had happened before, no matter the struggles ahead, they would make this birthday one to remember. And for Harry, who had never really had a birthday before, that was enough. It was everything. Chapter 16, Chapter 15. The sun hung low over Washington, D.C., casting long shadows across the towering Triskelion. Deep within the heart of SHIELD headquarters, Peggy Carter, director of the world's most advanced espionage agency, sat at the head of a polished conference table. Across from her stood Howard Stark, co-founder of SHIELD, fiddling with a small gadget that hummed faintly in his hands. Between them, the room's stark lighting reflected the gravity of the conversation to come. Agent Nick Fury strode into the room with his usual air of confidence, his long black coat flaring slightly behind him. He wasn't one to be summoned without reason, and his sharp eyes, still intact and unpatched at this stage, swept across the room, taking in the expressions of the two legends before him. "You wanted to see me, Director Carter?" Fury asked, his tone calm but curious. Peggy rose, her super soldier frame lending her a commanding presence that had only deepened since the serum had reversed the effects of time. She gestured for Fury to sit, and when he did, she remained standing, her gaze steady. "Yes, Agent Fury," she began. "Howard and I have been discussing the future of SHIELD, and your role in it." Fury raised an eyebrow. "My role?" Howard grinned, finally setting down the gadget with a satisfied click. "Don't look so nervous, Nick. This isn't an interrogation. It's, well, let's call it a promotion opportunity." Fury leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. "Promotion? I wasn't aware I was in the running." Peggy folded her hands behind her back, her voice steady but laced with warmth. "You've been under observation for a while now, Fury. I've watched you lead operations that most would call impossible. From the Harry Potter rescue mission to the evacuation of the Potter family and their allies from Wizarding Britain, you've proven yourself time and again. You're resourceful, fearless, and, most importantly, capable of making hard decisions when it matters most." Fury's usually unreadable expression flickered with surprise, though he masked it quickly. "I appreciate the compliment, but I'm guessing there's more to this than flattery." Howard chuckled. "Smart as ever. Listen, Peggy's got a plan. A big one. And it involves you stepping up." Peggy nodded. "I'm stepping down as director." Fury's composure cracked for a moment. He straightened in his chair, his brows furrowing. "You're what?" "You heard me," Peggy said firmly. "As much as I've valued my time leading this organization, my place isn't behind a desk anymore. Not since the serum. I've been biding my time, ensuring this team, this agency, is ready to function at its peak. We're almost there, and soon, I'll be moving back into the field." Fury processed her words carefully, his mind already racing through the implications. "And you want me to take over as director?" "Yes," Peggy said simply. "I've been watching you, Nick. You have the vision, the leadership, and, frankly, the grit that this role requires. You've seen the worst the world has to offer, and instead of faltering, you've found ways to adapt. You're exactly what SHIELD needs for the future." Fury leaned forward, his voice low but serious. "I'm honored, Director Carter, but this isn't exactly a small job." "You're sure I'm the right person for it?" Howard interjected, his grin widening. "We're Stark-level sure, Fury. Which is to say, 99% confident and willing to bet the house on you." Peggy smirked but returned to seriousness quickly. "Nick, I've spent my life making tough calls, and this is one of them. You've earned this, not just because of what you've done, but because of who you are. You don't just see problems, you see solutions. SHIELD will face challenges in the years ahead that none of us can predict, and I believe you are the man to lead us through them. Fury was silent for a moment, weighing her words. Finally, he spoke, his tone tinged with both respect and a rare touch of humility. If you think I'm ready, Director Carter, then I'll do it. But I'll warn you I won't run things exactly the way you did. Peggy smiled. Good. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to make it better. Howard clapped his hands together. Now that's settled, let's drink to the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy rolled her eyes but chuckled softly. Howard, it's the middle of the day. And? Howard replied, feigning innocence. Besides, we're celebrating. That calls for at least a glass of something strong. Fury stood, extending his hand to Peggy. Thank you for trusting me with this, Director. I won't let you down. Peggy shook his hand firmly, her expression warm but resolute. I know you won't. And don't worry, you won't be doing it alone. SHIELD is about teamwork, and this team is stronger than it's ever been. As Fury left the room, his mind already racing with plans and possibilities, Peggy exchanged a glance with Howard. Well, Howard said, picking up his gadget again. I think we just made history. Peggy's smile was faint but proud. No, Howard. We just secured the future. The workshop buzzed with the low hum of Tony Stark's inventions. The young genius leaned over a pair of communication mirrors, his fingers flying as he calibrated the final holographic interface. With each tap, holographic icons flared to life above the mirror, displaying an elegant, modernized overlay that made the original enchantments look like Stone Age relics. Tony grinned, pleased with his handiwork. There we go. Holo Interface version 1.0. Ready for deployment. He stretched, cracking his knuckles. And that's my magnum opus for this trip. MIT, here I come. Before he could fully bask in his own brilliance, the door creaked open, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered figure dressed in casual civilian clothes that still somehow screamed war hero. Tony turned, raising an eyebrow as Steve Rogers stepped into the room, his presence as commanding as it was unintentional. Hi. Tony said, cocking his head. You lost or just curious about what actual genius looks like? Steve chuckled softly, his hands held up in a disarming gesture. I'm looking for James and Sirius. Heard they might have some baby photos of Harry for a project Peggy, Bucky, and I are working on. Mind if I ask? Tony's smirk faltered, replaced by an almost indiscernible tension. Steve Rogers. The guy his dad wouldn't shut up about. The man who could do no wrong, who haunted Tony's childhood like an unattainable benchmark of perfection. And now, here he was, in the flesh. Baby photos, hey? Sure, you'll find them in the other room, Tony said, keeping his tone light but clipped. James and Sirius are probably debating who's Harry's favorite of the two. Steve stepped further into the workshop, his gaze drawn to the impressive array of gadgets and projects scattered across the room. He nodded appreciatively. Nice setup. You do all this yourself? Tony shrugged. What can I say? Some people are just born great. The corner of Steve's mouth quirked up. And some people work their way there. Tony bristled slightly, but Steve didn't seem to notice. His attention was on the mirrors Tony had been working on. These part of the Potter family's setup? Steve asked, gesturing to the holographic display. Yep. Upgraded their magical communication mirrors. Now they've got a holo interface, real-time tracking, and enhanced encryption thanks to me, Tony replied, crossing his arms. Steve nodded, impressed. Howard always said you were sharp. Never thought I'd see it firsthand. At the mention of his father, Tony stiffened. Dad said that? News to me. All I ever heard was how I wasn't you. Steve blinked, caught off guard. Me? Tony huffed a laugh, turning back to the mirrors as if they were more interesting than the man himself. Yeah, you. Why can't you be more like Steve Rogers, Tony? Steve's brave, Steve's selfless, Steve's a leader. Blah, blah, blah. Trust me, I know the script by heart. Steve frowned, stepping closer. Tony, I. Save it, Tony interrupted, his voice sharper than he intended. I get it. You're perfect. You're the golden boy. And now you're here, in all your righteous glory, probably thinking about how shocking it is that Howard Stark playboy extraordinaire ended up a family man with a kid who's smarter than he is. Steve hesitated, his expression softening. It is surprising, he admitted. Tony froze, not expecting the honesty. The Howard I knew, he was brilliant, but, yet, he was a bit of a Casanova, Steve continued, his tone thoughtful rather than judgmental. The idea of him settling down, having a family, it's hard to picture. But I can tell you this, the way he talked about you, he was proud. Tony turned to face him fully, skepticism etched into his features. Really? Steve nodded. He said you were smarter than him, more innovative. He wasn't shy about admitting that you'd outshine him someday. For a moment, Tony didn't know how to respond. The idea that his father might have actually been proud of him without comparing him to Steve was a revelation. Steve smiled gently. You don't have to live up to anyone else, Tony. You're already doing something incredible here. And I think your dad knew that better than anyone. Tony swallowed hard, his usual bravado slipping for just a moment. Hey! Guess he wasn't as bad as I thought. Guess not, Steve said, clapping him on the shoulder. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to find those baby photos. Can't let Peggy down. Tony smirked, his confidence returning. Good luck with James and Sirius. They're probably arguing about whether Harry's more handsome than they were at his age. Steve laughed, the tension between them easing. I'll keep that in mind. As Steve left the workshop, Tony turned back to his mirrors, his mind racing with thoughts he hadn't expected to have. For the first time, the idea of being compared to Steve Rogers didn't feel like a weight, it felt like a challenge. One he was finally ready to accept. Bucky Barnes strolled through the safe house gardens, searching for Lily Potter. He held a small notebook in his hand, jotting down ideas for Harry's birthday photo album. Steve had already spoken to James and Sirius, who had promptly devolved into a debate about which of them Harry took after more, but now he needed Lily's input. She'd know where to find the tender, less chaotic moments from Harry's early life, if there were any. As he rounded a corner, a rhythmic thwop 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 of fists meeting pads drew his attention. Bucky turned toward the training area and froze at the sight before him. Natasha Romanoff and Harry Potter were sparring. It wasn't just the sparring, though. It was the way they moved, fluid, synchronized, and far too familiar. Natasha smirked as Harry feigned a sloppy punch, then countered her move with a quick grapple, earning an impressed laugh from her. She responded with a sweep that sent Harry tumbling, but he caught himself with a roll and sprang to his feet, grinning like a Cheshire cat. They weren't just training. They were flirting, clear as day. Bucky frowned, a swirl of emotions twisting in his chest. On one hand, Harry had the body of an adult, an extremely fit and agile one, thanks to the super soldier serum coursing through his veins. His movements were confident, his reflexes sharp. Yet, Bucky couldn't shake the truth, Harry was still almost 6 years old. This right or wrong, Buck, he muttered under his breath, his thoughts a tangle of uncertainty. He knew better than most how trauma aged a person, but this? It was a grey area he didn't have an answer for. Harry and Natasha sparring again. Lily's voice cut through his thoughts. Bucky turned to see Lily standing a few feet away, arms crossed, watching the scene with a small, resigned smile. She didn't seem surprised, but there was a shadow in her eyes. "You don't seem too shocked," Bucky said, his voice low. Lily sighed, walking up to stand beside him. "That's because I'm not." Bucky raised an eyebrow. "You knew?" "I've known for a while," she admitted, her gaze fixed on the pair. "Harry came to me a few weeks ago, confused about how he was feeling around Natasha. We had a long talk. Then I spoke to Natasha, and we talked some more. I'm keeping an eye on things." "Keeping an eye?" Bucky asked, incredulous. "Lily, he's still a kid." "Sure, he looks grown, but inside? He's not even 6. You can't tell me this doesn't feel off." Lily's smile faded, replaced by a tired, somber expression. "Believe me, Bucky, I want to think of Harry as a child. He's my baby boy. But the truth is, he hasn't been a child for a long time." Bucky blinked, caught off guard by her candor. "What do you mean?" Lily's voice grew quiet, laced with regret. "His childhood died the moment Dumbledore left him on the Dursleys' doorstep like he was nothing. I didn't know at the time, of course. James and I were in that damned coma, helpless while our son was neglected, abused, treated like a slave. And if that wasn't enough, Hydra took him. Experimented on him. Tried to turn him into a weapon. By the time we got him back, he was different. Not broken, but hardened." Bucky's jaw tightened. "I've been through Hydra's hell, Lily. I know what it does to you. But still, he deserves to be a kid, to have that chance." "I agree," Lily said, her voice cracking slightly. "But it's too late for that. I hate it, but it's the truth. Harry doesn't think like a child anymore. His experiences, what he's been through, have made him grow up too fast. And while I don't like the idea of him and Natasha, I can't ignore that it's not as black and white as it seems." Bucky frowned, looking back at Harry and Natasha. Harry had managed to pin Natasha, but she rolled her eyes and flipped him over with an effortless move, leaving him laughing as he dusted himself off. "It still feels wrong," Bucky said quietly. Lily nodded. "It does. But I've learned the hard way that I can't shield Harry from everything. He's smart, Bucky, too smart for his own good sometimes. And he's stubborn, just like his father. If this is something he's determined about, I can't stand in his way. I can only guide him and hope he makes the right choices." Bucky sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I don't know, Lily. It feels like he's been robbed of so much already. This doesn't seem fair." "None of it is fair," Lily agreed, her voice heavy with sadness. "But fairness doesn't matter to the world. All I can do is make sure Harry knows he's loved and supported, no matter what." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as Harry and Natasha exchanged a playful jab and a mock scolding. The bond between them was clear, even if it wasn't something Bucky was entirely comfortable with. "I guess that's all any of us can do," Bucky finally said. Lily nodded, her eyes softening as she watched her son. "Exactly." Harry grinned as he adjusted his stance, circling Natasha with a spring in his step. The faint morning sun glinted off the thin sheen of sweat on his skin, though his breathing was steady. "Come on, Romanoff," he teased, dodging a quick jab aimed at his midsection. "You can do better than that. Or is the Black Widow losing her touch?" Natasha rolled her eyes, but the smirk tugging at her lips gave her away. "Careful, Potter. Pride comes before a fall." Harry's grin widened. "You sound like my mum." Natasha raised an eyebrow and feinted left before sweeping a leg out. Harry barely dodged, stumbling back a step as he caught himself. "Do I? Then maybe you should listen for once. Could save you a lot of bruises." "Maybe I like bruises," he quipped, recovering his balance and lunging forward with a quick series of punches. Natasha deflected each one with ease, her movements fluid and precise. "Well, that's just weird," she shot back, ducking under his last strike and pivoting behind him. "Don't kink shame me," Harry said, twisting around to block her next attack. Natasha laughed a low, melodic sound that made Harry's stomach flip, though he'd never admit it aloud. "Oh, Potter. You're lucky I tolerate you." "Only tolerate?" Harry asked, sidestepping her strike and countering with a spinning kick. "And here I thought we were friends." "Friends? Please." Natasha caught his kick and twisted, forcing Harry to leap awkwardly to avoid being flipped. "You're just a particularly amusing punching bag." Harry barked out a laugh as he regained his footing. "Admit it, you'd miss me if I weren't around." "Miss having someone this cocky to knock down a peg?" "Maybe," she said, her tone playful as she lunged forward. This time, Harry anticipated her move. He sidestepped and hooked his arm around hers, using her momentum to flip her over. Natasha hit the mat with a grunt, but her expression remained calm, almost amused. "Not bad," she said, lying flat on her back for a moment before kipping up with an effortless motion. "For a kid." Harry froze for a fraction of a second, his expression faltering. It wasn't much, but Natasha noticed. "Something I said?" she asked, tilting her head. Harry forced a grin. "Just trying to decide if I should take that as a compliment or an insult." "Your call," she said lightly, but there was a note of curiosity in her voice now. She stepped closer, lowering her hands. "Seriously, though? What's going on in that oversized brain of yours?" Harry hesitated, but then shrugged, a faint smirk returning to his face. "If I told you, you'd probably kick me again." Natasha studied him for a moment, her green eyes sharp. Then, with a sly smile, she stepped into his space. "I could kick you now if you'd prefer." Harry chuckled, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "You're terrifying, you know that." "That's the point," Natasha said with a wink, punching him lightly on the shoulder before stepping back. "But seriously, you're doing good. You've got potential." "High praise coming from you," Harry said, his tone warm. Natasha shrugged, her smirk softening into something more genuine. "Don't let it go to your head. Now, ready for another round, or do you need a break, kid?" This time, Harry rolled his eyes but laughed, the tension from earlier melting away. "Oh, it's on, widow." Unbeknownst to them, Lily and Bucky had quietly retreated, leaving the pair to their sparring. Lily's expression was thoughtful, her emotions a mix of worry and reluctant acceptance. Bucky followed her with a shake of his head, muttering, "Kid's got guts, I'll give him that." Tony leaned back in the chair, legs propped up on the workbench, as he watched the progress bar on the holographic interface software crawl forward. "This thing is slower than dial-up," he muttered. Across the room, Sirius Black and James Potter exchanged a glance. Sirius's grin was wide and mischievous, while James pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Patience isn't your strong suit, huh, Stark?" Sirius teased, leaning casually against the edge of the table. Tony shot him a withering look. "When you're a genius, time is money, and I've got a lot of ideas to fund." Steve Rogers, seated nearby with his arms crossed, chuckled softly. "You sound like your dad. Howard used to say the same thing." Tony visibly bristled at the mention of his father, but before he could snap back, James clapped his hands together. "All right, enough about Howard. Let's talk about something way cooler. Ever heard of Animagi?" "Anima what now?" Tony raised an eyebrow. Steve tilted his head. "Sounds Latin." Sirius smirked, clearly enjoying the attention. "It is. An animagus is a witch or wizard who can transform into an animal at will. It's not like some basic shape-shifting spell. It's a skill, a bond with the animal inside you." James nodded enthusiastically. "It's incredibly rare and takes years to master. Most wizards wouldn't even try because it's so dangerous." "Dangerous?" Steve frowned. How so? Imagine this, Sirius said, his tone low and dramatic. You're halfway through transforming, and you get stuck. Not quite human, not quite animal. It's not pretty. Tony grimaced. Sounds like a bad sci-fi movie. You have no idea, James said with a shudder. That's why it's heavily regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Wait, Tony interrupted, holding up a hand. Are you saying you two did this whole animagus thing? Sirius's grin widened. Oh, absolutely. Illegally, James added, not looking the least bit repentant. Tony laughed, clearly intrigued. Let me guess. You got bored and thought, why not break some wizarding laws? Pretty much, Sirius said with a shrug. James here turned into a stag, big antlers and all. Me? I'm a magnificent black dog. Steve's eyebrows shot up. A stag and a dog? How does that work? Do you choose the animal? James shook his head. Nope. The animal chooses you. It's a reflection of your personality, who you are at your core. Steve leaned forward, clearly fascinated. So, it's not random. Not at all, Sirius said. James here noble, protective, family man, of course, he'd be a stag. Me? Loyal, playful, maybe a bit wild. A dog makes sense, doesn't it? Tony tapped his chin, his curiosity piqued. So, if someone like me tried this, what would I turn into? Sirius and James exchanged a look, then burst out laughing. Probably a fox, Sirius said, smirking. Clever, resourceful, a bit sly. Or maybe a peacock, James teased. You do have a flair for the dramatic. Tony rolled his eyes. Hilarious. Really? Steve, still processing the information, asked, why did you decide to become Animagi in the first place? James's grin softened. It was for Remus. Our friend. He's a werewolf, and when he transformed, he was all alone. It's dangerous for a werewolf to be around humans, but not animals. So, we became Animagi to keep him company during full moons. Steve blinked, clearly moved. That's incredible. Sirius shrugged, his grin faltering just slightly. It wasn't always easy, but it was worth it. He's family. Tony leaned back in his chair, suddenly looking thoughtful. Hey! You broke the rules, for a good reason. Maybe you two aren't so bad after all. High praise, Sirius said with a mock bow. The upload bar on Tony's screen dinged, signaling completion. He pushed off the desk and stood. Looks like it's done. Now, let's see if your magical mirrors can handle a bit of Stark tech. As Tony began tinkering, Sirius leaned toward James and whispered, think we should teach Harry how to become an animagus. James smirked. Let's keep that one a surprise. In a sleek, dimly lit restaurant in downtown Washington, D.C., Nick Fury sat across from Alexander Pierce, his longtime friend and now the U.S. Secretary of State. The two men shared a toast, their glasses clinking softly as the ambient murmur of other patrons filled the air. To your promotion, Nick, Pierce said, his sharp blue eyes crinkling at the corners as he raised his glass. Director of SHIELD. That's no small feat. Though I always knew you'd make it. Fury smirked, his good eye narrowing. Appreciate that, Alex. Didn't know if I'd ever get out of the field. Guess someone thought I was more useful behind a desk. Pierce chuckled. Behind a desk or not, you've got the sharpest mind in the room. You proved that back in Bogota. Fury's expression shifted slightly at the mention. Bogota. It had been one of his first high-stakes missions, a hostage rescue that had become the stuff of legends. Fury had not only saved all the hostages but had personally ensured the safety of Pierce's teenage daughter, Sophie. That was a hell of a day, Fury said, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. You gave me hell for going off the playbook, as I recall. I did, Pierce admitted with a wry grin. But only because I was scared out of my mind. You saved Sophie. Saved all of them. You earned my loyalty that day, Nick. For life. Fury raised his glass again, the corners of his mouth twitching into a faint smile. Good to know I've got at least one ally in this mess. They drank in companionable silence for a moment before Pierce leaned forward, his tone casual but probing. So, what's next for SHIELD? You've got your hands on some pretty powerful tools these days, super soldiers, wizards, Stark tech. Any big plans? Fury regarded his friend carefully. Pierce had always been a diplomat, a man who thrived on knowing everything. It wasn't unusual for him to be curious, but Fury's instincts honed over years in the field prickled just slightly. We're still cleaning up messes from the Wizarding War and Hydra's nonsense, Fury said smoothly. Focus now is on keeping the world safe, no matter where the threat comes from. Admirable, Pierce said, his smile unwavering. Though with power like that, I'd imagine some would see SHIELD as more than just a defense agency. Could be the world's police force. Or even its rulers. Fury laughed, though the sound didn't quite reach his eye. You've been watching too many sci-fi flicks, Alex. SHIELD doesn't rule. We serve. Of course, Pierce said, leaning back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Just a thought. Their conversation turned lighter after that, anecdotes about old missions, mutual acquaintances, and Pierce's insights into the murky world of international politics. Fury didn't notice the subtle tension in Pierce's posture or the way his eyes occasionally darted toward Fury, as if weighing something unseen. Pierce played the role of friend and confidant perfectly, but behind his genial facade, his mind was racing. Fury's ascension to director of SHIELD was a complication. Hydra's influence within the organization was strong, but Fury's sharp instincts and unwavering integrity posed a potential threat. Still, Pierce thought as he drained his glass, he'd faced challenges before. Bogota had changed his life, true, but not in the way Fury believed. That mission had shown Pierce the limits of diplomacy and the need for control, for order. It had been Hydra that had offered him a way to ensure that order. As they stood to leave, Pierce clapped Fury on the shoulder. You're going to do great things, Nick. I have no doubt. Fury smirked, his confidence as unshakable as ever. And you're gonna keep running the world, Alex. Guess we're both where we're meant to be. For now, Pierce thought. For now. Within the mystical halls of the New York Sanctum Sanctorum, the Ancient One sat cross-legged on a floating dais, her ageless face serene yet contemplative. Around her, the ever-shifting mirror dimension reflected countless possibilities, timelines branching and converging like streams in a great cosmic river. The eye of Agamotto hung heavy around her neck, pulsing faintly as if sharing her burden of foresight. Her thoughts were consumed by a single, unassuming figure amidst the vast web of the multiverse, Harry Potter. An anomaly, she murmured, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of countless centuries of knowledge. She raised a hand, and the mirror dimension stilled. In its depths, the image of a boy appeared, a strikingly tall and muscular figure, his body radiating power, yet his eyes held the confusion and yearning of a child. Around him, the faint shimmer of destiny flickered chaotically, as if the threads of his future refused to align. Born into a world of magic yet thrust into one of pain and science, the Ancient One said to herself, tracing the boy's image with her gaze. A soul burdened with suffering, yet unbroken. A paradox. With a flick of her wrist, the image shifted, revealing Harry's origins. The Wizarding War, his parents' love and sacrifice, and then the cruel twist of fate that left him at the mercy of the Dursleys. She winced at the sight of his hardships, a childhood stolen, a spirit tested beyond its limits. The scene shifted again, Harry in a Hydra facility, strapped to a cold, metallic table, his small body writhing in agony as mad scientists reshaped him into a weapon. The claws, the unyielding skeleton, the accelerated healing. It was a monstrous gift, one born of cruelty. Hydra, she whispered, her tone laced with quiet disdain. Always seeking to twist nature's gifts into instruments of domination. Yet Harry had escaped, and his path had led him to Shield. Under their watchful eyes, the boy knew, the soldier was being molded into something more. A fighter, a leader, perhaps even a symbol. But what will he become, she wondered aloud. A force of chaos or a champion of order? The Ancient One rose gracefully from the dais, her robes flowing like liquid light. With a gesture, the mirror dimension expanded, revealing a tangle of timelines that revolved around Harry Potter. In some, he became a beacon of hope, his unique fusion of magic and science forging alliances that would reshape the world. In others, he fell prey to his own anger, becoming a destructive force that even the mightiest could not contain. And in the rarest of possibilities, he simply disappeared, consumed by the weight of his existence. Such potential, she mused. Yet so precarious. She paced slowly, her mind racing through the implications. Harry's emergence as a super soldier was not merely a consequence of Hydra's ambition, it was a ripple in the grand design, an unplanned variable in the delicate balance of the universe. The boy's heart is pure, she finally said, her voice resolute. But it is a heart burdened with scars. She turned to Wang, who had been silently observing her contemplations from the edge of the chamber. His brow furrowed as he processed the gravity of her words. "Do we intervene?" he asked. The Ancient One shook her head. "Not yet. His journey is his own, and to meddle now would risk unraveling more than we intend." "But Hydra?" "Hydra is a disease," she interrupted, her tone sharp. "And he is their unintended cure. But even cures can become poisons if wielded carelessly." Wang nodded, though concern lingered in his eyes. The Ancient One turned her gaze back to Harry's image in the mirror dimension, watching as he sparred with Natasha Romanoff, his movements a blend of raw power and burgeoning skill. "Prepare the sanctum," she instructed. "The time may come when he seeks guidance or when his actions ripple too far beyond control. Either way, we must be ready." As Wang bowed and left to carry out her orders, the Ancient One remained, her gaze fixed on Harry Potter. "Fate has dealt you a cruel hand, child," she said softly. "But perhaps, through fire and steel, you may yet become something greater than any of us can foresee." And with that, the mirror dimension rippled once more, its infinite possibilities swirling around the figure of the boy who was both man and weapon, destined to challenge the very fabric of his world. Chapter 17, Chapter 16. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the safe house, casting a golden glow on the neatly organized chaos of Harry's room. Books, trinkets, and a few scattered drawings filled the space, evidence of a curious mind constantly at work. Harry stirred under his covers, his body still aching slightly from the intense sparring session with Natasha the previous day. He groaned softly, turning over in an attempt to sink back into the warmth of sleep. That plan, however, was promptly derailed. "Harry! Harry! Wake up! It's our birthday!" Rose's voice, loud and excited, echoed through the room as she threw open the door and barreled toward his bed like a miniature hurricane. Behind her, Lily stood in the doorway, shaking her head with a fond smile. "Rose, maybe give your brother a second too." But her words were lost as Rose launched herself onto Harry's bed, bouncing on the mattress. "Wake up! You promised we'd open presents together," she insisted, tugging at his blanket with a force that belied her small size. Harry groaned again, this time more theatrically, as he peeked out from under the blanket. "Rose, it's barely morning. Can't we do this after breakfast?" "Nope," Rose declared with the unyielding authority of a 6-year-old on her birthday. "Presents first." Lily walked over, crossing her arms as she looked down at Harry. "You did make a promise, Harry," she teased. With a sigh that spoke of long-suffering sibling patience, Harry sat up, his unruly hair sticking up in all directions. Fine, fine. Let's get this over with before she explodes. Rose clapped her hands in triumph and hopped off the bed, dragging him toward the small pile of presents Lily had carried in earlier. As they settled on the floor, Lily knelt beside them, her smile warm and loving as she watched her children. For a moment, the chaos of their lives seemed far away, and she could simply enjoy this slice of normalcy. Okay, Rose, you first, Harry said, gesturing grandly toward the pile. Rose beamed and eagerly reached for a brightly wrapped box. As she tore into the paper, Harry leaned toward Lily, his voice low. Thanks for letting her wake me up. I'm guessing you could have stopped her. Lily smirked. Where's the fun in that? Rose gasped as she unveiled her gift, a beautifully crafted dollhouse, complete with intricate details. Her face lit up, and she threw her arms around Lily. Thank you, Mum. It's perfect. Lily hugged her back before nudging Harry gently. Your turn, birthday boy. Harry reached for his own present, unwrapping it carefully. Inside was a leather-bound journal with his initials embossed in gold. For your thoughts, Lily said softly. And maybe some plans and ideas. I know you've always got a lot on your mind. Harry smiled, running his fingers over the cover. Thanks, Mum. It's perfect. Rose, meanwhile, was already examining the dollhouse, chattering excitedly about the stories she would create with it. Harry glanced at Lily, his smile turning a bit mischievous. So, are there any other surprises I should know about today? He asked, arching an eyebrow. Lily laughed softly. Let's just say it's a day full of surprises, Harry. You'll see soon enough. Harry couldn't help but grin. Whatever the day had in store, it was off to a pretty great start. In her room, Natasha Romanoff paced restlessly, her usually steady nerves betraying her. On her bed lay the gift she'd agonized over for weeks, a sleek black leather jacket with subtle red trim along the seams, a nod to both her own aesthetic and Harry's as well. She ran a hand through her hair, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's just a birthday gift. No big deal. Except it's Harry, and he's different. Her thoughts spiraled as she sat on the edge of the bed, her fingers brushing the soft leather of the jacket. She had debated long and hard about what to get him. Toys seemed juvenile, books felt impersonal, and she doubted he'd want anything too flashy. The jacket had felt like the perfect middle ground, practical, stylish, and something he'd probably never had before. But what if he doesn't like it? The thought nagged at her. Natasha wasn't one to get nervous, not in the traditional sense. She had faced down assassins, infiltrated high-security facilities, and stared death in the face more times than she could count. But waiting for Harry's reaction? That felt like a whole new level of vulnerability. She stood abruptly, grabbing the jacket and holding it up. The leather gleamed in the light, the red trim subtle yet striking. She could already picture Harry wearing it, the way it would complement his serious demeanor while giving him a touch of flair. Still, the doubt lingered. He's been through so much. What if it's too much? Or not enough? A soft knock on her door pulled her from her thoughts. Natasha turned to see Lily standing in the doorway, her expression unreadable. Everything okay? Lily asked, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. Natasha hesitated before nodding. Yet. Just, overthinking. She gestured to the jacket. It's for Harry. Do you think he'll like it? Lily walked over, inspecting the jacket with a critical eye. After a moment, she smiled softly. He'll love it. It's thoughtful, practical, and stylish. All things Harry secretly appreciates, even if he doesn't always show it. Natasha exhaled, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. I want him to know I care. Not just because of everything he's been through, but because of who he is. He's different, Lily. Special. Lily's smile turned wistful. He is. And he knows you care, Natasha. It's written all over the way you look at him. You don't need to worry so much. Natasha nodded, her grip on the jacket relaxing. Thanks, Lily. I needed that. Lily rested a hand on her shoulder briefly. Come on. Let's go see the birthday boy. You don't want to miss his reaction. Natasha followed Lily out of the room, the jacket draped over her arm. She still felt a flicker of nervousness, but it was tempered by the hope that, just maybe, she'd managed to pick the perfect gift. Steve Rogers leaned over the table, carefully arranging the photographs into the leather-bound album they'd picked out for Harry's birthday. The soft hum of conversation filled the room as Peggy Carter and Bucky Barnes joined him, each handling a small stack of wizarding photographs provided by Lily and James Potter. The pictures moved. That alone was still a novelty to Steve, even after all he'd seen since waking up from the ice. He watched as a young Harry, only a old, giggled and waved enthusiastically from a swing. In another, he was perched on James's shoulders, arms spread wide like an airplane. These are incredible, Steve murmured, tilting a photograph to watch the movement. How do they do this? Peggy, seated across from him, smiled. It's a simple spell, apparently. James was explaining it earlier. They developed the film like we would, but the magic brings the images to life. Bucky whistled softly, holding up a photo of baby Harry with Lily. The toddler was laughing, his little fists tugging at Lily's hair, while Lily pretended to scowl before breaking into a warm smile. This is amazing. Makes our old photo albums look pretty boring, hey. Speak for yourself, Steve teased, sliding another photo into place. I've still got a picture of us from Coney Island where you're pulling a ridiculous face. Bucky grinned. What can I say? I've always been the life of the party. Peggy smirked, placing a photo of Harry holding a toy broomstick into the next spot. From what I've heard, Harry could use a little more joy in his life. This album will mean the world to him. Steve nodded, his expression softening. He's been through too much for someone so young. It's a good reminder that he's got people who care about him now. Bucky leaned back, stretching his arms. And these moving photos? It's like having memories come alive again. I'd kill to have something like this from back in the day. Careful, Peggy warned with a raised eyebrow. You'll make me regret not introducing you to wizarding magic sooner. Steve chuckled, closing the album and smoothing his hand over the cover. The title they'd chosen, Harry's Journey, was embossed in gold on the front. I think it's perfect. Between this and everything else, Harry's going to have a birthday he won't forget. Peggy leaned forward, her voice soft. He deserves it, Steve. And more. After everything Hydra put him through, after losing so much, this is just the beginning of showing him he's got a family now. Bucky nodded, his usual smirk replaced by a look of quiet determination. Yet. And if anyone tries to take that away from him again, they're going to have to go through us first. Steve smiled at that, his blue eyes filled with warmth. Let's make sure he knows that today. With the album complete, the three of them sat back, taking a moment to admire their work. The moving photographs, the handwritten notes they'd added to accompany them, and the care they'd poured into it all came together as a testament to the family Harry had gained, and the love he was finally surrounded by. In the cozy living room of their section of the safe house, Ted Tonks was carefully wrapping a brightly colored package, his tongue poking out in concentration. Andromeda, sitting on the sofa, was using her wand to charm a ribbon to twirl perfectly around another gift. Nearby, 12-year-old Nymphadora Tonks, or just Tonks, as she preferred, was sprawled out on the carpet, doodling on a homemade birthday card. You're still not writing your name as Nymphadora, are you? Ted teased, glancing at his daughter. Tonks huffed dramatically, flipping her bubblegum pink hair over her shoulder. Of course not, Dad. I don't want Harry and Rose thinking I'm some stuffy old lady. It's just Tonks, thank you very much. Andromeda smiled faintly, not looking up from her task. Your name is beautiful, darling. You might appreciate it more one day. Maybe, Tonks muttered, adding a cartoonish drawing of Harry and Rose laughing. She glanced up at her parents. Do you think they'll like this? It's not, you know, lame, is it? Ted leaned over to inspect her work, his smile wide and approving. Not lame at all. That's brilliant, love. Harry and Rose will treasure it. Absolutely, Andromeda added, flicking her wand to add a final flourish to the ribbon. You've captured their personalities wonderfully. Tonks beamed, looking proud of herself. Good. Because I'm planning on being the cool cousin. Ted chuckled, moving to sit beside his wife on the sofa. You're already cool, Tonks. Between the hair and your metamorphmagus tricks, I think you've got that title locked down. Tonks grinned, shifting her features to mimic an exaggerated version of her father's face. You think so? Andromeda rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her amusement. Just remember not to overdo it during the party. Harry and Rose should be the center of attention, not you. Tonks let her face return to normal, but her grin didn't fade. Don't worry, Mum. This is their day. I just want to make sure it's fun. You know, not all serious like you grown ups can be. Ted smirked. Serious? Us? Never. Andromeda gave him a playful nudge before standing up and inspecting the pile of gifts. We've got everything sorted, then? The books for Rose, the Quidditch set for Harry, and the sweets basket for both of them. Check, check, and check, Ted confirmed, ticking off each item with a grin. And your idea of adding those wizarding joke items? Inspired. They're going to love them. Tonks sat up, her eyes bright. Yeah, those Zonko's prank candies are going to be epic. Just imagine Harry sneaking one to Sirius. Andromeda gave her daughter a pointed look. Just as long as you don't try them out before the party. Me? Tonks said, feigning innocence. Wouldn't dream of it. Ted snorted. Sure you wouldn't. Just like you didn't try out that color-changing powder last week and turned the bathroom mirror purple. Tonks giggled. Okay, fine. But this time, I'll be good. Promise. Andromeda sighed, shaking her head fondly. That's the best we're going to get, isn't it? Ted patted her hand. It is. But you wouldn't want her any other way. Tonks stood up, bouncing on the balls of her feet. All right, when do we head over to the main safe house? I can't wait to see their faces when they open everything. Soon, Andromeda said, gathering the gifts into a neat stack with a flick of her wand. Let's make sure we haven't forgotten anything first. As the family did one last sweep of their preparations, the room buzzed with anticipation. For the Tonks family, this birthday celebration wasn't just about gifts, it was a chance to show Harry and Rose how deeply they were loved and cherished, something they knew the children needed more than anything. The dining area was bustling with the soft hum of conversation and clinking silverware as the various members of the safe house slowly trickled in for breakfast. Harry and Natasha were already sitting at the large wooden table, sharing an amused glance as they exchanged a silent understanding. The two had been planning this for days, and it was finally time to put their scheme into motion. James, Sirius, and 16-year-old Tony entered together, all looking like they'd just crawled out of a war zone. Their eyes were half-lidded, their steps slow, and they all shared the unmistakable zombie shuffle that came with pulling an all-nighter in Tony's workshop. Tony, looking like he might have fallen asleep standing up, was holding a steaming cup of coffee in both hands like it was the Holy Grail. Morning, Tony croaked, his voice raspy from exhaustion. I think I could sleep for a week, but let's start with coffee. Sirius waved lazily, then dropped into a chair beside Harry. Is it too early to start with something that'll keep us awake until next Tuesday? James sighed dramatically as he plopped down in another chair. I swear, next time we let you play with Stark's tech, I'm putting a limit on caffeine. Natasha's lips quirked as she took a long sip of her own coffee, her eyes glinting with mischief. Harry barely hid his smirk, both of them already on the edge of bursting into laughter. The two of them had devised a plan that would surely liven up the morning, and it involved James and Sirius, two of the most prank-prone individuals Harry had ever met. Before the chaos could begin, Peggy, Steve, Bucky, Andromeda, Ted, and Tonks all arrived, joining the still groggy trio of James, Sirius, and Tony. The atmosphere shifted from groggy exhaustion to the calm hum of a warm, almost festive breakfast. Laughter began to fill the room as everyone caught up on the previous day's events. "Did you guys sleep at all last night?" Bucky asked with a raised brow, giving James and Sirius a side eye. "Not really," James said with a yawn. "We were too busy, working on an important project." His words were slow and heavy, an indication of how little sleep he'd had. "Important? Please." "It was an excuse to mess around in Tony's workshop," Sirius said with a lazy grin. Harry's eyes flicked to Natasha, and without saying a word, the two shared a knowing look. Their plan was already in motion. Natasha, in her quiet way, had gotten creative with some of Tony's spare tech. The pranks were going to be harmless, but hilarious just the way they liked it. With a brief nod from Harry, she subtly tapped the device hidden beneath the table. From across the room, a small, almost inaudible hum filled the air. The first sign of trouble came when the air suddenly smelled like burnt toast. But it wasn't coming from the kitchen, it was coming from the center of the table. Tony, ever the genius, immediately started to scan the room with suspicion, his eyes narrowing at the rising smell. "What the hell?" Tony muttered, setting down his coffee and leaning over the table. His fingers hovered over his laptop as he typed something in. Before he could catch up to what was going on, the sound of a low buzzing filled the room. James and Sirius, who had been too out of it to notice the change, were now both looking around in confusion. "What's that noise?" Sirius grumbled, rubbing his eyes. "Is it?" "Check your pockets," Natasha said sweetly, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Harry leaned back in his chair, trying to contain his laughter, knowing full well what was about to happen. Sirius reached into his jacket pocket with a puzzled expression and pulled out a small device, which immediately began vibrating uncontrollably in his hand. James, too, reached for his pocket, only to have his phone buzz wildly, except it wasn't his phone. The device inside his pocket wasn't his at all. Suddenly, the two gadgets began to emit a loud, obnoxious ringtone of a very familiar wizarding tune, one of the many prank songs Harry had snuck into their phones over the last few days. "The Wandering Wizard." James spluttered, looking horrified. "I swear I did not set that as my ringtone. Who's been messing with my phone?" Sirius demanded, standing up abruptly. "Stark, did you do this?" "Me?" Tony gave them a wide-eyed look of innocence. "I'd never. But maybe someone who isn't magical has been involved." His eyes flicked toward Natasha with a playful grin. James was already pulling at the device in his pocket, attempting to turn it off. "You two better not have." Before he could finish, the devices began releasing small bursts of colorful sparks, filling the air with harmless but dazzling lights. Each spark burst accompanied a different, cheerful tune, escalating the chaos of the prank. All right," Sirius groaned, his voice laced with amusement. "You got us. I admit it. I'm at the mercy of you, Harry, and your little friend here. And don't forget me," Natasha added with a wink, clearly enjoying her moment. Harry was practically shaking with laughter now, his hands covering his face as he failed to hold it back. "I'd say I learned from the best," he muttered, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Next time I'm taking you down," James threatened, though his smile betrayed his enjoyment of the harmless joke. The laughter and chatter grew louder as everyone joined in on the fun. Harry leaned back in his chair, his face still flushed with excitement. Despite everything he'd been through in his short life, moments like this made him feel well normal. For once, he was just a kid enjoying his birthday, surrounded by friends and family who, despite their differences, were all united in their love for him. And it seemed that no good celebration was ever complete without a prank or two. As the laughter from the prank continued to fill the air, Natasha found herself growing increasingly nervous. She had been sitting quietly at the table, eyes flicking toward Harry every now and then, watching as he basked in the light-hearted chaos of the moment. But now, as the noise died down, she realized it was time to act. The gift she had gotten him, the black leather jacket with red trim, was something she'd put a lot of thought into. She wasn't sure if Harry would even like it. After all, he wasn't exactly a typical 6-year-old, and while he had the heart and innocence of a child, the rest of him? Well, that was a different story. She hesitated, her fingers playing nervously with the hem of her sleeve. Her heart beat a little faster, a small part of her wondering if the jacket would be something he'd enjoy or if she'd completely misjudged it. She took a deep breath, steadying herself before rising to her feet. The room was still buzzing with energy, but her eyes were locked on Harry as she made her way over to him. His gaze flicked up to meet hers, his features softening into that characteristic, almost otherworldly calm that had become so familiar to her. For a split second, she almost forgot about the gift. But no. Focus. With a small, but steady smile, Natasha took the folded jacket from under her arm and held it out to him. Her hands were slightly trembling, betraying her confidence. "Hey, Harry," she said, her voice a little quieter than usual. "I got you something." Harry looked at the jacket, then back at her. He blinked once, then raised an eyebrow in that way he had, as if trying to read her, but his lips quirked into a smile. The fact that he didn't immediately start laughing or asking questions made Natasha's nerves ease just a little. "What's this?" he asked, his tone casual but with the slightest edge of curiosity that made her heart skip. It's a jacket," Natasha replied, clearing her throat. "It's a bit different, I thought you might like it. I figured you could use something, a little more you." The hesitation in her voice made her cringe inside. "Ugh, smooth. Really smooth, Romanoff." But Harry didn't seem to mind. He took the jacket from her hands, his large frame dwarfing the small piece of clothing for a moment. His expression softened as he ran his fingers over the leather, clearly impressed. "This is cool," Harry said, a genuine smile tugging at his lips. "Thanks, Natasha." She felt a wave of relief wash over her as he looked up at her, his eyes warm, and for a split second, it almost felt like they were the only two people in the room. "Do you think it'll fit?" she asked, trying to keep her tone light. She needed to distract herself from the intense weight of the moment, from the way her heart was fluttering just a little too much. "I think it'll be perfect." Harry's smile was wide now, and Natasha realized with a small shock that, despite his towering height and seemingly adult demeanor, there was still so much childlike wonder in him. "Wanna try it on?" she asked with a teasing smile, a part of her wondering if the jacket might look a little out of place on him, given that he was still technically just a 6-year-old. But that didn't matter right now. He grinned and stood up, walking toward the open space. "I guess I'll have to, won't I?" As Harry slipped on the jacket, his muscles stretching against the soft leather, Natasha couldn't help but notice how much it suited him. It didn't matter that he was young, or that he was incredibly strong. The jacket looked right on him, like a second skin. The red trim gave it a touch of danger, a little bit of flair, and for a moment, it made Natasha think of him not just as the powerful child wonder he was, but as the young man he could one day become. Harry gave her a mock-serious look, adjusting the collar with a flare. "How do I look?" Natasha's breath caught for just a second. His smile, bright and playful, was enough to make her heart skip, but she managed to force herself to respond with a grin. "You look..." She paused, her lips curling into a mischievous smile of her own, "dangerous." Harry laughed, his voice light and easy. "I like it." "A lot, thanks again, Natasha." Relief flooded through her, washing away the last of her anxiety. Harry liked it. He really liked it. And that meant everything to her. As he walked back to the table, adjusting the jacket to show it off to the rest of the room, she found herself smiling in a way she hadn't expected to. Maybe it was the connection they shared, maybe it was just the simple joy of seeing him happy with her gift. But whatever it was, it felt right. Okay, Tony said, grinning from ear to ear as he leaned over to look at Harry in the jacket. Now that is a superhero look if I've ever seen one. Sirius laughed. Yeah, that jacket practically screams I'm ready to take down Hydra and still look good doing it. Don't forget dangerous, Natasha added with a wink, her eyes meeting Harry's again. And in that moment, Harry the Revenant looked every bit as dangerous as his jacket made him out to be. As everyone continued to admire Harry in his new jacket, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway, signaling the arrival of Lily and Rose. Harry, still grinning from ear to ear, turned just as the door swung open, and there they were, his mother, looking as graceful and loving as ever, and his little sister, Rose, who was practically radiating birthday energy. Rose had clearly been anticipating the day for a long time, and it showed in her outfit. She was dressed in a fluffy, pastel pink princess dress that looked like it had been pulled straight from a fairy tale, complete with sparkly slippers and a tiara perched atop her wild curls. The dress twirled out from her waist in a way that made her look like she could float away with a gust of wind, and every little movement made her look even more like a tiny princess than before. Lily's expression softened when she saw the scene her son in the jacket Natasha had gifted him, surrounded by the people who cared for him, her daughter beside her. The joy and warmth in her gaze didn't go unnoticed by anyone. "Happy birthday, sweetie," Lily said, stepping forward and enveloping Rose in a warm hug, her voice filled with affection. "You're going to have the best day." Rose beamed up at her mother, her eyes sparkling. "Thanks, Mama," she chirped in a high, excited voice, before her gaze darted to Harry, taking in the new jacket. "Ooh, Harry! You look like a superhero. Is it for your birthday too?" she asked, her words rushed with excitement. Harry chuckled, crouching down slightly to meet her level. "Thanks, Rosie. Yeah, Natasha got me this jacket. I think it makes me look even cooler than usual, don't you think?" He gave a playful spin, showing off the red trim, and struck a mock heroic pose. Rose's eyes widened with awe, her hands clasped together in delight. "You do. You look so cool. Like one of those heroes in the comics. But, I look pretty cool too, right?" She twirled around in a circle, making her princess dress flutter out dramatically. Lily chuckled softly, stepping to the side to let Rose enjoy the attention, but she shot Harry a warm smile. "I see you've got quite the birthday ensemble going on," Lily remarked, admiring the jacket. "Nice choice, Natasha." Natasha gave her a small nod, feeling a rush of pride. "Thanks. Glad you think so." Harry stood back up, reaching for Rose's tiny hand and squeezing it gently. "You look amazing, Rosie. Like a real-life princess." He ruffled her hair affectionately. "Thanks, Harry," Rose replied, practically bouncing with happiness. "I'm going to be the best princess today. And you're going to be the best superhero, right?" She looked up at him, her eyes filled with admiration. "Absolutely," Harry said with a wink. "It's a superhero's job to protect their princess, after all." He turned toward the group, raising his voice slightly. "And I've got my team, so Hydra better watch out." The others chuckled as Rose squealed in delight, twirling around once again. Even Tony, who had been observing from the table, raised an eyebrow at the playful interaction between the siblings. "Well, I see some serious teamwork in the making," he said, clearly amused. James, who had been watching quietly from the kitchen counter, finally stepped forward, a wide grin on his face as he crossed the room to join the family. "It's nice to see you both looking so happy," he said, his eyes softening as he took in the sight of his kids. He leaned over to ruffle Harry's hair in the way only a proud father could. "That jacket's a real statement, Harry. Now you've got both style and strength." Harry shrugged modestly but couldn't hide the faint blush on his cheeks. "I guess I do," he said, finally admitting it. Peggy, who had just entered the room, observed the scene with a smile. "Looks like today's going to be quite the celebration," she commented, her tone light but affectionate. "Are we all ready for some birthday cake?" "Oh, I'm definitely ready for cake," Tony chimed in, still looking a bit sleep-deprived from his all-nighter but animated at the prospect of dessert. "But can we make sure there's some coffee first? My brain's still recovering from the all-nighter." "Don't worry, Tony," Steve said with a grin, clapping him on the back. "Cake's coming, and we've got your caffeine fix too." Lily exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. "All right, then, looks like it's time to kick things off, hey? Are we ready for presents, games, and cake?" The room erupted in laughter and cheers, everyone energized by the excitement of the day ahead. Rose's birthday had always been a big deal, and today, with both her and Harry celebrating, it promised to be an unforgettable one. "Ready as we'll ever be," Sirius said, throwing his arm around James's shoulders and looking at Harry with a mock-serious expression. "Just make sure you save me a slice of cake, kid." "I'm serious. No cake stealing." "Same goes for me," Natasha added with a wink, still feeling that warm glow from the success of her gift. Harry smiled, feeling the love of the people around him, his family, his friends, and it was in that moment, with everyone gathered in the room, that he realized this was the best kind of birthday celebration, full of laughter, surprises, and the ones he cared about most. Chapter 18, Chapter 17. The dining area was buzzing with energy, the table laden with all kinds of birthday treats, from cupcakes to cookies, and of course, the two-tiered birthday cake in the center. Harry and Rose sat side by side, their excitement palpable as everyone gathered around them. Just as Lily was lighting the candles on the cake, the sound of voices and laughter echoed from the hallway. In strode Billy Koenig and Phil Coulson, looking a bit frazzled but victorious, each holding a brightly wrapped gift in their hands. Rose squealed in delight upon spotting her babysitters. "Uncle Billy! Uncle Phil!" Rose exclaimed, scrambling off her chair to rush toward them, her princess dress flouncing with every step. Billy dramatically dropped to one knee, presenting his gift with an exaggerated flourish. "Your Highness! We have journeyed from the far corners of the house to bring you treasures for your birthday." Phil rolled his eyes but smiled warmly as he handed Rose his own gift. "Happy birthday, Rose! And Harry, of course." Rose giggled, taking the gifts and placing them carefully on the growing pile. "Thank you. Did you guys get lost? You were supposed to be here ages ago." "Not lost," Billy replied, straightening up. "We were just negotiating with some rogue crayons and glitter glue." "Right, Coulson." Coulson nodded, deadpan. "The glitter one. But we're here now, and we wouldn't miss this for the world." Before anyone could respond, the faint hum of a Quinjet engine vibrated through the air, growing louder as it approached. Everyone turned toward the window just in time to see the sleek jet descending gracefully onto the landing pad outside. Moments later, the door opened, and out stepped Howard Stark, followed closely by Nick Fury. Howard, ever the showman, was dressed in a sharp suit, a wide grin on his face as he took in the scene. Fury, on the other hand, looked as stoic as ever, his trench coat billowing dramatically behind him as if he'd timed it perfectly for effect. All right," Howard called out, clapping his hands together. "I hope you didn't start the party without us." "Wouldn't dream of it," Tony replied, standing with arms crossed, though there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Nice of you to show up, Dad." Howard ignored the jab, striding over to Harry and Rose. "Happy birthday, kid," he said, giving Harry a firm pat on the shoulder before crouching slightly to ruffle Rose's hair. "And happy birthday to our little princess too." Rose giggled, clearly thrilled by the attention. "Thanks, Mr. Stark. Did you bring presents?" Howard laughed. "Of course I did. But you've got to cut the cake first. That's the rule." Fury, who had been standing silently, finally spoke up. "I trust the two of you didn't eat all the cake before we got here," he said, his one good eye narrowing at Sirius and James. James held up his hands in mock innocence. "Hey, we haven't even touched it yet. You're just in time." Lily smiled warmly as she stepped forward, her hands resting on Rose's shoulders. "All right, now that everyone's here, let's cut the cake, shall we?" The room erupted in cheers as Harry and Rose took their places at the table once more, both leaning toward the cake, their faces lit up by the glow of the candles. Harry glanced at Rose, then back at the cake, a mischievous glint in his eye. "All right, Rosie, you ready to blow out the candles?" he asked. Rose nodded enthusiastically. "Ready." Everyone began to sing, their voices filling the room. As the final note of Happy Birthday faded, Harry and Rose leaned forward together, blowing out the candles in one swift breath. The room burst into applause, and Lily began slicing the cake while everyone jostled to grab a plate. Howard sidled up to Tony, holding a slice of cake in one hand. "So, how'd the jacket idea go over?" Tony smirked. "Natasha knocked it out of the park," kids practically glowing. Howard nodded approvingly. "Good. That jacket's a sharp look. Practical, too." Meanwhile, Fury was observing the scene with arms crossed, a rare hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You've got a good team here," he said to Steve, who was standing nearby. Steve nodded. "They're more than a team. They're family." And as the room filled with laughter, chatter, and the clinking of plates and forks, it was clear that this celebration was about more than just a birthday. It was about the bonds that had been forged between them all. For Harry and Rose, surrounded by love and laughter, it was a moment they would treasure forever. The party was in full swing. Cake was being passed around, people were laughing and talking over each other, and the candles on Harry's birthday cake flickered merrily. Harry, sandwiched between Rose and Natasha, couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this good. Seriously, he didn't even have to make any snarky comments about how over the top the cake was. Okay, maybe one snarky comment. All in all, it was a perfect celebration. Or at least, it was until the door creaked open and all conversation came to a screeching halt. In the doorway stood a figure who looked like he belonged in a different time, like the villain in an epic fantasy novel who suddenly realized he was late to the party. It was Gideon Adler, though he looked way too young to be the former Gellert Grindelwald. He had the silver hair and the regal robes, the sort of look you'd expect from someone who might be hiding a dragon in their closet. But Adler wasn't just any guy. This was the dude who'd once tried to conquer the world but now seemed more like someone who'd offer you a glass of tea and ask about your day. Harry felt his smile fade a little as Adler's gaze found him. That intense stare? Yeah, it was the kind of stare that made you feel like someone had just cast a spell to turn you into a porcupine. Harry blinked and looked back at his cake, hoping that maybe the frosting would shield him from whatever was coming next. "Harry," Adler said, his voice like a rumble of distant thunder, "I hope I'm not interrupting." Harry's brain scrambled for something to say, but it was hard when you were trying not to look like a deer in headlights. He quickly recovered, though, a grin returning to his face. "Nah, you're good. Just enjoying the cake. You want some?" Adler's lips curled up ever so slightly, not quite a smile, but close enough to make Harry think he was being humored. "I bring a gift," he said, walking over like he was on a mission to deliver something world-changing. Which, honestly, knowing Adler, it probably was. With a flourish, Adler produced a small velvet pouch from within his robes. As he placed it on the table in front of Harry, it was like the air itself went a little still. Everyone leaned in, eyes wide, waiting for something important. When Adler opened the pouch, Harry expected a puff of smoke or a dramatic sound effect, but no. What he got was a shiny silver medallion that looked way more expensive than any piece of jewelry he'd ever owned. The kind of thing you'd find in a museum, except, you know, more magical and less please don't touch. This, Adler said, his voice almost reverent, is for you. A birthday gift. Harry eyed the medallion, intrigued but trying not to look too interested. Looks shiny, he said. His attempt at sounding casual was about as successful as a broomstick with no handles, but hey, he tried. Adler didn't seem bothered by the underwhelming response. He continued, this medallion holds layered protections, physical and magical. It amplifies your abilities. He paused, his gaze steady, unwavering. And even with your vibranium skeleton, it's always wise to have more power at your disposal. Harry blinked, looking down at the medallion again. Was this guy seriously handing him a magical power boost? Harry already had a literal skeleton made of super metal that absorbed kinetic energy, so the idea of more power was, well, a little overkill. But he didn't say that out loud, mostly because Adler was staring at him like he'd just been handed a potion of eternal youth. No offense, Adler, Harry said, raising an eyebrow, but I think I'm doing all right in the power department. You know, with the whole vibranium skeleton thing. He paused, then added with a grin, I could probably bench press a car now. Not that I plan to, but, you know. In case I need to. Adler's eyes sparkled with the hint of amusement, but his voice stayed as serious as a wizard who'd lost his wand. Power is a tool, Harry. You don't use it just for your show. This will help you refine that power, amplify it, keep you in control when things get complicated. Harry gave a nod, even though he wasn't exactly convinced that his current level of power needed refining. But Adler didn't seem like the kind of guy who'd just give you a trinket for nothing, so he held the medallion up, watching the runes along the edges glow faintly. He could feel the magic pulsing inside it, powerful stuff. You're saying this medallion will make me stronger? Harry asked, turning it over in his hand. Adler's smile grew, but it was the kind of smile you'd give a dragon when you knew you were about to hand it a really shiny gem. Yes. But it's also more than that. He leaned in a little, eyes meeting Harry's with a weight that felt like an entire prophecy was about to be dropped. This medallion can serve as a tether. A connection between us. Should you ever need guidance, all you need to do is focus, and I'll be there. No matter where you are. Harry blinked again, this time seriously considering the offer. He wasn't sure he needed Adler's advice on everything, especially considering he was still trying to figure out how to deal with his newfound powers and a list of enemies that he was sure wasn't going to stop at Hydra. But, hey, a magic tether to one of the most powerful wizards in history? That was a pretty good backup plan. Okay, Harry said, shaking his head, I get it. I'm supposed to call you up if I get into trouble, like some sort of magical customer service hotline. Adler's lips twitched with something close to amusement. Something like that. Harry paused for a moment, then smiled and slipped the medallion into his pocket. I appreciate it, Adler. Seriously. I'll make sure it doesn't collect dust. Adler gave him a single nod, then turned to leave, his cloak swishing dramatically behind him. Just as he reached the door, Harry called out after him, Adler. The man stopped and glanced back. Harry wasn't sure why he had called out, but his instinct told him that there was something important to say. I'll take care of it, Harry said, and thanks. Adler's smile flickered, just for a second, before he nodded. I trust you, Harry. And with that, he was gone, leaving Harry and the rest of the group in the still silence that followed. Tony broke the silence first, raising his glass with a raised eyebrow. So, no big deal, but that medallion? Definitely some next-level power packed in there, he said, winking. How'd you even get a gift like that? Steve nodded thoughtfully. Yeah. That's a lot of magic. I'm sure you'll handle it. Harry shrugged, his grin returning. I guess we'll find out. But for now, how about more cake? And just like that, the room was full of laughter again, the hum of magic blending with the sounds of family, friends, and a birthday celebration that Harry would never forget. With the medallion tucked safely in his pocket, he felt ready for whatever came next. After all, when you had a crazy, world-changing birthday gift and a team like this behind you, how could you not be? The laughter from the group slowly died down, and Harry felt a slight shift in the atmosphere. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was definitely different. Steve, Peggy, and Bucky were exchanging quiet looks, like they were conspiring. A second later, Steve stood up, and the group grew quiet, all eyes on him. All right, Harry, Steve said, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. We've got something for you too. A gift, of sorts. Harry raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Oh? What is it? A really old shield? A vintage Captain America costume? I'm honestly a little scared. Bucky snorted, and Steve shot him a playful glare. No, nothing like that. Just a little something that, well, we thought you might appreciate. At that, Bucky reached down and pulled out a hefty-looking photo album, the kind that looked like it was packed with decades worth of memories. It had the well-worn feel of something passed down through generations, and it was decorated with the kind of attention to detail that suggested it wasn't just a random gift. It was personal. Steve slid the album across the table to Harry, who stared at it for a moment before looking up, perplexed. This is, what exactly? Open it, Peggy said, her smile warm and knowing. You'll see. Harry hesitated, but then his fingers brushed the cover of the album, flipping it open. And then, just like that, his eyes widened. The first page was filled with a series of baby pictures. Not just any baby pictures, either. These were his baby pictures, some from before he had even met these people, some from way back, when he had no idea who was watching over him, or who cared enough to take those shots. Wait, Harry said, his voice half a chuckle, half disbelief. How did you? James, Lily, Sirius, Andromeda, Bucky replied, leaning back in his chair, as though he was watching an old friend react to a long-forgotten treasure. They all chipped in. You didn't think we were gonna leave you with just the party, did you? Harry felt a laugh bubble up in his throat. He flipped through the pages, and there they were, baby Harry, looking totally clueless in a tiny, slightly ridiculous wizarding onesie, surrounded by adults who clearly adored him. There were photos of a young James Potter trying to juggle diapers, Sirius attempting, and failing, to play peekaboo, and Andromeda holding him with an expression that could melt a mountain. Lily, too, her smile was unmistakable, radiating pure love. Each picture was an explosion of memories, some familiar, some blurry and long forgotten. It felt like the universe had conspired to give him a front-row seat to a piece of his past he didn't know he needed to see. He flipped the page again, and there was one of him as a toddler with Sirius both covered in what looked like flour and frosting, a cake disaster in the making. The next one showed a young Harry sitting on a grassy knoll, looking up at the stars with a contemplative look on his face. Beside him, James stood proudly with his arm around his shoulder, eyes bright with hope. You guys didn't have to do all this, Harry said, a lump forming in his throat. It's a lot. But it's really, something. Figured you might like seeing it all, Steve said, his voice softer now, more genuine. There's more where that came from, but we thought we'd start small. You know, Peggy added, with a small chuckle, I can't remember the last time I saw a kid look so adorable in a wizarding onesie. Harry smirked at her. Yeah, that will definitely be a fashion choice I will regret by the time I hit 10. Bucky leaned forward, grinning. Don't worry, kid. You've always been cute. Even when you were covered in cake. Though, I've gotta admit, that whole toddler in a flower bomb look is a classic. Harry shot him a deadpan stare. You don't have to remind me of that. The album continued, page after page of these snapshot moments that felt as though they carried the weight of entire lifetimes within them. Every picture was a reminder that, even in the chaos of his life, he'd always been loved. That was something he couldn't quite get used to, the idea of having a family who cared about him this much. Thanks, guys, Harry said finally, his voice thick with emotion, though he did his best to hide it behind a grin. You really didn't have to, but I'm glad you did. Peggy reached over and patted his hand. We've all got your back, Harry. Don't forget that. Bucky nodded. Yeah. And we've got more photos if you need them. The next one's got you, James, and Sirius in an epic snowball fight. I think the entire kitchen got wrecked. Don't worry, Harry said, unable to suppress the grin that tugged at his lips. I think I'm good for now. But maybe I'll take a peek later. Steve, Peggy, and Bucky exchanged glances, a quiet understanding passing between them. Then Steve raised his glass. Well, with all this reminiscing and cake eating, how about we all get back to celebrating? It is your birthday, after all. Harry held up his own glass, grinning wide. That's the plan. More cake, less emotional breakdowns. Deal. Deal. Bucky cheered. And just like that, the room filled with laughter again, the warm, comforting hum of conversation and joy carrying them all through the rest of the evening. Harry's heart felt a little fuller, the knowledge of this new family and their gift to him settling into his bones. And in that moment, everything felt right. The party carried on in full swing, with the cake nearly devoured and the laughter echoing through the room. Harry, feeling the warmth of the moment, wandered over to where Sirius and James were standing, discussing something that looked incredibly high-tech. Rose, who had been hovering nearby, her eyes darting from one shiny gadget to the next, caught sight of them and immediately made a beeline for the conversation, eager for her next opportunity to be spoiled. Sirius, with his usual mischievous grin, held up a small, sleek device in his hand. Hey, Harry, Rose, come check this out, he called, and Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at how quickly Rose's attention was snagged. Rose darted forward like a ravenous animal spotting its next meal, and Harry followed with a bemused grin. They reached the two older men, who were already waiting with their hands full of some kind of upgraded device. James, always the inventor at heart, was already talking as he handed Harry a small, polished mirror. Okay, so we've got something pretty cool here, James said, his voice full of that familiar excitement Harry always associated with his father's goofy grin. We've taken the old communication mirrors and gave them a lot of an upgrade. Sirius gave a mock bow. Credit where credit's due, kid. We had some help. Say hello to the future of magical communication. Harry raised an eyebrow as he turned the mirror over in his hand. It didn't look any different from the old one, except it had a slightly more polished finish, and there were a few glowing lines running through the glass. I'm guessing this isn't just a mirror that lets me call people. Nope. James said, pulling out a second, slightly larger device. This is courtesy of a 16-year-old genius none other than Tony Stark himself. Now, instead of just talking, the mirrors have a holographic interface that lets you see and interact with whoever's on the other end. Just like a real video call. Harry's eyes widened. Wait. Tony? You mean the Tony Stark who is currently giving his own dad a run for his money as the coolest genius in the world? Sirius nodded, giving him a knowing grin. That's the one. Kid's got talent. And as much as he likes to act like a little brat, he's pretty damn good at magic tech crossovers. These new mirrors are all connected to the gear you've got, Harry, James added, tapping the side of his own wrist where a sleek, high-tech watch-like device Saturday they'll sync up with your suit, your phone, your basically anything you're carrying. And for Rose, we even made a little handheld version. At that, Rose, who had been eagerly waiting her turn to hold the small mirror, lit up like a firecracker. It's just like one of those things you see in the future movies, she squealed, clapping her hands excitedly as she took the miniature version from James. Sirius smiled at her enthusiasm, ruffling her hair. Exactly. Now you'll be able to contact anyone you want, anytime, anywhere. Even if you're in the middle of some mischief. I love it. Rose beamed, inspecting the device closely. Just don't use it to prank your mother, okay? James warned with a wink. I'm not getting caught in the crossfire again. Harry chuckled, slipping the upgraded mirror into his pocket. Thanks, guys. This is amazing. Tony Stark really outdid himself this time. Don't mention it to him, Sirius said with a laugh, then leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. He'll get all smug, and we'll never hear the end of it. Before Harry could respond, Sirius and James exchanged a quick look, and Harry's grin faltered slightly as they both took him aside, away from Rose, who was already engrossed in her new toy. All right, kid, James said, his tone suddenly serious. We've got something else for you. But this is, well, you're gonna have to promise us something first. Harry gave them a curious look. What's that? Don't tell Lily about this, Sirius said, lowering his voice as if Lily was right behind them. She'll kill us if she finds out. Harry raised an eyebrow. What are you guys hiding from Mum this time? James and Sirius exchanged a sheepish look before James sighed and pulled a small, leather-bound journal out of his jacket pocket. The cover was worn, and it looked like it had been passed around for a while. He handed it to Harry, who took it, inspecting it carefully. This, James said, his voice dropping to a confidential tone, is the real story. The one we've never told Lily. Oh, Harry muttered, flicking through the pages of the journal. What's going on here? Sirius chuckled darkly. Well, it's the process we went through to become Animagi. And trust me, it wasn't as simple as flicking a wand and poof, a new form. There's more to it than you know. James nodded, his face growing more serious. It wasn't just a magical transformation. It was dangerous, complicated, even. The steps, the rituals, the commitment. We didn't want Lily worrying. So we kept it between us. And now, Sirius said with a grin, you're the one who gets to know the story. You're ready for it, Harry. Harry stared at the journal for a moment, his mind racing. You guys, you really want me to know this? Why not let Mum read it? Because she'll freak out, James said bluntly. And, honestly, it's better that you know. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday, kid, you'll need to understand it. Harry looked up at them, a bit overwhelmed but feeling the weight of their trust. All right. I promise I won't say a word to Mum. But seriously, the next time I see you two turn into animals, I'm going to ask way too many questions. That's the spirit. Sirius said, grinning widely. Now, you better get back to the party before Lily notices you're missing. As Harry pocketed the journal, his mind already swirling with thoughts of Animagi transformations, the holographic mirrors, and the deepening bond with his family, he couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging, of being a part of something much bigger than himself. Something magical, yes, but also something real. The briefing room looked like every other briefing room, dark, dreary, with just enough lighting to make you squint at the walls and pretend the air didn't smell like cheap coffee and even cheaper bureaucracy. It was the kind of place you'd expect to have big decisions made, like who was going to save the world, or who was getting blamed for a supervillain-related disaster. Spoiler, it's always someone else. Fury, the guy with the permanently grumpy face, was standing at the head of the table, looking like he'd just come off a bender of drinking only black coffee and more black coffee. His voice was gruff, but that was pretty much his default setting, so nobody batted an eye. "We've got a problem," Fury said, looking at everyone around the table like he was about to drop the worst secret ever. "Hydra's still out there, doing their thing. And we just found a place where they've been keeping their worst, most unstable experiments." He clicked a button, and a map of Siberia showed up on the wall behind him. "This here is the perfect little vacation spot for them, a Hydra facility in Siberia, stocked with brainwashed soldiers. The kind that are too crazy to be useful. I'm talking the real bargain bin stuff. And guess what? They're still frozen, in cryogenic stasis, waiting for someone to come along and give them a reason to wake up." Now, I know what you're thinking, Fury, why are we concerned about a bunch of frozen guys who aren't even a threat? Well, turns out, Hydra doesn't know how to quit. With Bucky and Harry under SHIELD, Hydra might decide to wake up the crew in Siberia and give us a really bad surprise. Adler, who was standing off to the side, made a noise like someone had stepped on a cat's tail. "If they wake up, that's a problem. We don't know what they've got down there. For all we know, they've got a new super soldier prototype in cryo, something worse than the original Winter Soldier." He gave everyone a pointed look. "And, believe me, you don't want to find out what Hydra's been cooking up in their science labs." Howard Stark tilted his head and squinted at the map. "Let me guess. It's heavily guarded, right? Like, lasers, big walls, robots, the whole 9 yards." "Bingo," Fury replied, crossing his arms. "But we've got a plan. And we've got a team. That's where you come in." He glanced at Peggy and Adler. "You two are going in first. Peggy, you're the strategic brain on this one. Adler, you're leading the charge." "Fantastic," Adler muttered, but his eyes were sharp. "I'll make sure we get in and out without anyone noticing. But don't expect it to be easy. We're dealing with Hydra here, and when they want something to stay hidden, they're really good at hiding it." Steve Rogers, sitting across from Peggy, nodded. "We'll back you up. If anyone needs help, we'll be there. Which, of course, means I need to make sure you're all properly suited up," Howard said, tapping away on his tablet like he was coding the Matrix. "I've upgraded the gear. Added some shiny new bells and whistles. Cloaking, EMP resistance, stealth mode, the works. You're going to love it." "Don't get too fancy," Peggy warned him with a raised eyebrow. "We need to move fast, not look like we've stepped out of a bad sci-fi movie." "Hey, trust me, these upgrades are top-notch," Howard said, clearly proud of his work. "Think of it as the difference between a camcorder and high definition." "Great," Adler said, dryly. "Because that's exactly what I needed right now, a new way to make Hydra notice us." Fury gave Adler a pointed look but said nothing. Instead, he turned his attention to Steve and Peggy. "This isn't just about infiltrating the facility. The real concern here is that Hydra might decide to release those soldiers. You've got to stop them before they get to the point where they can launch a counterattack." Steve crossed his arms. "And if they do try to release anything, we take them down. Simple as that." "Easy to say," Fury muttered, "but Hydra doesn't play fair. We need to be prepared for everything, including some backup plans that we don't even know about yet." Adler pushed off the wall and started pacing. "You know how Hydra operates. They've got backup after backup. Contingency plans for their contingency plans. And I bet they've been keeping these soldiers frozen because they're waiting for the right moment. Or maybe they just like to play God. Either way, it's a ticking time bomb." Peggy stood up from the table, her expression hardening. "So, we make sure this doesn't turn into a worst-case scenario. We get in there, freeze their plans, and walk out like it's just another Tuesday. And if Hydra doesn't like that?" Steve asked with a smirk. "Then we make it Wednesday." Peggy's voice was cool, but the spark in her eyes was unmistakable. Howard shot Adler a grin. With a little luck, we won't even have to fire a shot. Yeah, Adler said, or we'll need 10,000 shots, all at once. Let's hope it's the first one. Fury was the last to speak, standing up and giving the team a look that was part general, part frustrated uncle. We've got one shot at this. Get in, stop the soldiers from waking up, and make sure Hydra stays in the past. We can't afford to let this be their comeback. With that, the team stood up, everyone in sync, ready to take on the unknown. As they filed out of the room, Steve turned to Peggy and Adler, his lips curling into a grin. So, do we get the fancy gear first, or do we go straight to Siberia and freeze our butts off? Let's get the gear, Peggy said with a smirk. And after that, we can focus on not dying in the cold. Chapter 19, Chapter 18. The Black Stark Industries limousine pulled up to the bustling airport curb, its sleek exterior managing to look both intimidating and ostentatiously expensive classic Stark style. Howard Stark stepped out first, adjusting his tie as if it were some kind of armor against the chaos of a public terminal. Behind him, Edwin Jarvis, the ever-dutiful butler, opened the door for Maria Stark, who was still recovering from her recent injuries but looked as poised as ever. She leaned on Jarvis's arm for support, her serene expression a stark, pun intended, contrast to the whirlwind of activity around her. And then there was Tony. 16 years old, with a smirk that could either charm you or make you want to strangle him. It was a toss-up, really. He stepped out last, looking simultaneously too cool for the situation and deeply annoyed at being fussed over. His backpack was slung lazily over one shoulder, and his other hand clutched a tablet that he hadn't looked up from since they left the house. Howard glanced at his son and sighed. You know, Tony, you could at least pretend to care that we're seeing you off. I do care, Tony said without looking up. I just multitask better than you do, old man. He tapped something on the tablet with a flourish, like he was proving a point. Maria raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Anthony Edward Stark, you are going to put that thing down and say a proper goodbye to your parents. Her tone was light, but there was no mistaking the command behind it. Tony hesitated for a fraction of a second, just long enough for Maria to smirk in victory before tucking the tablet under his arm. Fine, but only because you pulled the full name card. That's cheating, by the way. Parents invented cheating, Maria quipped, squeezing his shoulder affectionately. Now, come here and let me look at you. Tony sighed dramatically but complied, standing still as Maria fussed over his collar. You know, MIT isn't that far. I'll be back for Thanksgiving. And Christmas. And every other major holiday where you can guilt me into showing up. We're not guilting you, Howard said, though the tone of his voice suggested otherwise. We're just making sure you don't forget where you came from. And where your funding comes from. Tony rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Noted. I'll send you a postcard. Dear Mom and Dad, MIT is great. Thanks for paying for everything. Love, your favorite child. Maria laughed, though it quickly turned into a cough. Jarvis immediately stepped forward, his ever-watchful presence reassuring. Mrs. Stark, perhaps we should get you back to the car. The air here isn't particularly kind. I'm fine, Jarvis, Maria said, waving him off, though she leaned a little more on his arm. But you're right. We should let Tony get going. Howard clapped a hand on Tony's shoulder, his expression softening for a moment. Just, don't forget to call, all right? Your mother worries. And you don't? Tony asked, though his tone was more teasing than accusatory. Howard hesitated, then smirked. I don't have to worry. I know you're going to be fine. You're a Stark, after all. Tony snorted. Pretty sure that's why most people do worry. Maria shook her head but pulled Tony into a quick hug. Stay out of trouble, she said, though they both knew it was a futile request. Trouble finds me, Tony replied, but he hugged her back. Jarvis handed Tony his carry-on with a small smile. Do try to behave, Master Tony. And if you can't manage that, at least don't get caught. Solid advice, Jarvis, Tony said with a grin. I'll keep that in mind. As Tony turned to head into the airport, he glanced back once, his smirk fading for just a moment. See you guys soon. Howard nodded, his expression unreadable, while Maria waved. Jarvis held the door open for them as they got back into the limo, and the car pulled away, leaving Tony standing on the curb, surrounded by strangers but looking completely at ease. MIT, he muttered to himself as he headed inside. Let's see if you can keep up. The plane was packed, as always, but Tony Stark being Tony Stark managed to land himself a seat in first class, naturally. He settled into his plush leather seat with the same swagger as a rock star stepping on stage. He tossed his bag into the overhead compartment, adjusted his sunglasses, and cracked open a fresh bottle of water, all the while pretending not to notice the appreciative glances he was getting from the other passengers. But then, he noticed her. She was sitting next to the window, already engrossed in a book. Long brown hair, hazel eyes that sparkled like something out of a magazine ad, and that smile, that smile like she knew secrets about the universe but was willing to let you in on them if you played your cards right. Tony couldn't help but admire the view for a moment. She looked like the type of person who could make a boring 6-hour flight feel like 5 minutes, and Tony Stark was always up for a challenge. He flashed his signature cocky grin, hoping to get her attention. So, I know this is the best seat on the plane, but I'm still kinda surprised they gave it to you, he said, leaning a bit toward her in that way that only he could pull off, confident but somehow smooth. I mean, look at me. I'm Tony Stark. You're just, well, you're, you. She glanced up, her expression unreadable for a second, then smiled. It was a dangerous smile, one that told him she knew exactly who he was but wasn't impressed by the Stark charm. Interesting. I'm Cynthia, she said, her voice low and sweet, with just a hint of an accent he couldn't quite place. She extended a hand. And you're Tony Stark, I know. I've read about you. Your adventures. Tony smirked, shaking her hand. I have many adventures. Some I tell people about. Some, I'm legally required to keep on the down low. You know how it is. Legally required, she mused, tilting her head. Sounds like fun. Oh, she was good. Tony was getting all kinds of playful but dangerous vibes from her now. His radar for this kind of thing was practically a superpower. Fun? You could say that. He leaned back in his seat, hands behind his head as if he owned the entire plane. So, Cynthia, tell me. Are you on a business trip, or are you just flying away to escape a life full of boring people who don't appreciate your unique qualities? Her lips twitched with amusement, and Tony could see that she wasn't easily rattled. Something like that, she said cryptically. I'm just getting away for a while. Tony's curiosity piqued, and he leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I get it. Sometimes you need to hit the reset button. Maybe see the world from a different perspective. I'm guessing you're not a fan of, well, what most people consider normal. Cynthia laughed softly, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she was sizing him up. You could say that. I'm a global citizen, I suppose. Tony raised an eyebrow. Global citizen? Well, that sounds like the kind of title that comes with a backstory. You a diplomat? Some kind of UN hero? I suppose I could tell you, but it might spoil the mystery, she replied with a teasing grin. And where's the fun in that? Tony chuckled, clearly enjoying the back and forth. He liked a challenge. And this girl? She was definitely a challenge. Fair enough. You're keeping me on my toes, I'll give you that. But just as the conversation was starting to get interesting, something about Cynthia shifted. Her eyes, for a split second, darkened in a way that was unsettling. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but Tony's ever-alert instincts picked it up. It was like she'd slipped into a different personality, one that wasn't quite as warm. The moment passed, and she smiled again, though it seemed a little more calculated. "I'm sure you have a lot of stories to tell, Tony Stark. Perhaps, next time we meet, I can hear some of them." "Next time?" Tony said, flashing a grin. "Is that an invitation?" "Oh, I don't know if I'd call it an invitation," Cynthia said smoothly. "More like a suggestion." "Well, you just made my day," Tony replied, eyes twinkling with mischief. "I'll be sure to put it in my calendar. But listen, you keep me guessing, I'll keep you entertained. Deal?" She smiled again, but this time, it was different, almost like she knew something he didn't. "Deal." Tony leaned back in his seat, letting out a low whistle. "I'll admit, Cynthia, you're a tough one to crack. But hey, I love a good puzzle." Unbeknownst to him, Cynthia really wasn't just any puzzle. She was a ticking time bomb, and Tony Stark had just made himself a very interesting target. As the plane ascended into the sky, neither of them knew that this meeting was just the beginning of something far more complicated and dangerous than either of them could imagine. Tony spent the next hour chatting with Cynthia, throwing out his usual brand of charm, wit, and more than a few self-deprecating jokes about his overachieving nature. Cynthia, for her part, played the game expertly, just enough intrigue to keep Tony hooked but always pulling back before giving too much away. She was a master of the verbal chess match, and Tony was loving it. This wasn't the kind of interaction he was used to. Most people were either too impressed or too intimidated by him to keep up. But Cynthia? She was different. Eventually, their conversation drifted toward lighter topics. Tony mentioned MIT, his latest tech project, a holographic interface he was sure was going to revolutionize communication, and even managed to casually brag about being the youngest student to ever graduate from the university. Cynthia listened, her responses carefully measured. She even seemed genuinely impressed when Tony explained the intricacies of his newest design, though there was a sharpness in her eyes that suggested she understood far more than she was letting on. "You're quite ambitious," she said after a while, her tone neutral. "Well, I've been called worse," Tony quipped. "But hey, life's too short to play small ball. If you're not aiming for the stars, what's the point?" Cynthia tilted her head, her gaze lingering on him in a way that felt almost predatory. "And do you always hit your targets, Tony Stark?" Tony smirked. "Always. Well, unless it's mini-golf. Don't ask me to putt. It's embarrassing." She laughed lightly at that, though the humor didn't quite reach her eyes. "It must be exhausting, always striving for perfection." He shrugged, pretending not to notice the subtle shift in her tone. "Nat, it's not about perfection. It's about the challenge. You know, pushing boundaries, breaking rules, annoying people who say things like, 'That's impossible.'" Cynthia's smile sharpened. "Yes, I imagine you'd be very good at that." Something about the way she said it made Tony pause, but before he could analyze it too much, the flight attendant appeared with their meals, breaking the moment. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the plane, everything seemed routine. The pilots chatted casually about their flight path, unaware that Hydra agents in the ground crew had tampered with their navigation systems before takeoff. Back in first class, Cynthia, though she'd long since perfected her alias, was mentally cataloging every detail about Tony Stark. His mannerisms, his vulnerabilities, his ego. She'd been trained to exploit such things, and Stark was practically handing her the keys to his psyche on a silver platter. But her mission wasn't just about observation. Hydra had plans for Tony Stark. Big ones. His brilliance, his arrogance, it made him both a threat and an opportunity. The real question was whether she'd need to manipulate him directly or simply plant the seeds for someone else to harvest. Either way, Tony Stark was about to become a very important piece in Hydra's long game. Tony, of course, had no idea. He was too busy trying to figure out if Cynthia was single without coming across as desperate. So, what's waiting for you when we land? A boyfriend? A secret identity as a pop star? Or are you just planning on taking the city by storm? Cynthia smiled again, the kind of smile that would make anyone feel like they were the center of the universe. Something like that, she said cryptically. Tony leaned closer, intrigued. You know, you're pretty good at dodging questions. Have you considered politics? You'd make a great senator. She chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, it was. Trust me, Tony replied, flashing another grin. As the plane began its descent, Tony felt oddly disappointed. For once, he wasn't in a rush to get to his destination. He wasn't done figuring out Cynthia or enjoying the thrill of trying, anyway. Little did he know, Cynthia felt the same way. Except for her, it wasn't a game. It was a strategy. And Tony Stark was already playing right into her hands. As the plane landed, Cynthia adjusted her scarf and gathered her things, her expression cool and composed. It was nice meeting you, Tony, she said as they prepared to disembark. Maybe we'll run into each other again sometime. Tony grinned. Oh, I wouldn't bet against it. Destiny seems to have a thing for me. She gave him one last enigmatic smile before disappearing into the crowd, leaving Tony both intrigued and completely unaware of just how close he'd come to walking straight into Hydra's web. Tony strutted out of the airport, his duffel bag slung over one shoulder and his mind still half on the mysterious Cynthia. She was a puzzle he couldn't quite solve, and that never happened. Most people were as easy to figure out as basic circuitry for him, straightforward, predictable. But Cynthia? She was an encrypted code wrapped in a riddle. And Tony Stark loved cracking codes. Tony, a familiar voice called out, cutting through his thoughts. He turned to see James Rhodes roadie to his friends leaning against a battered old pickup truck, arms crossed, and wearing an expression that screamed, "How much trouble did you get into this time?" Rhodey, with his clean-cut demeanor and perpetually responsible attitude, was the exact opposite of Tony in almost every way. Which probably explained why they got along so well. Rhodey. Tony grinned, dropping his bag on the curb and throwing his arms wide. Miss me? Not even a little, Rhodey deadpanned, though his smirk gave him away. You know, some of us had normal summers. You? I'm guessing you spent yours blowing something up or hitting on every girl in New York. Tony feigned a look of shock. Why can't it be both? Multitasking, my friend. It's the future. Rhodey shook his head, already regretting the decision to pick Tony up instead of letting him take a cab. Get in the truck before I leave you here. Tony tossed his bag in the back and slid into the passenger seat, immediately fiddling with the truck's old radio. How do you even drive this thing? It's like a fossil. Does it run on steam power? Rhodey swatted his hand away from the dials. Touch anything, and you're walking to campus. Tony leaned back with a dramatic sigh. Fine. But for the record, I could probably rebuild this thing into a fully autonomous vehicle in, like, a weekend. Yeah, and then it explode 2 miles down the road because you skipped half the safety checks, Rhodey shot back, pulling onto the highway. Tony pointed at him. That only happened once. And I fixed it. The two of them settled into an easy rhythm, the kind of banter that came from years of friendship. Rhodey was used to Tony's quirks, his ego, his impulsiveness, his tendency to talk like he was auditioning for his own reality show. And Tony knew Rhodey would always call him out when he got too full of himself, which, to be fair, was often. So, Rhodey said after a while, glancing at Tony out of the corner of his eye. You look, distracted. Did something happen on the plane? Did someone finally tell you that wearing sunglasses indoors makes you look like a jerk? Tony smirked, adjusting the aforementioned sunglasses. First of all, these are Ray-Bans. Iconic. Secondly, I might have met someone. Rhodey groaned. Here we go. No, this one was different, Tony insisted. She wasn't impressed by me. I mean, she was, but not in the usual way. It was like, she was playing a game, and I didn't even know the rules. Rhodey raised an eyebrow. And you liked that? Are you kidding? I loved it. She was smart, sharp, gorgeous, and mysterious. Like a Bond villain, but, you know, hotter. Tony, I'm begging you, don't date someone who could be an actual villain, Rhodey said, half joking, half serious. Tony waved him off. Relax. She was probably just shy. Or playing hard to get. Either way, I'm intrigued. Rhodey rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, try not to let your intrigue get you into trouble, okay? You've got a whole year of classes to focus on. And I'm not bailing you out if you hack the campus network again. Tony grinned. No promises. As they neared campus, Tony leaned his head back against the seat, already planning his next move. Cynthia might have been a mystery, but Tony Stark was nothing if not persistent. And if she was a Bond villain? Well, he'd cross that bridge when he got there. Probably with Rhodey yelling at him the whole way. In the quiet confines of the New York safe house, a secure, high-tech bunker that Howard Stark would have called homey if not for the slight hum of surveillance equipment, Howard and Lily Potter were hard at work. Their makeshift lab looked like a cross between a mad scientist's lair and a wizard's workshop. It wasn't just cutting edge, it was bleeding edge, thanks to a mix of Howard's relentless ingenuity and Lily's mastery of magical enchantments. All right, Howard muttered, adjusting his goggles as he leaned over the holographic blueprint of the team's updated gear. Peggy's shield enhancements are solid. The vibranium-laced edges will handle almost anything Hydra can throw at her. And Bucky's arm isn't going to start misbehaving again, I hope, Lily cut in, her wand flicking toward a nearby rack of weapons. She was double-checking the enchantments she'd placed on them, ensuring that every charm and ward was in perfect alignment. The last thing we need is his arm deciding it wants to take over mid-mission. Howard waved her off with a cocky grin. Relax, Red. That arm is more secure than Fort Knox. I've even added a few surprises: shock pulses, magnetic locks, the works. Hydra won't know what hit them. James Potter, leaning casually against the door frame, snorted. If they do, it's probably because you couldn't resist leaving your name engraved on it somewhere. Please, Howard said, looking offended. I'm not that vain. He hesitated, then added, it's on the inside. Small. Tasteful. Sirius Black, perched on a stool with an apple in one hand and a knife in the other, was no help at all. You're both missing the bigger picture. What's really important is whether you've given me the coolest gear of the lot. Lily rolled her eyes. You're getting what you need, Sirius, not what'll make you look like a wizard rock star. Who says those things are mutually exclusive? Sirius quipped, tossing the apple core into a trash bin with a dramatic flick of his wrist. Lily ignored him and turned back to Howard. The communication mirrors. Better than ever, Howard said, gesturing to a sleek, handheld device on the table. It looked like a smartphone but shimmered faintly, as if it were more than it appeared. Thanks to young Tony's meddling genius contributions, these babies now have a holographic interface. Think of it as FaceTime, but cooler. And with enchantments layered on top, courtesy of you, they're unhackable and practically indestructible. Practically? James asked, raising an eyebrow. Look, Potter, you want indestructible, talk to Jesus. I'm only human. And a very humble one at that, James said with a grin. Lily waved her wand again, and the mirrors floated into the air before landing gently in their respective slots. These will do. Everyone on the team gets one, including the handheld version for Rose. I've added a location tracking charm and emergency port KF function, just in case. Smart, Howard said, nodding. Let's hope they don't need it. The room fell quiet for a moment, the weight of the upcoming mission settling over them. So, Sirius said, breaking the silence, what's in the box you've been so secretive about? Howard and Lily exchanged a glance before Howard reached under the table and pulled out a plain-looking journal. He handed it to Lily, who sighed and reluctantly passed it to James and Sirius. This, Lily said, her voice low, is everything we could find on the Siberian facility. Adler's intel, Grindelwald's notes, old shield files, it's all in here. And it's not pretty. Sirius flipped it open, skimming through the pages, his usual smirk fading. Cryogenic chambers, brainwashing protocols. This is grim. James frowned, looking over his shoulder. Hydra really kept them frozen, all because they couldn't control them? What's the plan if they wake them up? That's why we're sending you guys, Howard said firmly. If anyone can handle this, it's this team. Lily nodded, though her expression was tight. I just hope we're not sending them into something even worse than what we're expecting. Sirius closed the journal and set it down, his eyes unusually serious. Don't worry, Lily. Whatever Hydra's got hiding in that frozen hellhole, they're about to wish they'd stayed buried. Howard grinned. Now that's the kind of optimism I like to hear. Lily just shook her head. Let's hope you're right. In the dim light of the safe house's armory, Harry stood before the full-length mirror, his reflection a striking mix of danger and mystique. The Revenant armor gleamed under the flickering overhead light, an intimidating blend of crimson and black, crafted to be as functional as it was menacing. His movements were precise as he secured his wands into the custom-built holsters on his gauntlets. The oak wand, with its phoenix feather core, slipped easily into the left holster, while the ebony wand with its dragon heartstring core found its place on the right. As he worked, the door creaked open behind him. Natasha Romanoff leaned casually against the frame, her sharp eyes scanning his suit. She tilted her head, a wry smile playing on her lips. Nice look, Harry. Very vengeful ghost of Christmas future. But tell me, why the wands? I thought your vibranium claws were already a magician's best friend. Harry glanced at her reflection in the mirror and smirked under his mask. The claws are powerful, he said, his voice light but focused. Think of them as sledgehammers. Great for breaking down walls, terrible for performing delicate surgery. For the kind of magic Adler taught me, subtle enchantments, intricate spell work, you need finesse. And that's what these are for. He patted the holsters. Natasha raised an eyebrow, watching as he retrieved the medallion Adler had given him for his birthday. The faintly glowing object seemed to hum with a quiet, otherworldly energy. Let me guess, Grindelwald's reformed wisdom strikes again. Harry chuckled. Adler. Grindelwald's a chapter of the past, at least for now. This, he held up the medallion, is supposed to amplify my magical focus. He said it might come in handy one day, so I figured why not make it part of the suit. Natasha crossed her arms, her curiosity piqued as Harry placed the medallion over the chest plate of his armor. With a whispered incantation, the medallion shimmered, its light spreading outward until it melted seamlessly into the crimson plating. The magic felt alive, almost breathing as it settled into the armor, enhancing its design and functionality. The armor looked complete now, more than just battle gear, it was an extension of Harry himself. Well, that was flashy, Natasha quipped. But I guess it matches the rest of the get-up. Harry reached for his mask, a sleek black design charmed by Lily to distort his voice. With practiced ease, he slid it over his face, the mask melding perfectly with the hood. He turned to Natasha, the red hood now fully up, and spoke in a voice that sounded deeper, colder, and more commanding than his own. Flashy is part of the job description. You know that better than anyone. Natasha smirked but said nothing, her eyes lingering on the armor for a moment longer before stepping back into the hallway. Come on, Revenant. Time to see if the rest of the team is ready. As Harry followed her out, he took one last glance at his reflection in the mirror. The Revenant stared back, ready for the mission ahead. The hangar was buzzing with a mix of excitement and nerves. The team was gathered around the large cargo plane, their mission to Siberia looming on the horizon. The massive plane sat parked, its engines humming softly, ready for takeoff. The air was thick with the metallic scent of gear and anticipation. Steve Rogers, clad in his iconic stars and stripes shield and matching tactical gear, adjusted his shoulder straps. He turned to Peggy Carter, who stood beside him, her Union Jack shield gleaming under the harsh hangar lights. The two exchanged a glance, admiring the symmetry of their outfits. You know, Steve said, a rare grin tugging at his lips, I always thought it'd be a bit cheesy to have matching gear, but I have to admit, this looks good. Peggy raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. I think the stars and stripes suit you just fine, Steve. But, of course, I do have the superior shield. Really? Steve raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. Is that so? Before Peggy could reply, Bucky Barnes dressed in his white wolf gear let out an exaggerated sigh and called out, You two need to get a room. The only thing more nauseating than that display is your constant flirting. Steve and Peggy shared an amused glance before turning back to their gear. We'll keep that in mind, Bucky, Steve shot back, but the smile never left his face. Meanwhile, James Potter and Sirius Black were leaning against a cargo crate, watching the rest of the team and occasionally throwing out jabs. So, which of us looks better in this gear? James asked, looking to Lily, Ted, and Andromeda, all of whom were clad in the same high-tech armor. Each piece of gear was perfectly tailored, blending practicality with sleek design, and all three wore the same dark, tactical look slightly more understated than the others, but no less intimidating. Ted, raising an eyebrow, shot a playful look at James. You clearly think you're the one pulling it off, don't you? Lily rolled her eyes but smiled. It's hard to compare when one of you is practically glowing with ego, and the other one has his face covered in scars. Sirius snorted. Just admit it, Lily. You all know I'm the best looking one here. Lily raised her hand. If we're talking looks alone, Ted wins the prize. But if we're talking about who can look the least ridiculous while wearing this armor? It's clearly me. Sirius and James exchanged an exaggerated look of disbelief, but both laughed in good nature. Across from them, Gideon Adler, now looking far younger than his actual age thanks to the rejuvenating effects of some serious magic, was staring intently at a set of blueprints spread across a table. His tailored suit, made from vibranium-laced fabric to match the team's gear, gave him an air of sophistication, though it was clearly not meant for fieldwork. He was deep in thought, his mind clearly elsewhere as the chatter around him continued. Not even a word on the gear, Adler. Sirius teased, clearly trying to draw him into the conversation. Adler didn't even look up from the blueprints, his fingers tracing the lines absently. My attire is not a topic for debate right now, he replied coolly. The mission comes first. James snorted. Yeah, but that suit's a bit much, don't you think? You're in the middle of a battlefield, not a gala. Sirius snickered, adding, What, are you expecting someone to hand you a drink, Adler? Maybe a nice canopy while we're in Siberia. Adler finally glanced up, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Unlike some, I don't need to rely on flashy armor or ridiculous comments to keep my focus. But please, feel free to keep making fun of me, it's hardly my first time. Before the banter could continue, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hangar. All eyes turned to see the Revenant Harry step into the room, his crimson armor gleaming under the harsh lights, the red hood casting shadows over his face. Natasha Romanoff was right behind him, her sleek black outfit and signature red hair standing out like a beacon of danger. Harry's presence was instantly commanding. He moved with the same grace and purpose as the armor he wore, his magic subtly humming in the air around him. As he reached the group, his voice distorted by the magical charm Lily had placed on his mask broke the silence. "Ready to take on the world?" he asked, his tone serious but laced with an edge of humor. "Speak for yourself, kid," Bucky muttered, eyeing the armor with a raised eyebrow. "I'm just here to make sure you don't blow anything up." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Bucky," Harry replied, unbothered by the jibe. His eyes flicked toward Adler, then the others, giving each one a nod. "Everyone's prepped." "Everything's good to go," Steve confirmed, already moving toward the cargo plane with Peggy by his side. "Let's get this show on the road." With the team assembled and ready, there was a brief moment of quiet, then the unmistakable sound of the plane's engines roared to life, cutting through the silence like a promise. The mission to Siberia was about to begin. Chapter 20, Chapter 19. The hum of the cargo plane's engines was the only sound filling the air as the team settled in, their mission drawing nearer with every passing minute. The plane was spacious, each member of the team seated or standing in a designated area, checking over their gear and preparing for what lay ahead. Adler, always the strategist, stood near the center of the room, flanked by Peggy Carter. She was the perfect partner for this mission, intelligent, capable, and always ready to fight for the greater good. Adler adjusted his suit, tailored but still practical enough for combat, and nodded to Peggy, signaling for the team's attention. "All right, everyone," Adler began, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Our objective is simple: we infiltrate the Hydra facility in Siberia, where they've been storing and experimenting on winter soldiers too unstable for active duty. These are the ones that didn't make the cut, dangerous, unpredictable, and dangerous in ways we can't fully comprehend. We need to retrieve the data, neutralize any threats, and, if possible, extract anything useful for research. But our priority is clear: get in, get out, and leave no trace behind." Peggy nodded in agreement, her eyes sharp. "We've trained for this. We know the layout of the base, we know the defenses, and we know the risks. Our stealth and speed will be our greatest assets. We move fast, and we hit hard when necessary. But most importantly, we stay focused. Hydra isn't the same enemy we've faced before. We're dealing with shadows, and shadows need light to be exposed." A quiet moment passed, the tension palpable, before Steve Rogers spoke up. His voice was steady, but the confidence in it was clear. He stood tall in his stars and stripes armor, his shield secured firmly on his back. "We've all faced enemies that seemed impossible to defeat. I've fought wars, seen friends fall, and survived the worst odds. But there's one thing I've learned: when you've got a team, when you trust each other and stand together, you can face anything." He let his words sink in, his blue eyes scanning the team. "This mission isn't just about taking down Hydra, it's about showing the world that there's no place for them to hide. We're doing this for those who can't fight for themselves. We're doing this for freedom. And most importantly, we're doing this together." A collective nod ran through the group. There was no hesitation, no second-guessing, just unity in purpose. Meanwhile, in the back of the plane, Harry Potter, also known as the Revenant, sat with his arms crossed, staring out of the small window. The crimson armor he wore seemed to shimmer with energy, the red hood casting shadows over his face. His mask, a gift from Lily, distorted his voice whenever he spoke, giving him an edge of mystery. Lily, James, and Sirius approached him, their faces a mix of concern and amusement. The three of them, now in their own tactical gear, exchanged a glance before approaching Harry, who was lost in thought. "Harry," Lily started gently, a soft smile on her face as she sat beside him. "You all right? You're awfully quiet." James leaned in, his usual grin replaced with something more serious. "Yeah, it's your first real mission with us. You nervous?" Sirius, ever the jokester, chuckled as he put an arm over Harry's shoulder. If anyone can handle the pressure, it's you. But hey, I'm still waiting for the part where you freak out a little. Don't let me down, Potter. Harry remained still for a moment, his fingers tapping against the edge of his armor, the sharp sound echoing through the silence between them. Then, finally, he let out a long breath and spoke, his voice distorted by the mask but still recognizable to those who knew him well. I'm not nervous, Harry said, his tone steady but with an undercurrent of something more, something deeper. But I can't say I'm not thinking. This is a big mission. And we're going up against a kind of enemy I haven't faced before. These winter soldiers, they're a different kind of monster. Yeah, well, Sirius chimed in, you're not exactly a rookie anymore, mate. You've got the gear, the skills, and the support. Besides, you've faced worse odds before. What's the worst that could happen? Let's not tempt fate, James added with a wry smile. But seriously, Harry, you're ready for this. You've been training for this moment. You've got this. Lily placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. We've all been through a lot, Harry. There's no shame in being anxious. What matters is what you do when it counts. And I know you'll make the right call when the time comes. Harry met her gaze, nodding slightly. Thanks, everyone. I know I'm not alone in this. But it's different when you're facing the unknown, you know? No matter how much prep you do, nothing can really prepare you for the chaos. Sirius clapped Harry on the back. True. But chaos is where we thrive. We'll get through it together. Harry stood, pushing back the thoughts of uncertainty that had been clouding his mind. Let's just focus on getting through this mission first. After that, I'll think about how to deal with the fallout. The camaraderie in the group was palpable. Each one of them had their own reasons for being here, their own burdens and fears. But in this moment, they were united by a single purpose. The plane rumbled slightly as it began its descent toward Siberia, and with a collective sense of determination, the team braced for what lay ahead. Harry's heart beat a little faster, but the tension had been replaced with clarity. This wasn't just about surviving. This was about standing together, fighting for what was right, and making sure the world didn't fall into the hands of those who would corrupt it. Let's move, Steve said, his voice unwavering as he turned toward the door. This isn't just about us. It's about showing Hydra and everyone else that we won't back down. The rest of the team followed his lead, their resolve strengthened. The mission had begun. The cargo plane touched down with a soft bump on the snowy ground, the vast Siberian wilderness stretching out around them in every direction. The cold, biting wind immediately greeted the team as the ramp of the plane lowered, revealing the stark, frozen landscape. The base loomed in the distance, half hidden by the towering trees and snowdrifts, its high walls and barbed wire fences barely visible in the harsh winter night. Steve Rogers stepped off the plane first, his shield strapped to his back and his expression hard as he surveyed their surroundings. Stay sharp, everyone. We move quickly and quietly. This is a stealth operation until we have no choice but to fight. Peggy Carter followed closely behind, her Union Jack shield gleaming under the pale moonlight. We know what we're dealing with. The perimeter is lightly guarded, but the farther we go inside, the more we'll encounter. No heroics, just efficiency. Bucky Barnes, the White Wolf, had his rifle slung over his shoulder, and his eyes were scanning the surroundings like a hawk. He turned to the group, his voice low but firm. Let's clear the perimeter and make sure no one alerts the rest of the base. Keep your comms open. Harry, the Revenant, stood near the back, his crimson armor almost blending in with the shadows. His mask distorted his voice, giving it an eerie edge as he surveyed the area. I've got the outer perimeter covered. I'll take the rooftops, get a better angle on things. James, Sirius, and Lily moved swiftly and silently alongside them. They were prepared for this, having spent weeks training for operations like this one. Lily, her keen mind always analyzing the situation, held her hand up to signal the group to stop. She was already working through the security systems in her head, but they needed to be quick, every second counted. Adler stood by her side, his eyes scanning the icy horizon as he began calculating their approach. Lily, I'm scanning for any magical wards or security measures. You should work on shutting them down, but I'll need a second set of eyes to make sure we don't miss anything. This facility is old, and Hydra is known for having both technological and magical defenses. Lily nodded and pulled out her wand, her focus narrowing as she began silently muttering incantations under her breath. Her sharp mind was already working overtime, tracking the magical signatures in the area. We've got some wards around the entrance. I can take care of them, but we'll have to move fast once I disable them. Hydra might be using something a bit more advanced, so be on alert. Adler raised his eyebrows, impressed by Lily's calmness under pressure. I'll handle the technological side. There's a control panel just past the perimeter gate. I'll bypass their firewalls and unlock the security measures. The group split up to carry out their tasks. Steve, Peggy, Bucky, and Harry moved in perfect synchronization, dispatching the guards at the perimeter with swift, silent takedowns. Steve's shield whistled through the air, knocking out the first guard with a precise throw to the back of the head. Peggy, with the grace of a seasoned spy, took down another guard with a fluid strike to the throat, rendering him unconscious before he could even react. Bucky moved like a shadow, his combat skills honed to perfection. He incapacitated the next guard by disarming him, twisting his arm behind his back, and slamming him into the cold ground with a quiet grunt. The last guard, seeing the danger, reached for his gun, but Harry was already on him, a blur of red and silver as he knocked the weapon from the guard's hand and sent him sprawling in the snow. Clear, Bucky muttered over the comms, his eyes scanning the area as he kept watch. Harry adjusted his crimson hood, his voice coming through distorted. The upper levels are clear too. No signs of any movement. I've got eyes on the building's roof. No alarms yet. Good, Steve replied, his voice carrying an air of quiet authority. Now we move inside. Lily's voice crackled through the comms as she and Adler began their work on disabling the wards and hacking the security systems. The first set of wards is down. I'm moving to the next level now. Adler, standing beside her, tapped away at his portable device, his fingers flying over the screen. I'm bypassing their tech now. We should have access to the internal cameras and doors in just a moment. The team moved closer to the entrance, their boots crunching through the thick snow, barely making a sound. They arrived at the facility's massive metal door, standing tall and foreboding against the night sky. On your mark, Lily, Steve said, his voice low but commanding. Done, Lily said, her voice a soft exhale as she finished her incantation. The shimmering magical wards around the door faded away, and Adler immediately began typing in the bypass codes. Within seconds, the door clicked open, revealing a dimly lit hallway beyond. All clear, Adler said with a satisfied smirk, his confidence unwavering. Let's move. They infiltrated the base with precision, the group splitting into smaller teams to cover more ground. As they moved deeper into the facility, the air grew colder, and the oppressive silence inside was only broken by the soft hum of machinery. The team knew they were getting closer to the cryogenically frozen winter soldiers, unstable, deadly, and terrifying in their own right. But they also knew that they had a greater purpose. This mission wasn't just about stopping Hydra, it was about saving lives, taking down dangerous weapons, and making sure that the world didn't fall prey to Hydra's twisted experiments. Together, they were an unstoppable force. As they rounded a corner, a sudden blast echoed through the facility, followed by the hiss of a security door sliding open. The team paused, their hearts racing, ready for the next challenge. Steve's voice came through their comms, steady and focused. This is it. Stay sharp. We're not just fighting Hydra anymore. We're fighting for everyone who's ever been affected by their madness. The group moved forward, their resolve hardened, prepared for whatever awaited them in the depths of the Siberian Hydra base. Inside the darkened corridors of the Hydra base, the atmosphere was thick with tension. As the rest of the team pressed forward, James and Sirius moved separately, each taking on their own role in the mission. James, clad in his family's invisibility cloak, blended seamlessly into the shadows. He was a ghost in the cold, dark halls, moving unnoticed as the sounds of the team's stealthy assault continued in the background. His eyes narrowed, focused on the task at hand. The USB drive in his pocket pulsed with a sense of importance. Howard Stark had entrusted him with this device, which was the key to extracting Hydra's most sensitive information. The data contained everything about their experiments with the Winter Soldiers, their creation, their failures, and potentially something even worse. "All right, Howard," James whispered, pulling the small communication mirror out of his pocket. He activated it with a swift gesture, and the holographic interface flickered to life, displaying Howard Stark's grinning face. The man was in his workshop back in New York, fiddling with some tech as always. "Everything's in place on your end." Howard's voice crackled through the mirror. "You know the drill, kid. If anything goes wrong, don't hesitate. Get out of there fast." James smirked, adjusting his grip on the USB drive as he approached the door to the Winter Soldier chamber. "All good, Stark. I've got your back. Let's just hope I don't need to make a hasty exit." Howard's face flickered with an expression of mock seriousness. "You better not. I'm not doing this just for kicks. I'm counting on you." The door in front of James slid open with a low, mechanical hum. The chamber inside was dimly lit, but the rows upon rows of cryogenically frozen soldiers were visible, suspended in thick glass tanks, their eyes shut in eternal sleep. Each figure was eerily still, their bodies encased in the frosty preservation chambers. James' heart clenched as he looked at the super soldiers, many of them scarred and disfigured from failed experiments. Their eyes, if they could open them, would likely show the trauma of lives forcibly altered in Hydra's pursuit of power. He couldn't help but wonder if they were even capable of feeling anymore, if their minds had been wiped clean, or if they still held on to fragments of who they used to be. But there was no time for sympathy. He pulled the USB drive from his pocket and plugged it into a nearby terminal. As soon as it connected, the system whirred to life. Howard's voice came through the mirror, crackling in his ear. "Copying the data now, kid. Stay low, stay sharp." James nodded to himself, scanning the room as he moved with quiet precision, his invisibility cloak making him almost entirely undetectable. He had to act quickly while Howard accessed the files remotely. James placed small, strategically hidden explosive charges throughout the chamber. The explosives were low-yield, designed to disable the cryogenic tanks without triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. He had to ensure that the Winter Soldiers remained frozen, but the facility would be thoroughly compromised. Outside, Sirius was causing a distraction, shifting into his animagus form. As a large, black dog, he bounded through the facility, disrupting Hydra's guards with expertly timed chaos. He knocked over equipment, growled menacingly, and gave Hydra agents just enough to worry about, forcing them into frantic maneuvers. Each moment Sirius wasted, every distraction he created, bought James more time to finish his task. "You're good, James," Sirius' voice came through their comms, his tone filled with mischief. "I'm just about to lead a couple more of them on a merry chase. Keep doing your thing, and don't get caught." James' response was brief, focused on the task ahead. "Stay close, and don't get yourself caught. I'm nearly done." As the countdown to the data transfer reached its final stages, James glanced around once more, checking his explosives and ensuring they were all set. The digital interface before him flickered with Howard's progress. "Got everything," Howard said, his voice crackling through the mirror. "I've copied the files. You need to get out now." "Roger that," James muttered. He was already on his way, taking the last look at the cryogenically frozen soldiers. A heavy silence hung in the air as the data transfer completed. There were so many lives Hydra had destroyed, and James couldn't help but feel the weight of that loss. But he had a job to do, and now, he'd done it. Sirius' voice came through the comms again, this time tinged with urgency. James, get moving. We've got company incoming. You've got less than 5 minutes before the entire place knows you're there. James felt the pressure mounting. He slipped back toward the exit, weaving through the shadows, his heart pounding. As he reached the door to the hallway, a sudden crash echoed from down the corridor. Someone had triggered the alarm. Damn it, James muttered under his breath. Time to go. With a final glance over his shoulder, he disappeared into the darkness, his invisibility cloak shrouding him once more. Outside, the rest of the team was in position, waiting for him. They knew the mission wasn't over yet, it was just beginning. James reached the rendezvous point, where Peggy, Steve, and Bucky stood, weapons ready, their eyes alert. Missions a go, James said, his voice low and controlled. Let's get out of here. A loud explosion shook the base, and the team instantly moved into action, prepared to fight their way out if necessary. The sound of distant shouting and chaos filled the air as alarms blared across the facility. Peggy looked at James, a proud yet intense look in her eyes. Nice work. Let's finish this. The team sprinted into the night, the sounds of their boots crunching in the snow the only indication of their departure. Behind them, Hydra's secrets, dark, twisted, and dangerous, had been exposed. But there was still much work to be done. The Winter Soldiers would not be forgotten, and neither would the sacrifices made to stop Hydra. The team returned to the cargo plane in near silence, the weight of their successful mission hanging in the air, but there was a shared sense of purpose. The snow outside continued to fall in thick, white blankets, as though the world was trying to bury the chaos that had unfolded within the Hydra base. They moved with efficiency, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins as they boarded the plane, eager to get out of enemy territory. As the ramp closed and the engines roared to life, Peggy Carter and Adler settled into the cockpit, making the necessary course adjustments. Steve Rogers, his shield resting against the seat beside him, turned to face the rest of the team. His eyes, though filled with the usual calm resolve, held a deeper weight tonight. This mission had been a success, but it was clear to all of them that this was only the beginning. We did good, Steve said, breaking the silence. But we need to stay vigilant. What we uncovered tonight isn't just Hydra's past, it's their future. Agreed, Peggy added, her voice steady but tinged with the same seriousness. We can't afford to let our guard down. There's more to this than just frozen soldiers. The cargo hold was filled with quiet murmurs as the team settled in for the long flight back. Each of them processing the weight of the mission in their own way. James, who had been unusually quiet, stood up from his seat and moved toward the rear of the plane, his eyes scanning the horizon through the small porthole window. Sirius followed him, his presence a calming one, as James needed to think he always did after a mission like this. It wasn't about the mission itself, it was about what came next. What Hydra had been doing, what they had uncovered, and what it meant for the world. You did well back there, Sirius said, his voice quiet but firm. That was some serious work you pulled off. James smirked, the corner of his mouth twitching. Yeah, but it's never easy. Not with them. They're always one step ahead. Well, at least you got the data out, Sirius replied, his voice taking on a softer tone. And we stopped another Hydra scheme before it could really get rolling. True, James admitted, but there was a hint of doubt in his voice. Still doesn't sit right with me. These are people we're dealing with. They've been turned into weapons, just like Bucky. Some of them may not even know what they've done. Sirius clapped him on the back. You know what they say. The first step to changing things is confronting the truth. You've got the truth now. We all do. As the words settled, the holographic interface in the middle of the cargo hold flickered to life, and Howard Stark's face appeared, grinning as usual. Well, 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 Howard's voice crackled through the speakers. Look who's back in one piece. I have to say, I'm impressed. You all actually pulled it off. Always a pleasure to make you proud, Stark, Peggy replied, her voice tinged with sarcasm. What have you got for us? Howard's face sobered a bit, his grin fading as he leaned closer to the holographic interface, the data behind him flickering across the screen. All right, I've gone through most of the files you sent me. It's pretty damning. We've got a whole batch of cryogenically frozen winter soldiers. The ones you took out? Those were the ones that Hydra considered too unstable for active missions. The ones who couldn't be controlled, who were just too far gone for their plans to succeed. How far gone? Steve asked, his voice sharp. Do we have anything useful on them? Not much, Captain, Howard replied, his tone grim. Most of these soldiers are beyond saving. Their bodies have been twisted and experimented on twice the power of a regular soldier, but also twice the fragility. Their minds, shattered in the process. Some were enhanced with unnatural compounds, chemical injections, and even magical practices. It's no wonder they went rogue. Lily, who had been listening intently, glanced at Adler. And the others? The ones we didn't take down. Yeah, there's a whole database on them, Howard continued. Hydra was trying to create a perfect soldier, some with complete mental conditioning, others who were literally designed to be the next generation of winter soldiers. They're locked away in some deep underground lab somewhere. And trust me when I say, it's not over. They have a backup plan. We need to find those other labs. James raised a brow. Sounds like this is just the tip of the iceberg. What else did you find? Howard sighed, rubbing his temple. Well, there's a pile of heavily encrypted files, the kind that take a while to break into. I'll need a few days to crack them. But based on the files I have so far, Hydra's plans were far more extensive than we anticipated. This was just one part of their twisted agenda. Any leads on who's behind it all? Adler asked, his voice cool. That's the kicker, Howard replied. No names yet. Just initials in a lot of security clearance logs. Someone high up. But I'll need time to figure out who exactly is pulling the strings. They knew how to cover their tracks. This is far from over. Steve nodded, his jaw set. We'll be ready. Just keep us posted, Howard. Of course, Cap, Howard said, his voice tinged with humor again. Now get some rest. You've earned it. But don't get too comfortable. This is only the beginning. As the hologram flickered off, the team exchanged glances. The weight of the mission hung over them, but their resolve was stronger than ever. The information they had gathered would be key, but there was still so much more to uncover. With Hydra's network still intact, it was clear the battle wasn't over. As the cargo plane flew on through the night, the team braced for what would come next. Whatever Hydra had planned, they were ready to face it together. Back in their dorm room at MIT, the night had fallen into its usual rhythm. The hum of the campus outside was accompanied by the quiet buzz of excitement within the walls. Tony Stark, in his signature style, had a clutter of half-disassembled gadgets scattered across his desk, while Rhodey, in a rare moment of repose, lounged on his bed flipping through a textbook he probably hadn't read more than a few pages of. Tony was still distracted by thoughts of Cynthia, his mind running in a dozen different directions. His usually sharp focus was thrown off track by the memory of her, the way she had carried herself with confidence and mystery, making him work harder than usual for her attention. He was used to getting the upper hand, but with her, he felt like he was scrambling just to keep up. So, you all packed for the party? Rhodey asked, breaking Tony out of his thoughts. Party? What party? Tony looked up, momentarily confused, before the smirk reappeared on his face. Oh, right, the usual college shindig. I've got the suit ready. Rhodey raised an eyebrow. The suit? You know this isn't a gala, right? It's just a frat party. Tony threw him a grin that bordered on cocky. It's never just a party when I'm involved, Rhodey. Besides, I need to keep up appearances. Rhodey snorted. Right, because showing up like you're auditioning for the next James Bond movie is gonna help you blend in. Tony threw a jacket over his shoulder, ignoring Rhodey's jab. You don't understand, my friend. I'm a walking spectacle. They'll thank me later. Rhodey rolled his eyes but didn't argue, knowing full well that Tony had a knack for turning even the most mundane events into something worth talking about. They were heading out, Tony adjusting his sunglasses despite the fact that the sun had long since set, when Tony's gaze fell on someone across the courtyard. There she was. Cynthia. She stood by the entrance of one of the dorms, talking to a group of students. Her dark hair framed her face in a way that seemed to make her stand out even in a crowd. Tony could feel a familiar sense of curiosity spark in his chest this time, not just for her beauty, but for the enigma she represented. Rhodey noticed Tony's distraction. You're not gonna go over there, are you? He asked dryly, his tone making it clear he didn't think Tony needed any more drama tonight. Tony gave him a wink. Oh, I'm just going to say hello. What harm could that do? With a determined step, Tony walked over toward her, pushing through a couple of students who were caught up in their own conversation. When he reached her, he flashed that signature stark grin. Well, well, well. What are the odds? Tony said smoothly, his voice carrying a playful edge. I was just about to head to the party, and here you are. Cynthia, looking a bit surprised but not flustered, gave him a nod. I guess we must have similar taste in parties, she said, her smile a touch amused. Actually, I'm here because my cousin invited me. Tony raised an eyebrow. Your cousin, hey? I didn't realize the party was such an exclusive event. She shrugged, her demeanor still cool and composed. It's more of a family thing, I guess. But, yeah, I thought I'd check it out. Well, lucky for you, you've just run into two of the best chaperones MIT has to offer, Tony said with a wink, gesturing to Rhodey, who had now caught up with him. This is Rhodey. I'm sure he'll be a delightful, responsible influence. I, on the other hand, will just provide the entertainment. Rhodey shot Tony a look. I don't know about delightful, but I'm definitely responsible, he said, offering a friendly smile. If you're tagging along, though, you might need to help keep Tony out of trouble. That's a full-time job right there. Cynthia's smile widened, clearly amused by the banter. I think I can handle myself, she said, looking at both of them. But thanks for the offer. I guess I'll take you up on it. As they all made their way toward the party, Tony couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation growing. This wasn't just about making his usual dramatic entrance. There was something about Cynthia that intrigued him, something deeper than the usual superficial interactions he was used to. Rhodey, walking beside Tony as they neared the entrance, gave him a knowing look. You're not fooling anyone, Stark, he muttered. Tony grinned back. If I was fooling anyone, I'd be impressed. But the game's on, Rhodey. The game's on. From a nearby rooftop, hidden in the shadows, two Hydra agents observed the unfolding scene below. They were perched in their usual quiet surveillance post, their dark uniforms blending seamlessly with the night, only their eyes visible through the slits of their black tactical gear. The first agent, a man with a steely gaze and a scar running down the side of his face, spoke into his comms device, his voice low but urgent. Target is interacting with the asset. Proceed with caution. His partner, a woman whose sharp features were partially obscured by the hood of her cloak, nodded silently, scanning the group below through the lens of a high-powered scope. The pair had been tracking Tony Stark for weeks, ever since Cynthia Schmidt aka Cynthia had given them the assignment to monitor him. It's only a matter of time before he slips, the woman murmured. His arrogance is his downfall. The man's lips twisted into a smirk. No doubt. But we need him to stay oblivious a little longer. Let him think he's in control of the situation. That's when we strike. Below them, Tony was still engrossed in his conversation with Cynthia. The chemistry between the two was undeniable. Tony's charm and quick wit seemed to bounce off her cool, collected demeanor. She had an ease about her, a confidence that made her more than just another face in the crowd, and it didn't escape the Hydra agent's notice. She wasn't just a pretty face, no. Cynthia, or rather, Cynthia Schmidt, as they knew her, was a well-placed operative in Tony Stark's orbit. As Tony made a sarcastic remark to Rhodey, the woman agent narrowed her eyes. Cynthia's positioning herself well. She's gained his attention, she said quietly. Is this the right moment to make contact? Her partner adjusted the scope and leaned back slightly. Not yet. She's playing him well. We don't interfere unless she signals. She's working her angle, and we stay in the shadows for now. The woman frowned, almost as if considering something. You know, I'm surprised they didn't sense her sooner. She's not exactly subtle. The man shrugged. No, but that's the point. She's not here to reveal her hand just yet. She'll get closer. And when the time comes, Stark will be in her web before he even knows it. They watched as Tony gave Cynthia a charming grin, and Rhodey rolled his eyes, likely dismissing the situation as another one of Stark's antics. See, there it is, the man said, tapping the comm. She's playing her part perfectly. This is why we don't rush in. The agents continued to observe from their elevated position, waiting for the signal. Their role was clear: remain undetected, observe, and report. They were the silent watchers, while Cynthia was the predator, drawing in her prey with grace and precision. Back on the ground, Tony had no idea that his latest interaction, one of many that seemed like nothing more than a typical night out, was being watched by the very person whose orders would soon change the course of his life. Chapter 21, Chapter 20. As Tony, Rhodey, and Cynthia approached the house, the noise hit them first. Music, laughter, and the unmistakable sound of college students pretending they're the life of the party. Lights flickered like they were trying to outshine each other, spilling out into the yard where groups of students gathered like a herd of overcaffeinated sheep. Tony grinned, adjusting his sunglasses even though it was dark. This was his scene, even if he wasn't exactly here to party. He was here for the mystery. And the mystery tonight? Cynthia. Here we are, Tony announced with all the flair of someone stepping onto a red carpet at the Oscars. He pushed open the door, throwing it wide like he was entering a five-star hotel, not some frat house on a Tuesday night. Inside, chaos reigned. People swarmed the place like it was Black Friday and the last item on the shelf was a new iPhone. Tony did a quick scan of the room. Standard college party stuff. There were groups of people trying way too hard to look cool, others chugging beers like they were training for an Olympic sport, and a few brave souls desperately clinging to their dignity by nursing cups of punch. It was the usual. Rhodey, however, wasted no time. He immediately made a beeline for the drink table, as though he'd seen this scene 100 times before and knew exactly what to expect. "I'll grab a beer," he muttered to himself, his voice already resigned to the inevitable mess of this night. As if he could somehow make it better by getting one drink ahead of the party chaos. Cynthia, on the other hand, seemed way too comfortable here. She adjusted her jacket, glancing over at Tony with a smirk that suggested she was well aware of how extra he was being. "So, this is the infamous Tony Stark charm, hey?" Tony grinned like the Cheshire Cat. "You're getting the PG-rated version. Wait until the fireworks start." They moved deeper into the fray, and Tony's eyes darted around, taking in the crowd. Some familiar faces, fellow students, a few undergrads trying to pretend they were more important than they actually were. But then, in the back of the room, a group of guys were making enough noise to start their own circus. Tony could practically hear the desperation in their gestures as they tried to draw attention to themselves. Before Tony could make his move, read, plot how to turn this into a spectacle, Rhodey returned, 2 beers in hand, like some sort of beer-bearing hero. Not bad, he said, taking a sip like he was judging a fine wine, clearly amused by Tony's distracted state. You looking to start a fight already? Tony accepted his beer with a dramatic sigh. Not yet. But I might need one just to stay awake. This party's like the textbook definition of met. He grinned at Cynthia. But hey, we can find something better than this, right? Cynthia raised an eyebrow. Sure, but sometimes the best chaos is the kind that sneaks up on you. Rhodey snorted and raised his beer in mock salute. Here's hoping. Just remember, Stark no blowing things up tonight. You promised. Tony shot him a wink. Relax, Rhodey. I'm on my best behavior. Cynthia shook her head, amused by the dynamic between the two, her smile widening. You two are something else. Tony beamed, feeling proud. You have no idea. Rhodey's the quiet genius, while I'm the one who gets things done with flair. He took a long sip from his beer. And tonight? Oh, it's definitely going to be interesting. Just then, a guy from the back of the room, probably about 5 beers too deep, stumbled toward them, looking way too eager for his own good. Hey, you're Tony Stark, right? He asked, trying to play it cool but failing miserably. Big fan. Want to join us for a game of beer pong? Tony's smirk spread wider. Beer pong, hey? Well, that's a game I can't say no to. He looked at Cynthia, who seemed just as amused by this whole scene. You in? Cynthia grinned, that mischievous sparkle in her eye. Why not? Could be fun. Tony turned back to the guy, who was practically shaking with excitement. All right, kid. You've got yourself a game. But don't expect us to go easy on you. I don't lose at anything. The guy nearly melted with joy as he led them to the beer pong table. Rhodey, however, leaned in closer to Tony, dropping his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Don't forget, Stark. You've got the whole genius thing going for you. No need to crush them too hard. Tony shot him a wink. What's the fun in that? And just like that, the night hit full throttle. The game began with enough competitive energy to power a small country, and Tony was definitely in his element, though, deep down, there was a small part of him still thinking about one thing, Cynthia. There was something about her that made Tony want to stick around long after the beer pong was over. Maybe it was her easy smile. Maybe it was the way she looked at him like she could see through all the flashy bravado. Whatever it was, it had his full attention. And for once, Tony Stark wasn't sure if he wanted to walk away from the chaos. Because, just maybe, this night might turn out to be more than just another typical frat party. And that, my friends, was a first. From their perch on the rooftop, the Hydra agents remained still, like shadows observing the ever-moving scene below. The party had taken on a life of its own, with music pulsing through the air and students laughing, shouting, and engaging in typical college revelry. To an outsider, it looked like any other Friday night, but to the Hydra agents, it was the calm before the storm. Through the lens of their high-powered scopes, they could see Tony Stark laughing, making his usual sarcastic remarks, his charm and charisma filling the space between him and his companions. Cynthia, or rather, Cynthia Schmidt as they knew her, was leaning in, playing her part with precision, her cool confidence only adding to her allure. She wasn't just fitting into the scene, she was controlling it, and the agents couldn't help but be impressed. She's good, the woman murmured into the comms, her voice barely a whisper. He's eating out of her hand. Her partner, the man with the scar running down his face, kept his eyes glued to the scope. Of course he is. Stark thinks he's the one in control. His ego's a perfect trap. The woman's lips twitched into a small smile. We need to stay in the shadows. If she thinks we're closing in, she'll spook. Let her do the heavy lifting for now. The man adjusted the focus on his scope, zooming in on Tony as he took a drink and exchanged another playful jab with Rhodey. Stark's got no idea what's coming. His little party's about to take a turn, and he won't see it until it's too late. Below them, the scene played out like a well-rehearsed script. Tony, ever the center of attention, was holding court with his usual mix of humor and sharp wit. Cynthia was clearly intrigued, but there was something more there, a quiet intensity in her gaze as she studied him. The Hydra agents could see it, even from their distant vantage point. She was more than just an observer, she was a player, carefully weaving her way into Stark's inner circle. The man with the scar took a deep breath. Cynthia's moving quickly. She's going to make her move soon. The woman nodded, scanning the group below again, her fingers lightly brushing the lens of her scope. She knows Stark's type. Play to his ego, keep him distracted, and he'll fall into her trap without realizing it. There was a moment of silence as they both watched the interaction unfold. Tony, with his usual bravado, had turned to face Cynthia with a wide grin, the kind that he reserved for moments when he was winning. Cynthia responded with a knowing smile of her own, and the Hydra agents exchanged a glance. She's getting closer, the woman whispered, her eyes narrowing. Too close for comfort. The man gave a slight nod but didn't look away from the scene below. Patience. We wait for the signal. Cynthia knows how to play this. We don't rush in. As Tony laughed again, clinking his beer bottle with Rhodey's, the agents could almost feel the electric tension that hovered in the air between Tony and Cynthia. It was undeniable. The chemistry was palpable. And the worst part? Tony had no idea what was really at play. Below, Tony was losing himself in the moment, talking, laughing, competing in beer pong, the usual antics that made him the life of any party. But his mind, sharp as ever, was quietly analyzing the situation. He couldn't quite shake the feeling that something was off, though. It was like a buzzing in the back of his brain, one he couldn't ignore. But he pushed it aside, letting his usual bravado take the wheel. Cynthia, meanwhile, was studying him. No doubt trying to figure out how best to reel him in. She was a mystery, calm, collected, never rushed. Tony couldn't help but admire her poise. She had an aura about her that was both disarming and magnetic. And yet, there was something about her that set off his internal radar. Something he couldn't place. But that was the fun part, right? Discovering things. Getting to the bottom of mysteries. Tony smirked, deciding he'd figure it out eventually. On the rooftop, the Hydra agents were watching him. And they were watching her. Now's the time, the man whispered, his tone flat and calculated. She's got him hooked. We don't need to intervene just yet. But we need to stay alert. The woman gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. When she makes her move, we'll be ready. And so, the Hydra agents remained in the shadows, their eyes fixed on Tony and Cynthia below. They were no longer just watching a party, they were watching the beginning of something far bigger. The pieces were in place. The game had begun. Back at the safe house, Howard Stark was hunched over a bank of computers in his workshop, the dim glow of multiple screens illuminating his face. His fingers moved with practiced speed across the keys, each tap a calculated step in his ongoing battle against Hydra's encryption. The files they'd brought back were unlike anything he'd encountered before, twice encrypted, designed to thwart even the most advanced systems. But Howard Stark was no stranger to a challenge. He'd already cracked the first layer, but the second was proving far more stubborn. A series of seemingly random letters and numbers blinked across the screen, a cruel mockery of any attempt to break through. Howard leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes, exhaustion creeping in. He wasn't about to give up, though. If there was one thing he couldn't resist, it was a puzzle, especially one that had the potential to bring down Hydra's influence in the government. "Come on, you slippery little bastards," he muttered, adjusting his glasses as he leaned forward again, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the quiet workshop, marking the time passing with no progress. Howard had been at it for hours, feeding encrypted codes into the system, trying to tease apart the layers of security that Hydra had so carefully woven. But this wasn't just about a simple password or hidden file. These were Hydra's deep roots, their agents buried in the very foundation of the American government, operating under layers of protection Howard had only ever seen in the most advanced secret programs. His thoughts flickered back to the team. They were en route back to the safe house after their mission, the weight of the success hanging in the air. He'd heard the reports from Peggy, Steve, and the rest, more than enough to confirm what they had suspected. Hydra wasn't just a rogue faction anymore. They were embedded, insidious, lurking in places they had never imagined. But Howard wasn't content with just breaking open some cryogenic tanks or finding rogue super soldiers. No, he was after the big fish, the puppeteers behind this whole operation. The ones who were controlling the chaos from the shadows. The names on those encrypted files were more than just people, they were Hydra's lifeline, their secret agents, the ones who'd infiltrated positions of power across the nation. "You've got to give them credit," Howard muttered to himself. "They've made sure no one finds out about this until it's too late. Well, guess what, boys? I'm not giving up." His fingers paused as he noticed something in the encryption. A pattern. It wasn't a breakthrough, not yet, but it was enough to spark his curiosity. The second layer wasn't a simple code, it was a red herring, a smokescreen designed to keep anyone from looking too closely. He hadn't missed it before, but now that he had a foothold, he could see the faint outline of something more, something buried deeper than even he had realized. Howard tapped a few keys, bringing up a list of seemingly inconspicuous numbers and letters. Nothing special, nothing at all. But then he ran a quick scan, matching these codes with known Hydra algorithms. Something clicked. A secondary encryption had been slipped into the codes, a double lock on the names. Whoever had crafted this wanted to be sure no one was getting their hands on these identities, not ever. He grinned. Gotcha. The process of decrypting the second layer would take longer. Howard had to adjust the parameters of his decryption software manually, bending it to fit this new discovery. It was frustrating work sifting through false leads, debugging lines of code, but Howard thrived in this chaos. His mind was sharp, and his hands moved instinctively over the keys as he isolated the secondary encryption system Hydra had embedded within the file. Hours passed, and the first rays of dawn began to peek through the windows of the workshop. Howard hadn't left the screen, barely noticing the passage of time as he meticulously untangled the complex web. Finally, with a satisfied click, the screen shifted. The double encryption had been cracked. Names began to materialize on the monitor, lines of text, some familiar, others utterly unknown. Names of Hydra agents, deeply embedded within the government, their aliases and roles hidden under layers of secrecy. Well, Howard said, his voice barely above a whisper, but filled with the satisfaction of victory. Looks like we've got ourselves a list. As he scrolled down the file, he could feel the weight of the discovery settle in. These names weren't just agents, they were power players, operatives at every level of government, people who had influenced major policy, shaped history, and been at the heart of Hydra's plots for decades. There were senators, businessmen, military officials, even some names he recognized from high-profile positions, figures who had managed to stay one step ahead of every investigation into Hydra for years. Howard leaned back in his chair, eyes scanning the names once more. His mind raced as he thought about the implications. If we go public with this, it'll shake the country to its core. But it won't be enough to take them down. We'll need more than just names, we need the proof. The whole damn operation needs to be exposed. Just then, the sound of the team's arrival reached his ears. The engines of the plane cut off as they touched down on the nearby airstrip. Howard quickly copied the list of names, sending it to his secure server with a final click. He was ready. The team would need this information. They were going to need everything if they were going to take down Hydra once and for all. As the door to the workshop opened and the team filed in, Howard pushed his chair back and stood up, a grin spreading across his face. "Well, looks like you're all just in time. I've got something that'll make this mission look like a walk in the park." He turned to the group, holding up the list of Hydra agents embedded in the government. "This," he said with a smirk, "is where the real fun begins." As the team settled back into the safe house, the weight of the mission pressing down on them, Natasha Romanoff made her way towards Harry's designated corner of the room. He had removed his helmet and hood, the red fabric of his Revenant armor still fitting him like a second skin. His black mask was resting beside him, his dark eyes scanning the various screens that surrounded him. Harry was seated at a workbench, his posture slightly hunched as though trying to find some comfort in the middle of the chaos. His expression was unreadable, but Natasha knew better than to take that at face value. It was Harry's first mission. The team had expected him to be eager, but what they hadn't accounted for was the burden of it all, the gravity of taking on an enemy like Hydra for the first time. Natasha knew exactly what that felt like. It was easy to be drawn into the excitement of a mission, but the aftermath, the quiet moments when the adrenaline faded, could be harder to deal with. "How are you holding up?" Natasha's voice was soft, a rare moment of tenderness slipping through the cracks of her usually stoic demeanor. Harry didn't look up at first, his fingers moving restlessly over the edges of his armor. He was still getting used to the weight of it both physically and mentally. The Revenant armor was designed for someone like him, a hybrid of advanced technology and combat prowess, a warrior with an edge that could cut through any battlefield. But it wasn't just the tech that Harry was still adjusting to. It was the purpose behind it, the weight of being part of a team that went to battle not just for survival but for a cause much bigger than any one individual. "I'm fine," Harry muttered, though the tension in his voice gave him away. He didn't even try to disguise it. "Just processing. You know." Natasha nodded, understanding more than he realized. She had been there once, had been the new recruit, the one who was expected to fit in, to take orders and execute missions flawlessly. But it took time to shake off the feeling of being an outsider. Of realizing that no matter how powerful you were, there were always new challenges that could change everything. "You did well out there," Natasha said, her tone more reassuring than anything else. "You handled yourself under pressure. That's not easy." Harry gave her a small, rueful smile but didn't respond immediately. His eyes flickered to the side, focusing on the control panels of the plane's systems. His thoughts were elsewhere, on the mission, on the people they'd fought, and on what they had learned. "It's just... I wasn't expecting it to hit like this," Harry admitted, finally looking up at her. The weight of it all was evident in his eyes. "I've trained for this, but it's different when you're actually there, you know? When you're facing real people who've been twisted into something they never were." Natasha sat down next to him, her posture relaxed but alert. "Yeah, it's always different when it's real. You can prepare yourself for the tactics, the fights, the missions, but you can't prepare for what comes after. It messes with you." She let her gaze linger on him for a moment, letting him know she understood. "But the thing is, Harry, you've got something that not everyone has. You can make a difference. You might not see it yet, but you will." Harry didn't say anything for a long moment, as if letting her words sink in. Then, with a deep breath, he stood up and grabbed his mask, slipping it back on with a determined look on his face. The change in his demeanor was almost immediate. The armor, the mask, it was all part of the transition he needed to make. From the young man who had been thrust into this world of secret wars and shadowy enemies, to someone who could stand side by side with the likes of Captain America and Black Widow, taking on the fight without hesitation. "Thanks, Natasha," Harry said quietly. "For the words. I needed that. She gave him a nod, standing up herself. Anytime. We're a team, remember? We look out for each other. As Natasha turned to leave, she paused at the door. She could sense something in him, the same thing she'd seen in herself after her first mission. It was the moment of realization that this world was now his, for better or worse. Harry wasn't just a kid anymore. He was a soldier. And with time, he would become one of the best. By the way, she added, giving him a sly smile, I don't think anyone's forgotten that it was you who cleared the way for us back there. You kept your cool when things could have gone south fast. That counts for a lot. Harry gave her a small, self-deprecating chuckle, but his eyes held a new spark, a confidence born from the trials of the mission, a determination to grow stronger with each step. Yeah, well, he said, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. I'm just getting started. With that, Natasha gave him a final look before stepping out, leaving Harry to prepare for whatever came next. He wasn't just a soldier anymore. He was part of this team. And in time, he'd prove just how far he could go. The safe house was quieter than usual, save for the faint hum of encrypted communications equipment and the occasional soft laughter coming from the lounge area. James and Lily Potter exchanged a glance as they made their way toward the noise, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. It had been a long and harrowing mission, and both of them were eager to check in on their 6-year-old daughter, Rose, who had been left in the care of Billy Koenig and Phil Coulson. While they trusted the two agents implicitly, leaving Rose behind even in a secure location was never an easy decision. Rose, despite her young age, had a knack for finding trouble. That, combined with her tendency to demand attention like a pint-sized queen, meant that babysitting her was no small task. As they approached the lounge, they caught sight of a scene that could only be described as controlled chaos. Rose, her dark auburn curls bouncing as she hopped excitedly on the couch, was wearing a tiara slightly askew on her head and a sparkly cape that looked suspiciously like one of Lily's scarves. She was holding what appeared to be a makeshift wand, a chopstick wrapped in glittery paper, and declaring her dominion over the kingdom of the safe house. "Bow to your queen," Rose proclaimed, her green eyes flashing with regal authority. Billy Koenig, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a crown made of tin foil perched precariously on his head, dutifully bowed. "Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant. Your wish is my command." Phil Coulson, who was seated on the armchair with a bemused expression, held up a plastic sword. "Your Majesty, I pledge my allegiance to your reign. Though I must warn you, the couch dragon has been spotted nearby." Rose gasped dramatically, clutching her wand. "A dragon? In my kingdom? This cannot stand." Tonks, who was perched upside down on the other end of the couch with her bubblegum pink hair and a mischievous grin, chimed in. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll take care of the dragon. Just give me the word." "Do it, brave knight," Rose commanded, pointing her wand at Tonks. Before Tonks could spring into action, James cleared his throat loudly, drawing everyone's attention. "And what, pray tell, is going on here?" Rose froze mid-bounce, her tiara slipping further down her forehead. She turned to face her parents, her expression a mix of guilt and defiance. "Daddy! Mummy! You're back," she exclaimed, abandoning her royal persona and launching herself at James, who caught her with practiced ease. "Yes, we're back," Lily said, stepping closer to smooth down her daughter's wild curls. "And it seems like you've been keeping everyone very busy." Billy shrugged, still wearing the tin-foil crown. "She's got a lot of energy. Figured it was safer to channel it into a pretend kingdom than let her take over the comms system." Again, Coulson added dryly, giving James and Lily a knowing look. "Your daughter is a force of nature." James chuckled, ruffling Rose's hair. "That's one way to put it." Rose, seemingly unfazed by the gentle ribbing, looked up at her mother with wide, innocent eyes. "Mummy, did you fight bad guys again?" Did you win? Lily knelt down to Rose's level, her expression softening. We did, sweetheart. And we're all safe, just like we promised. Rose beamed, clearly pleased with this answer. Good. 'Cause I told Sir Billy and Sir Phil that my parents are the best heroes ever, and they agreed. Did they now? James said, raising an eyebrow at the two agents. Billy grinned. What can I say? She's persuasive. She threatened to exile us, Coulson deadpanned, though there was a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. We didn't stand a chance. That's my girl, James said proudly, setting Rose down. But remember, even queens need to listen to their babysitters. Rose crossed her arms but nodded. Fine. But only because they were good knights. Tonks snorted, flipping herself upright. I'll have you know, I'm the best knight. Took down the couch dragon single-handedly. You're welcome, your majesty. Lily shook her head, smiling despite herself. Thank you, Tonks. And thank you, Billy, Phil. We owe you one. Coulson waved a hand dismissively. She's a handful, but she's got a good heart. Just like her parents. As Rose ran off to show Tonks her collection of stuffed animals, James and Lily exchanged a glance. Despite the chaos, they couldn't help but feel grateful. Their daughter was safe, happy, and loved, and in a world as dangerous as theirs, that was no small victory. The dining area of the safe house was a quiet sanctuary, the warm glow of a single hanging light casting soft shadows across the room. Plates of simple meals and steaming cups of tea were scattered across the table, untouched in favor of shared silence and occasional quiet conversation. The team needed this moment time to decompress after the chaos of their recent mission. Steve Rogers leaned back in his chair, his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee, his gaze distant. Peggy Carter sat beside him, her sharp eyes softer now, though still attentive to the quiet tension that lingered. Across from them, Natasha Romanoff methodically disassembled and cleaned one of her pistols, the rhythmic motions a calming ritual. Harry sat nearby, his red and black Revenant armor still on but with the mask and hood removed. His dark hair fell over his forehead as he absently toyed with the clasp of his gauntlet. Bucky Barnes was at the far end of the table, his vibranium arm resting on the surface as he stared into his untouched drink. Quiet night, Bucky muttered, breaking the silence. Too quiet, Natasha replied without looking up from her work. Harry smirked faintly. You say that like it's a bad thing. It usually is, Steve said, setting his mug down with a sigh. Peggy was about to add her own thoughts when the air in the room seemed to shift. A sudden gust of wind, though no windows were open, swept through the space, carrying with it an almost tangible energy. The light flickered, dimming for a brief moment before a swirling, golden portal materialized in the center of the room. The team shot to their feet instantly. Steve and Bucky had their weapons ready before the portal had fully formed, their super soldier reflexes kicking in. Natasha had her pistol raised, aiming at the shimmering anomaly, while Harry's Revenant armor came alive. He snapped up his hood and put on his mask in a seamless motion. Peggy, though unarmed, moved to Steve's side, her stance poised and unflinching. What the hell? Harry breathed, his voice distorted slightly by the mask. Before anyone could act, James, Lily, and Sirius burst into the room, drawn by the commotion. James had his wand in hand, his green eyes narrowing as he took in the glowing portal. Sirius, ever the loose cannon, already had his wand raised, ready for a fight. Lily, her face set in fierce determination, was at her husband's side in an instant. What's going on? James demanded, his voice sharp as his wand tip sparked with energy. Stay back! Steve barked, his shield raised protectively as he positioned himself in front of Peggy. The golden portal shimmered once more, and a figure stepped through with an air of calm authority. She was a woman of indeterminate age, her head shaved bald, and her saffron robes flowing elegantly around her. Her presence was commanding, yet serene, as though she belonged there despite the chaos she'd caused. "Who the hell are you?" Natasha demanded, her pistol never wavering. The woman raised a hand, and with a subtle wave, the air seemed to grow still. "I mean no harm," she said, her voice calm yet resonant, as if it carried some unspoken truth. "I am the Ancient One." The name hung in the air like a challenge. Steve, Bucky, Natasha, and Harry didn't lower their stances, and James, Sirius, and Lily looked equally unconvinced. "What do you want?" Steve asked, his tone measured but firm. The Ancient One met his gaze with an almost amused smile. "I am not here to fight. I am here because events have been set into motion, events that could unravel more than just your world." Her eyes swept across the room, pausing briefly on each person before landing on Harry. "And you, young one, stand at the center of it all." Harry tilted his head slightly, his mask retracting to reveal his puzzled expression. "Me? What does that mean?" The Ancient One smiled enigmatically. "All in good time, Mr. Potter." Before anyone could press her further, the scene cut to black, leaving them all on edge and the promise of answers hanging tantalizingly in the air. Chapter 22, Chapter 21. The room was heavy with tension as everyone waited for the Ancient One to explain her presence. With a slow, deliberate movement, she took a step forward, the space around her seeming to hum with a quiet, otherworldly energy. Her calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the urgent curiosity in the eyes of everyone present. "I am the Sorcerer Supreme," she began, her voice resonating with power and ancient wisdom. "A title that perhaps means little to you, but it is one that carries the responsibility of guarding the Earth from mystical threats that the common world cannot perceive." James, Lily, and Sirius exchanged confused glances, their wands still raised but their expressions filled with disbelief. James was the first to speak. "Sorcerer Supreme," he repeated, his voice tinged with skepticism. "We've never heard of such a title. What are you talking about?" The Ancient One's lips curled into a small, understanding smile, though there was no mockery in it. "You are wizards. Your world has magic, much like mine, but it is a different form. You wield your magic through wands, incantations, and potions. You live in a world built on a foundation of rules that have been passed down through generations. The world I represent, however, is governed by something else entirely." Lily stepped forward, a brow furrowed. "But we're magic users. Our power comes from the same source, doesn't it? What's different about your magic?" The Ancient One's gaze softened. "What you practice is indeed magic, but it is but a fraction of the power that exists in this universe. I am a master of what is called the mystical arts. The energy I wield does not come from the natural elements, nor is it tied to the earth in the same way your magic is. My power is drawn from the very fabric of existence, time, space, and the multiverse itself." Sirius frowned, his stance still tense, though his curiosity was beginning to win out over his suspicion. "So you're telling us that our magic is limited? That we've been using a kind of cheap imitation?" The Ancient One's eyes twinkled, though her expression remained serene. "No, not an imitation, Sirius Black. Your magic is incredibly potent, but it is rooted in a particular branch of reality, one that does not encompass the vastness of what exists beyond your understanding. My magic, our magic, the mystical arts, exists outside those boundaries, beyond the veil of time and space. I deal with forces that shape realities, manipulate dimensions, and influence fate." There was a long, heavy silence as her words settled over the group, the weight of her revelations sinking in. Harry, still in his Revenant armor, shifted uncomfortably. He could feel the shift in the atmosphere, the change in the very air around him. He'd dealt with powerful magic before, but this was something else entirely. "So, what does that mean for me?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with a quiet curiosity. The Ancient One turned her gaze to him, the faintest of smiles curling her lips. "It means, young Potter, that you have a greater role to play than you realize. You are not simply a wizard. You are something more. Your abilities, your connection to forces both mystical and cosmic, places you at the center of an event that could have consequences beyond even my understanding. Harry furrowed his brow. What event? What do you mean, more? The Ancient One's eyes sparkled with an ancient wisdom as she stepped closer to him. You will understand in time, when you are ready. There is more to your story, more to your power, than you know. And you must learn to harness it to learn the mystical arts. Learn they. Lily interrupted, her voice filled with concern. You want Harry to learn your magic? But why? What's so special about him? The Ancient One regarded Lily thoughtfully. It is not just about what he is, but his potential. He is connected to forces beyond the ordinary world and makes him an essential piece of a puzzle that is only now beginning to reveal itself. It is necessary for him to learn how to wield the mystical arts so that he can protect not just your world, but countless others. Harry's thoughts raced, but before he could respond, the Ancient One extended a hand to him, offering a small, intricately carved card. It was embossed with the words 177A Bleecker Street in elegant gold script. When you are ready, come to me, she said. There is much to teach you, and time is of the essence. With a final, knowing smile, the Ancient One turned and began to walk toward the portal. The room seemed to grow quieter, the energy around her slowly ebbing away. She glanced over her shoulder one last time, her eyes briefly meeting Harry's before she stepped into the golden light. The portal flickered and began to close behind her, the last of its glow vanishing as if it had never been there. Silence reigned once more, leaving the group to digest the gravity of her words. 177A Bleecker Street, Harry muttered under his breath, staring at the card in his hand. I guess I've got some learning to do. Sirius let out a long breath, his face a mix of confusion and awe. Well, that was something. What now? Steve Rogers, still looking at the spot where the Ancient One had stood, shook his head slowly. I don't know about you guys, but I think we've just had a very strange visit from someone with a lot more power than we can even begin to understand. Bucky, his vibranium arm resting once more on the table, grunted. Yeah, strange is definitely one way to put it. The room was heavy with questions, the weight of uncertainty hanging in the air, but Harry, now holding the card in his hand, knew one thing for sure, his journey was far from over. The silence following the Ancient One's departure stretched long and heavy, as if the air itself was weighing on the group. Harry sat at the table, turning the card over and over in his fingers, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The others remained scattered around the room, exchanging uneasy glances but saying little. Finally, it was Steve who broke the silence. She said you're connected to forces beyond this world. His voice was measured, but his gaze was direct, resting on Harry. You have any idea what she meant by that? Harry shrugged, still staring at the card. Not a clue. I mean, I've dealt with plenty of weird stuff getting vibranium claws, the whole becoming a super soldier nonsense, but this? This is new territory. New territory is an understatement, Natasha muttered, holstering her pistol. We've faced Hydra agents, and even dark wizards, but this feels bigger. Bigger, yes, Lily interjected, her tone sharp with unease. But why Harry? Why is it always him? Why does it always have to be him? James placed a comforting hand on her shoulder but said nothing, his own face clouded with worry. It's his destiny, isn't it? Peggy said quietly, her voice thoughtful. If what she said is true, then perhaps this was always meant to be. Destiny is overrated, Sirius scoffed, leaning back in his chair. I don't like this whole center of it all nonsense. It's always a bloody trap. Harry sighed, finally setting the card down. Trap or not, she didn't seem like she was lying. And let's be honest, if there's something I can learn that'll help protect all of you, I have to at least consider it. Before anyone could respond, a slow clap echoed from the shadows of the room. The group turned sharply, hands moving to weapons or wands as a figure stepped into the dim light. He was tall and elegant, his sharp features framed by neatly styled blonde hair. His piercing blue eyes sparkled with amusement, though there was a quiet warmth in his expression as he looked at Harry. "Bravo, Harry," the man said, his voice rich and smooth. "Spoken like a true Gryffindor. Always ready to dive into danger, even when you don't understand what's waiting on the other side." "Gideon," Harry said, relaxing slightly. "You were eavesdropping." "Observing," Gideon Adler, formerly Gellert Grindelwald, corrected with a sly smile. "And what a fascinating show it was. The Ancient One, here in your safe house? I didn't think I'd live to see the day." James and Sirius exchanged stunned looks, wands still raised. James's voice was sharp when he spoke. "Hold on a minute. You know her?" "Oh, yes," Gideon said casually, taking a seat at the edge of the table as if he owned the place. "I've had encounters with the Sorcerer Supreme before. Albus and I both, in fact." "Dumbledore?" Sirius demanded, his disbelief clear. "What does he have to do with this?" Gideon's smile turned wry, and he tilted his head as if debating how much to reveal. "Let's just say Albus and I were once close. And the Ancient One, well, she didn't approve of some of our earlier activities." James frowned, lowering his wand slightly. "What kind of activities?" Gideon's gaze flicked to Harry, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "The kind that nearly tore the world apart. Albus and I were young, brilliant, and foolish. We dreamed of reshaping reality, of breaking the very rules that bind magic, and the Ancient One intervened before we could succeed." Lily narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. "Are you saying you and Dumbledore were working together? That you were friends?" "Friends," Gideon said softly, his expression turning bittersweet. "Lovers, perhaps, though Albus would never admit it outright. Our bond was complicated." The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. Sirius looked as though someone had hit him with a stunning spell, and James seemed equally stunned. "Dumbledore and Grindelwald," Sirius muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "This is insane." Peggy, who had remained quiet, spoke up, her voice measured. "That explains why the Ancient One intervened. She saw the potential for disaster in your partnership." "Exactly," Gideon said, nodding. "And she wasn't wrong. Albus and I were dangerous together. But that's ancient history." He turned his attention back to Harry, his tone softening. "What matters now is your future, Harry. The Ancient One wouldn't have come to you unless she saw something extraordinary in you. And she's right, you should learn the mystical arts." Harry frowned. "Why are you so sure?" "Because I know what you're capable of," Gideon said simply. "I trained you myself, remember? I saw the raw potential in you even when Hydra tried to twist it to their own ends. And I'm telling you, Harry, learning from the Sorcerer Supreme could make you unstoppable." Natasha crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. "And we're just supposed to trust your judgment?" "I don't care if you trust me," Gideon said with a shrug. "I care about Harry. And if learning the mystical arts will keep him alive, then I'll do whatever it takes to push him in that direction." Harry met Gideon's gaze, searching for any hint of deception. He found none. For all his flaws and his shadowed past, Gideon had always been honest with him. "All right," Harry said finally, his voice steady. "I'll think about it." "Good," Gideon said with a satisfied nod. "Just remember, Harry, the Ancient One doesn't offer her tutelage lightly. If you choose this path, it won't be easy. But it will be worth it." With that, Gideon leaned back into the shadows, his presence still lingering even as he disappeared from view. The room fell silent once more, though the tension was now accompanied by a sense of inevitability. Harry looked down at the card in his hand, the words 177A Bleecker Street gleaming faintly in the dim light. "I guess I've got a lot to think about," he said quietly. And for the first time in a long while, he wasn't entirely sure what his next step would be. Harry stood in his room, towel draped around his neck, his damp hair falling into his eyes. The hot shower had done little to untangle the thoughts swirling in his mind. The Ancient One's cryptic words echoed in his head, Gideon's revelations added fuel to the fire, and the weight of his choices felt heavier than ever. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the card in his hand as if it might reveal more if he just stared hard enough. A sharp knock at the door snapped him out of his reverie. He frowned, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was late, and most of the team would either be asleep or deeply absorbed in their own post-mission routines. Rising, he crossed the room and opened the door. There stood Natasha, leaning casually against the door frame. She was out of her tactical suit, dressed in simple black sweatpants and a loose-fitting t-shirt, her hair pulled back into a messy ponytail. Her expression was neutral, but the faint arch of her eyebrow betrayed a hint of amusement. "You've got that look," she said, her voice low but tinged with a knowing edge. Harry blinked. "What look?" "The brooding one," she replied, stepping past him into the room without waiting for an invitation. "The one that screams, 'I'm overthinking everything and probably blaming myself for half of it.'" Harry sighed, shutting the door behind her. "I'm fine, Natasha." "Sure you are," she said, perching on the edge of the desk and crossing her arms. "That's why you've been up here alone since dinner, staring at that card like it holds all the answers to life." He glanced down at the card in his hand, then set it on the nightstand. "It's a lot to process. I just needed some time to think." Natasha tilted her head, studying him with her sharp, piercing gaze. "You're not thinking. You're stewing. Big difference." Harry chuckled softly, despite himself. "You always know how to call me out, don't you?" "It's a gift," she said with a smirk. Her tone softened slightly as she added, "Look, I get it. You've had one hell of a day, Ancient Ones, cryptic prophecies, revelations about your pseudo-grandfather's sordid past. It's a lot." Harry leaned back against the wall, folding his arms. "It's not just that. It's everything. I've spent my whole life being told I'm special, that I have some grand destiny. And every time, it comes with a cost, people I care about getting hurt, or worse. What if this is just more of the same?" Natasha's smirk faded, replaced by something softer, more empathetic. "I won't lie to you, Harry. It probably is. But you're not the same abused kid who was taken by Hydra to be made into their weapon. You've been through hell and come out the other side stronger. And you've got something now you didn't have then." "What's that?" he asked, his tone skeptical. She gestured around the room. "Us. This team. We're not going to let you face this alone." Harry looked at her, his expression softening. "You always know what to say, don't you?" "Again, gift," Natasha said with a shrug. Then she grinned. "Plus, I've got a lot of experience dealing with guys like you. Brooders are kind of my specialty." Harry laughed, the sound lightening the tension in the room. "Thanks, Nat. I mean it." She stood, patting his shoulder as she headed for the door. "Anytime. Now, try to get some sleep. The world-ending nonsense can wait until morning." As she reached the door, she paused and glanced back at him. "And Harry? Yeah. You're not alone in this. Remember that." With that, she left, leaving the door slightly ajar behind her. Harry stood there for a moment, her words echoing in his mind. For the first time in hours, the weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter. He turned back to the card on the nightstand, picking it up once more. 177A Bleecker Street, he murmured, his grip tightening slightly. "Not yet," he said softly to himself. "But maybe soon." Howard Stark was slumped over his workstation, the dim light of the screens casting shadows under his tired eyes. The man who once could charm a room in seconds now looked like he'd been wrung out by a particularly vengeful Hydra agent. His shirt was wrinkled, his tie loosened, and a tower of empty coffee cups sat precariously to one side of his desk. The clattering of keys was the only sound in the room, broken occasionally by Howard's muttering. "Come on, you Hydra bastards, you're not smarter than me," he grumbled, his voice scratchy from hours of disuse. "Just give me a crack. One little damn it." The door creaked open, and Peggy Carter stepped in, balancing a tray with more coffee and a plate of sandwiches. Her sharp gaze softened as she took in Howard's haggard state, though her tone remained brisk. "Howard, you look like death warmed over," she said, setting the tray down on a clear patch of his desk. He didn't even look up. "Thanks for the compliment, Peg. Real morale booster." Peggy rolled her eyes and placed a steaming cup of coffee next to his keyboard. "Eat something. Drink this. You're no good to anyone if you collapse before we get through this Hydra mess." Howard finally leaned back, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. "I'll sleep when I'm dead." He reached for the coffee, sipping it with a groan of appreciation. "Still the best, Peg. Don't know how you do it." She smirked. "Years of practice. Now, what have you found?" He pointed to the screens, where layers of decrypted text were slowly forming into readable files. "I'm getting there. Cracked the names, but I'm looking for context. Connections, proof, the whole shebang. Without it, we're just making a hit list, and I'd rather not play Hydra's game." Peggy nodded, pulling a chair over to sit beside him. "Good. We'll need something concrete to bring them down." She paused, a hint of hesitation in her expression. "Speaking of surprises, you missed quite the show yesterday." Howard raised an eyebrow, his exhaustion momentarily replaced by curiosity. "What kind of show?" Peggy took a deep breath. "Apparently, magic as we know it isn't the whole story. There are wizards like Harry, Lily, and Sirius, and then there are sorcerers. The kind that manipulate reality itself. We had a visit from their leader, I suppose you'd call her the Ancient One." Howard blinked, his mouth opening and closing as he processed her words. "Wait. What? Sorcerers? As in more magic?" Harry's lot wasn't enough. Peggy sighed. "I didn't believe it either until I saw her. She made portals appear out of thin air, Howard. She knew things about us, about Hydra, that no one should know. And she implied that Harry might need to learn their mystic arts to stand a chance against what's coming." Howard shook his head, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Mystic arts? How's that different from the wand-waving Harry does?" "That's what I asked her," Peggy admitted. "Apparently, wizards channel magic through their wands or innate talents. Sorcerers manipulate the very fabric of reality, time, space, dimensions. It's bigger. More dangerous." Howard let out a low whistle, leaning back in his chair. "Well, that's just great. As if Hydra, super soldiers, and secret agents weren't enough, now we've got reality-bending sorcerers to worry about." Peggy gave him a wry smile. "It's a lot to take in, I know. But she seemed on our side. For now." Howard rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath. "Next thing you're gonna tell me is that Hydra's got their own sorcerers." Peggy's smile faded slightly. "I wouldn't rule it out." Howard groaned, draining the rest of his coffee. "Fantastic. Just what I needed to hear. All right, back to work. If Hydra's got magic on their side, we're going to need every advantage we can get." Peggy reached out, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Howard, take a break. Even you can't outpace a war without rest." He gave her a half-smile, though his eyes still held a flicker of defiance. "After I crack the next layer. Promise." She nodded, knowing better than to push further. As she stood, she added softly, we'll get through this, Howard. Together. As the door clicked shut behind her, Howard turned back to his screens, her words echoing in his mind. Together. For the first time in hours, he allowed himself a faint smile before diving back into the tangled web of Hydra's secrets. The early morning light filtered gently through the curtains, casting long, lazy shadows across the room. Harry stirred, blinking against the soft glow of sunlight. His mind was a haze of lingering thoughts from the previous night, Natasha's words, the cryptic prophecies from the Ancient One, and the unsettling revelations from Gideon. The card, the one with the mysterious address of 177A Bleecker Street, still sat on his nightstand, almost taunting him with its unanswered questions. But despite the heaviness that still clung to him, he managed to drag himself from the bed. He rubbed the back of his neck, groaning slightly as he shuffled toward the bathroom, the lingering tiredness from the previous night still hanging over him. A hot shower helped clear the fog in his head, but it did little to untangle the web of thoughts racing through his mind. As he stepped out of the bathroom, the quiet hum of the house hit him, a far cry from the chaos he had become so used to. Howard must have still been down in the workshop tinkering with some gadget, but the rest of the house seemed still, save for the sounds of the kitchen. Harry made his way downstairs, drawn by the comforting aroma of coffee. He stepped into the dining room and froze for a second. His parents, James and Lily, were already sitting at the table, mugs of coffee in hand, with a plate of toast and eggs in front of each of them. And sitting beside them, leaning back with his usual cocky grin, was Sirius. It was an almost surreal moment, a quiet morning with his family, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Lily looked up as Harry entered, her expression softening. "Morning, Harry. Sleep well?" Harry rubbed his eyes, sitting down and grabbing a cup of coffee. "Yeah, well enough. Could have used a few more hours though." Sirius snorted, his eyes gleaming mischievously. "You're young, kid. You'll learn to function on caffeine and adrenaline. That's basically what keeps me alive at this point." James grinned, leaning over to ruffle Harry's hair, a familiar gesture that made Harry smile despite himself. "He's not wrong. It's a necessary life skill." "Must be," Harry said, finally taking a sip from his mug. He looked at them all for a moment, his parents and Sirius, all gathered around him, as if this moment of peace was normal, part of the everyday fabric of their lives. It wasn't, but he didn't mind pretending for a bit longer. Lily caught his gaze and set her coffee down, her eyes narrowing in concern. "You've been quiet this morning. What's on your mind?" Harry hesitated, staring into his cup for a moment before setting it down on the table. He didn't want to burden them with all the swirling thoughts in his head, but something about being with them felt grounding. He could be honest here, with them. "It's just everything, I guess." The Ancient One's cryptic words, the whole Gideon situation, Hydra, the mission. "It's a lot. I feel like I'm on the verge of something big, something that's going to change everything. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever happens next, it's going to hurt people I care about." Sirius leaned forward, his usual easygoing manner replaced with a serious intensity Harry didn't see often. "Kid, you've got a habit of worrying about everyone but yourself. You're not the same child who got thrust into this mess. You've been through hell, and you came out stronger. Yeah, there's always some new threat on the horizon, but you've got more than just us to rely on now." James chuckled, his voice light but full of meaning. "He's right, Harry. You've got this team, this family who's got your back. And not just us, but the people who've been there with you, too. The people who trust you." Harry's gaze softened, and for a brief moment, he was reminded of the bond they all shared. "I know. I don't want to let anyone down. I'm trying to be the hero, the one who saves the day, but it seems like there's always a price. People I love will be bound to get hurt, or worse." Sirius gave him a knowing look, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. "Listen, kid, being the hero's a lot of weight to carry. Hell, I'm still learning that lesson myself. But you've got something that makes all the difference, this team. These people who aren't going anywhere. If that doesn't give you some peace of mind, I don't know what will. James raised an eyebrow, eyes twinkling with mischief. Sirius is just mad because he knows if anything happens to you, I'll be the one who has to clean up the mess. He'll just be the one cracking jokes from the sidelines. Sirius chuckled, flicking his fork toward James in mock annoyance. Yeah, prongs. You're the responsible one. But let's be real, you're only that way when it comes to Harry and Rose. The rest of the time, you're a mess. Lily shook her head, a fond smile on her face as she reached across the table to touch Harry's hand. Boys. Honestly. She turned back to Harry, her expression turning more serious. What your father and Sirius are trying to say, Harry, is that you're not alone in this. You've got us, and we're not going anywhere. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. He didn't deserve this unwavering support, this love that felt like an anchor. His mind wanted to argue, to find some way to push them away, but his heart knew better. They weren't going anywhere. And for once, he allowed himself to feel that sense of comfort, of belonging. Thanks, Mum, he murmured, his voice thick. He cleared his throat. I keep thinking about the card. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the mysterious piece of paper, showing it to them. The address. 177A Bleecker Street. There's something there, something important. I can feel it. Sirius leaned forward, a familiar gleam in his eyes. Sounds like a place where things get weird. I like it. James raised an eyebrow. Sounds like something out of one of those detective novels you keep trying to read. Hey, Padfoot. Exactly. Sirius said, grinning. But seriously, Harry, this isn't a road you walk alone. When the time comes, you'll have us by your side. I've seen you fight. You've got more fight in you than anyone I know. And we'll be there to help you win. Harry smiled at his godfather, his heart swelling with affection. Thanks, Sirius. I mean it. Anytime, kid, Sirius said, his grin returning to its usual mischievous flair. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm about to drink my body weight in coffee before we get into any more world-ending business. James chuckled. And after that, I'm sure you'll find some way to mock me for the next few hours. Lily smiled, shaking her head in amusement. I don't know how you two made it this far without getting arrested. Harry chuckled softly, the tension finally starting to lift from his shoulders. He hadn't realized how much he needed this normalcy, this connection to the people who loved him unconditionally. For the first time in days, he felt like he wasn't carrying the weight of the world alone. As they continued to chat, Harry's thoughts drifted once more to the mysterious address in his pocket. 177A Bleecker Street. He wasn't ready for what it might mean, but he knew he would face it when the time came. And when that time arrived, he wouldn't be alone. Not now, not ever. The quiet hum of magic permeated the air at 177A Bleecker Street, an ever-present thrum that felt alive, pulsing gently through the stone walls and intricately carved wooden furniture. The sanctum sanctorum was still, save for the faint crackle of a floating brazier illuminating the vast, dimly lit chamber. Wang stood by one of the many bookshelves, his hands clasped behind his back. His usually stern face bore a trace of uncertainty as he turned his gaze toward the Ancient One, who sat cross-legged on a rug in the center of the room. A teapot floated beside her, steam rising lazily from its spout, as she poured herself a small cup. He hesitated, then spoke, his tone as measured as ever. Do you think he'll come? The Ancient One tilted her head slightly, her expression serene, though her eyes glimmered with the knowing amusement that so often accompanied her words. She set the teacup down carefully, the delicate porcelain making the faintest of clinks against the saucer. Harry Potter is many things, she said at last, her voice calm yet enigmatic, but predictable as not one of them. Wang frowned, stepping closer. With respect, you sent him the invitation yourself. You must have an idea of how he'll respond. She smiled faintly, her head tilting to the side as if considering his words. An invitation is not the same as a demand, Wang. Harry must choose to come here of his own accord, not because he feels he must, but because he desires to understand. Wang folded his arms, his tone growing skeptical. He's already carrying more burdens than anyone should. Adding this to his path, it might tip the balance. The Ancient One looked up at him, her gaze piercing yet calm. And yet, it is often the weight of our burdens that reveals who we truly are. Harry is a thread in the great tapestry of fate, but it is his choices that determine the pattern. She paused, her expression turning thoughtful. The question is not whether he will come, but whether he is ready. Wang sighed, shaking his head. Cryptic as ever. Her lips curved upward in a smile that was almost playful. You would not wish me any other way. He exhaled sharply, not quite a laugh, but close enough. Fair point. His brow furrowed slightly as he glanced toward the window, where the early morning light spilled into the room. If he does come, will you tell him everything? The Ancient One picked up her teacup again, cradling it in her hands as though the warmth held answers only she could see. Truth is a matter of perspective, Wang. I will tell him what he needs to know, but not a moment sooner. Wang raised an eyebrow. And what happens if he refuses? If he decides he's had enough of destiny and walks away? The Ancient One's gaze turned distant, as if looking through time itself. Then he will have made a choice, and the world will shift to accommodate it. Harry Potter's path is his own to walk, whether it leads here or elsewhere. But... She set the teacup down again, her eyes flickering with an almost imperceptible flicker of mischief. The winds of magic have a way of guiding even the most reluctant travelers to where they are meant to be. Wang huffed softly, turning back toward the bookshelf. I'll never get used to how you always manage to answer without answering. That, she said with a serene smile, is the privilege of perspective. A comfortable silence settled over the room as Wang resumed organizing the shelves. The Ancient One closed her eyes, her hands resting lightly on her knees as she meditated. Far away, a young man stared at the same address on a card, his mind swirling with uncertainty, questions, and the faintest flicker of curiosity. The threads of fate were moving, as they always did. Whether Harry would grasp them or not, only time would tell.